letters in Warsh this morning. NFP, that's right, we get non-farm payrolls and unemployment data out here at 8:30 a.m. and that's certainly going to, or at least has a potential to change how this market's going to be moving today. Here's the S&P 500 right now, actually poised to open a little bit higher after falling earlier in yesterday's session, then consolidating more or less for the rest of the day. NASDAQ here, rather poised to actually doing the opposite of the SPY here. We had the opposite action more or less yesterday. We're also poised to open a little bit lower this morning on the QQQ. We'll talk about some weakness potentially in this side of the world, specifically in tech, in just a minute. Keep an eye as well on the DIA Dow, looking like we're right now poised to open a little bit higher, so closer to the SPY action than what we were seeing here with the NASDAQ. Again, non-farm payrolls at 8:30 a.m. 80,000 is the forecast, 57,000 is the prior. We're also going to be getting unemployment rate, 4.2% forecast, 4.2% for the prior print. Tons of earnings yet again, guys, in focus. We've got TTD, by far the biggest mover that I saw, at least to the downside. The biggest mover to the upside that I saw this morning is TEAM, Atlassian. I was talking to Neil off camera. There's a lot of these names that reported last night. Not all of them are going to be giving you some volume, but you've got, again, TEAM, TTD, and some of the ones that reported this morning as well, like Vistra and Oklo, which are giving us a little bit more volume to work with. But the earnings really run the gamut in terms of sectors. Again, with the NFP in focus, sounds like we're going to have another earnings and economic data heavy day. Good morning, Sharif. Happy Friday.
Yeah, likewise as well, Adara. Let's talk about Net here, really pumping up pretty aggressively, 16%. Lifting a lot of the cybersecurity names with it as well, a lot in sympathy. And then we're also getting a bump here in solar as President Trump doubling down on some of the tariffs and the solar panels coming in from China. You have FSLR up 5.25. SK Hynix looking at making a big investment. Meta's getting clipped with some more jury verdicts with respect to some of the child addiction for social media. Airbnb reporting, they're up almost 7%. Lyft flat reporting as well. DKNG down 1.8% on the back of a tougher report. And then NextEra Energy, watch out for that one. Possibly a moratorium on the acquisition there of another energy company by NextEra. And then MCHP as well, up almost 7%. The sort of high nanometer sort of microchip company reporting earnings as well. And then Roku and Fox both reporting earnings, and that acquisition is interesting as well. And then TWLO here, man, 16.8% here in the pre-market, gapping up pretty aggressively.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of these gap ups too, like with the likes of Twilio, big moves, but not a ton of volume. So always be careful. Other ticker here with the letters TWO in it, TTWO of GTA 6 fame. They also reported this morning here, Take-Two, and again, not a ton of volume on this move, but just something to be aware of. There's going to be a lot to be aware of in terms of trading opportunities today, which is why we've got Sean and Neil here to take you through what they're looking at. Good morning to both of you and happy Friday.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And
I was wondering why we were here, so
well,
I'm glad now we're here to help take people through all of this.
If you traded Doxivity, you probably are going home already. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, it was back and forth in the pre-market, eh?
That's like already a Christmas tree. You don't usually see $30 up and $30 down on a $36 name that was $20 at the close yesterday. But that's the reality we live in. I actually think this is part and parcel due to, like, it's pretty low pre-market volumes. So, like, things are a little thin and spready. So something started going, like, just had like a full-blown squeeze already. And a reminder, there's still a chance day two for Hertz, which is still making some moves. They had earnings and they kind of had a bump to the upside. We're a day removed from SpaceX. It's actually flat right now. The expiration there, but there's a lot of big names that have moved, like that are gapped. Like AOI is up 11% here, so there's a big name. There's a solid name that's made a bit of a move. It's got potential breakout lined up, but it's not overwhelming volume. So I do think you want to remember, hey, we had SK Hynix report, so the memory names are going to be in play. You already know SpaceX is going to be a bit of a mover. Like, gold has been breaking out, and gold and silver have gap. They're going to be in play as well. So you want to make sure you're following the volume, because the headlines have a lot of things that look like good catalysts, but don't have a lot of volume for them. You want something exciting, like the end of the Argos game last night. Yeah,
it was a good one. Yeah, we had a great time at the game. Then they won, which was really nice. Or I just see there. Yeah, it was 33-30 or something. And it was anyway. Yeah, it was one of those. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, it was a good time. It rained on the way there, but once we were there, it was perfectly fine. Yeah, no, just looking at the today's big day for jobs, right? So non-farms payroll. So we're gonna have to wait to see. I was actually scrolling through our watch list here to give you guys an idea of what's going on. I actually have to pop it out to show it to you. We have a new watch list here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, most people commenting they like it. I mean, some are taking a minute to adjust to it all, but there it is right here. Non-farm payrolls coming. This is what we're looking at. It's going to be a very busy look in just a matter of moments now. We're 20 minutes away still, but non-farm payrolls there between 83 to 97. They're always adjusting, right? So we'll have to wait to see where this one comes out for and what kind of relationship this will have to today's market moves. We've seen, you know, it go up, down, around, and at the end of the day, it seems to always come back to where we were pre-market. But yeah, we're going to look at the non-farms and unemployment rate coming out. You know, expected 4.2, prior 4.2. The jobs is a little bit of a range. They're 83 to 97. So, you know, in this rate environment where we are uncertain of what that next rate hike, or I guess I was going to say or cut, but it's definitely not going to be a cut. Looks like moving forward here, it's going to be affected by today's number. Oh, wow. Now we're at 50-50. Like just yesterday, we were, oh no, yesterday was okay. It was 2 days ago, last week, we were at 33% chance that we stayed put. That's up to 45% now, right? So it was 1/3, 2/3. Now you're basically going to be, and we'll see what happens after today, but 50-50 on the rate cut rate, or the rate, I keep saying cut, on the rate hike coming for September. So that's going to be interesting. So we'll have a look at that. And that's what everyone's waiting for, right? I mean, the actual number itself doesn't necessarily matter. It's just the reaction that the market has to it based on what they think is going to happen a month from now, right? I don't know. I was looking at DraftKings. The market just did something kind of, I don't know, it was on the way down as if this was going to be a normal kind of a Friday slide there. And then all of a sudden, whoops, made that move right back there to the upside. In DraftKings, we have it written down as down 3.5%, but it's battled back a little bit here. Now down 1% and trying to get going. They did not have a great quarter there. No. A name that Michael Burry, I think, is in, right, on the long side of these things.
Not as bad as Flutter, at least.
But yeah, right into there. So good levels now for DraftKings. Like I was saying, now that report is gone, this could be a name that I'm looking at. The trade desk is an absolute.
That's just a
hot dumpster fire.
Is there a worse stock? There's obviously, look, there's stocks that
I mean, not as
that die and get delisted.
This one's like was well owned.
Yeah, but like exactly for a name that people probably have owned, or at least some. I can't think of anything that's worse. And it's
I can't even let this chart slow down.
Kick a horse when it's down, but you have to go so far back.
$40 at the beginning of the year. It's $12 right now. So.
If you pull up a monthly chart to find like the next level of support at $10, and you're just going so far back that it almost becomes irrelevant to look for like a technical bottom on it. 28%.
Yeah.
Like and the revenue, it's not like they missed by, like the revenue miss was, and the guidance was like, he's huge. Let me just quickly, I want to double check it. I felt like it was a 20-something% miss on the revenue guidance. Yeah, it was estimate was 805 mil, and it was 650. Like that's over a 20% miss on the revenue guide on a stock that is already destroyed. It's just, it's ugly, it's sad. It sucks, but you know what? That's the thing, like stocks can be shorted too. And
yeah, for sure.
Obviously the shorts have been doing very, very, I mean, obscenely well, absurdly well with this one for sure. Team PJCT, crypto's not necessarily ripping, but it's up. I wouldn't define this as ripping, but it is gapped up. I would give actually more credit today to gold. GLD is up 1.5 points, and if you look at gold on a daily chart, ooh, look at that. There's a breakout of a consolidation level, and it's gapping up. Gold and silver actually both look very strong. We had Raheem on yesterday. He was talking about that. I don't know what, we'll see what Michael wants to talk about. It could be, I wonder if I have two guesses. One of them, the easy guess would be post, like what do stocks do post lockup? Because that's low hanging fruit. But my second guess would be something maybe with like metals, like what are lagging things that are starting to go, and to continue the trend. Yeah. I don't know. He just sent us notes, but I don't know.
We had Raheem yesterday, and it was that was part of it, right? Is that he was talking all about that gold trade, and that's starting to pick up a little bit. So
Copper too.
yeah, well, that's the first thing I written down here was gold and IBIT. So yeah, right into here, gold up another, I think it was 2% last time I looked there to let's see, oh yeah, 1.6%. So up to 397, starting to get going oops, that's the wrong chart. Gold starting to get going off these lows. I mean, look at this base. I mean, this is incredible. And there's the break again. Like sometimes it's just that easy. You just got to be looking in the right spot. It only happened a couple days ago, so let's wait to see if this move is real. We talked about it yesterday that it was down. What was it, down 20% or something? You know, from the highs. Well, if we go right down to let's just go down to the very lows there and see what it was. Yeah, 27%, basically high to low there on GLD. The high becoming, you know, end of January. Into, I mean, you could have picked anywhere. Let's call it down 20% or so now that it's back upside. And even if you take, you know, the move from today up another 2% there, you're still are going to be down, 22%. So still a good little rebound opportunity in gold. We'll see what it does at the 200 period moving average. But again, it all ties together, right? I mean, the jobs report coming. We have the interest rate excitement. We have the longer end of the curve starting to get a little bit more exciting, as we saw after Warsh's last statement there. Bonds started going, the TLT started going again as well. You know, we didn't even check back in on the TLT here. This is the 20-year Treasury. It had itself a move. Yeah, so here we go. Like now, this is starting to go down, right? As rates go higher, the price of the underlying goes lower there to sort of counteract it. So this could be at a good buy spot as well, but maybe looking like the trend here to the downside, meaning higher rates, so are to come. And we already know that. Yeah. So are people stepping into gold because of that reason? I mean, I haven't looked at silver too much.
Are the bond markets volatility on steroids potentially? Maybe that's the thing.
What is that leading towards? Is there a stock?
Nah, it's just a Barry Bonds joke.
Oh, Barry Bonds.
No.
Oh, for bonds. Yeah, that was a good one.
I had to. Whatever,
that was
man.
good. Bonds. Yeah, I get it.
And you know what? I actually think you should put the steroid guys in the Hall of Fame. I could care less. Just put that junk on there. Put that crap on the plaque and say.
I mean, everybody would know it.
This is what he did, and we did nothing to stop it, and he hit a bunch of bombs, and everyone made a lot of money off of it, and it was a lot of fun for people to watch. I actually am looking at silver. The thing I didn't like about it was the gap. Actually, that's not true. The thing that I like the fact that it's gapping up. That's a good sign. What it didn't give is like the whole patented pullback into prior high, because like you look at this prior support, which was so good, and this is SLV, I know, so obviously I'm not talking about spot silver prices, so it'll be different numbers. It's about 56.7, and we're pretty far removed from that. Like that's halfway through this gap that we have. Or like to get back into here, I think you almost look like halfway. That would be one play, or just allow it to hold low and try to look at VWAP. But I want to be long, but if it's gonna pull back, you got to be willing to sort of weather that storm that could come back in. But I feel if you're looking bullish today, that is one place that makes a ton of sense. There are some small cappers. I was telling Sharif, there was the Chinese runner of the day, and I hate to try, like, what is ZCMD? Zong Chao Inc. Let's see how that. Oh, it's back under VWAP. It's already dead.
Okay.
So that one's already dead. I feel like, but you can't discount this one. I don't know if this is your cup of tea, Sharif, because this is a like Hertz is a post-earnings legitimate rally after it's a real catalyst, right? Like having a solid quarter is an actual catalyst. I don't care how bad the stock is. And now it's day 2 with a 70% short float on Hertz. I don't know why this is coding like it's red on this daily chart. But anyways, 27% to the upside after gapping up again. Huge move. It held that $2 in the afternoon. So this one, it doesn't necessarily have the, look, it's not a 1 million float Chinese ADR or whatever, but it's still.
Well, then forget about it.
It's still one of the ones that's going, Sharif.
I like the fact that it's holding structure, Neil. So you can see 250, clearly a resistance area on the chart over here. Very, very clear area, basically from the drop at 4 a.m. You couldn't clear 250. That is, of course, until about 7:30 this morning. And then lo and behold, all of a sudden for the last about 45 minutes, we've been holding 250 as support. So that's the kind of thing that I look for. Is it respecting structure? Is it predictable? And this one, so far, so good. But you're still below, technically, the pre-market high at around 280. You're working into that 260 area. I also want to mention, not DOCS, but SLGB. So this one did break out into that $1 area. It's pulling back a little bit now into about 83. The good news is VWAP's around 80. It's a different trade north and south of $1, but you can sometimes build a position south of the dollar, especially at a key area of technical support like VWAP or the 10 EMA, or if there's another price action area of resistance area that's acting as support until you're decisively clear that dollar. This one didn't. I think it got into about 104 or 105 a day.
Now let's talk here about NET, a name that is not a small cap and is actually poised to gain market cap this morning if we open where we're currently trading. This was a strong quarter for NET, and they raised guidance for fiscal year. There's not much to dislike with this NET report here.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Adara. Q2 results, $696 million in revenue. That's up 36% year over year. 29 pennies EPS, beating the 27 expected by analysts. And shares were up 17%. Who can complain about that? Some interesting parts of the report here. CEO Matthew Prince, he kind of revealed that over 50% of the network traffic now, at least on his network, is agentic. So we're talking more about this internet, being replaced by humans and more by agents. Well, the data is starting to support it, not fully, but interesting observation from him. Also, he was able to retain clients a lot better than he was able to last year. 120% net retention jump. It was driven by rapid enterprise expansion as well as developer adoption on their worker platform. Good look there. And then he has an aggressive guide here. Their $58 million full year guidance bump with $2.867 billion as the midpoint. So not a bad look, and a lot of current remaining performance obligations, which surged also about 35%.
Nothing but net here for NET?
Ooh, yeah,
that's a pretty good one.
That's a good one. That works. Because how many stocks, is there anything in broad AI stocks? I don't even want to narrow it down. And show me one that even with the last pullbacks that we've had in the space, where it just held higher lows and even has condensed and accelerated and has broken out. There wasn't really even a drawdown here for them. The pullback was muted, I think, relative to the rest of the market, and the breakout has been spectacular. This was up, breaking highs, and one of the things I was saying yesterday is oh man, that 300 fail. Oh, someone getting wary of it because the day before you're reporting, you're failing a high break, which sometimes can be a little bit make the stock a little bit skittish. No, they blew it out the water, and now it's clean, surging, and it's into a new area. I mean, the downside, I would say, is Cloudflare, there's just literally no volume on this stock. It's on 41,000 shares, and that's probably good relative volume for it because it doesn't normally trade a lot. So for a day trade, there's just not likely to be anything there. Usually, when you have an obvious support like a 325 and it's gapped up this far, you want to wait out the open on something that was liquid to see if it holds the initial support, the profit taking in the opening range. And then if that happens, you look for a bounce at that point because it's already gapped up so far, but there's just not a lot of volume to like. But it is one of the best looking charts you'll find. The things that drew back the least, to have this much explosion still when they take out the highs, yeah, good one with Cloudflare. Just don't really see enough volume to really trade it. But we do see, what do you got? What's on the plate?
Chicken samosas.
I guessed wrong.
No. You might have guessed right because it might.
You think it'll still be bacon?
I still think it'll be eggs. Oh, the bacon.
I wanted bacon.
Yeah.
I was guessing we get some bacon.
Is it what is the protein? Is it scrambled? No, scrambled eggs. What do you mean chicken?
There's no eggs?
No.
No bacon?
No.
So it's just samosas for breakfast?
You're looking at them.
No, there's something else.
We're having some hard times around here, so you guys start trading more shares, everybody. We need to start to get a little bit more.
That's cap.
There it is. Yeah.
There's never only just samosas.
No,
He's messing with us.
I think he might be messing with us here, but we'll see. Maybe he is not. Yeah, no. The mode around these guys, they handle 20% of web data right now. So 20% is web traffic. Cloudflare, right? That gives them a good insight into cybersecurity and the needs of all their clients. So they can see They also have this AI, the crawl control I was just reading about. So, able to handle some of those bots that are going out there as well for Cloudflare. They're in, many startups are using these guys. They have some freemium tiers you can get involved in. The AI Edge, as we were just talking about there's just different businesses I don't even really understand that they're involved in here. Trust platforms, SaaS platforms. Zscaler is a big one, competing directly with Zscaler and PanW. Their VPNs. Everything is just they're kind of, as Neil mentioned, like an all-in-one autonomy, AI, web. It's just working, and I don't try to act like I know enough about it. This break right there of 280 really started everything going, right? And so that happened a couple of days ago, and then you get a good number. So here we go. With only 10 minutes left, it's hard to write down a little bit of a watch list. I mean, watch list is no problem, but exact levels and everything, we're now 9 minutes away from the non-farms payroll. So that's going to be a big change here today. But yeah, Cloudflare today, just what a great stock. And whenever there's a gap, we say play to VWAP, but right now it's been doing nothing in the pre-market. So VWAP just hangs around there. So if we do drop down, we're not going to get to 305. I mean, I think it was too good of a number, but that would be the spot here between 305 and 310 for myself to start to look at a little bit of a bid. So, all right, I'm sure these chicken samosas are great, but there may be more in the back. We'll have to find out. We have Joe right now. Off of some CPU issues yesterday, we're ready to rock and roll today with the upgrade. Oh no, today's the options to start off with. So let's go find out which options are looking spicy here heading into a Friday.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. Guys, we have a bunch of contracts that are going to be expiring today, so let's keep an eye out for some of these key levels. First on the list, we have the S&P 500 SPY here. Guys, we're going to be looking at this $770 level to see if we have the ability to break through or we reject it. There is some open interest, a lot of volume as there typically is, over 12 million contracts through all strikes yesterday. So let's take a look at this $770 marker, 10,000 contracts there, guys, and then 84,300 open and closed at that specific level on yesterday's session. Now, as for the NASDAQ here, the triple Qs, guys, it's $720. Another level we're going to be keeping our eyes out just due to gamma exposure, but open interest sitting at 15,400 contracts, 57,000 open and closed on yesterday's session. Once again, these are both going to be expiring at the end of the day. Now, as for NVDA, guys, $220. We did have the ability to climb north of that yesterday, but there is some more gamma exposure south of this, but this is what I wanted to find that was slightly at the money, out of the money. Now, here's open interest, 55,000 contracts, all right, guys, but a substantial 223,000 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session. Once again, we'll keep an eye out for this 220 marker and how the underlying reacts around this level, all right? Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the put activity. SanDisk, some of the other memory names selling off after their earnings report. Now, can we hold up? Don't forget, this is a relatively expensive underlying asset, guys, expiring on Friday. $1,200 we're going to be keeping an eye on. I understand that we're north of this, but volume 6,200 contracts and open interest sitting at 2,000 flat. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. And then as for Google, $350 is where I'm going to be looking just in case we decide to sell a little bit here for a potential floor and a rebound. We grabbed some Google at $350 a couple of weeks ago. Let's see if we're going to have the opportunity to do the exact same thing again. Volume, 16,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session with still 5,210 outstanding. Let's keep an eye out with some of these levels, guys.
Thanks, Joe. Speaking of levels, with 7 minutes to go till that, 6 minutes to go till that NFP number. Alphabet, it's got a pretty, I want to say, like, obvious bottom because it held the low from the C-suite shakeup on Wednesday just under 357, and then that was the low again there. So it kind of gives you a nice little over-under level. Okay, well, depending on what happens in 5 minutes, if you bounce from there, then you've got yourself a support level. If we hold underneath 357 going into the open, or off the open, then you've got a short level with a bit of a gap to fill. So that's something where at least you have a key price that you can likely key off of. Just you don't really know what the direction it's going to go. We don't know what's going to happen with NFP. That's an intriguing one. And then that 350 gives you a bit of a next support level for Alphabet. Good stock. It's also the 50-period moving average on the daily. I think I'll double check. That's actually above, so 353-ish. So it'll get to the 50 on the daily before it gets to that 350 support. So there's a couple places, I suppose, that you could look. But for a level like that, I'd be looking after NFP to see whether it's holding on. It's one thing to look at, as Sean was saying, like you can have like the levels that are a little further away, stock's gapping up and it's doing its own thing. Like those you can sort of throw in there. But if the stock is just cresting right on the precipice of a support level or resistance level, you do want to see that number come through.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the same thing about the Qs there. Obviously it's a good look looking at the NASDAQ. I mean, this is the one index that is not at all-time highs right now. And it's moments away from it. I mean, we just talked, it's funny because that individual that gave us that super chat a couple of days ago that asked about 725, I mean, that seems to have been, we did pop over it for one day into 728. And of course the super chat was weeks out, but you know, that might be a level. You know, you might have a level here of around 730 on the triple Qs. Now let's wait. We're now 4 minutes away from this number. I don't know if we spike up 2% to get up to that level, but this is a good little short area if it does spike into here. So we'll have to wait for the NASDAQ, now moments away. We should have Michael, as we mentioned here, coming through at some point after that. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. And what the numbers, of course, we just talked about it. What we were looking for on this, I tweeted them out as well, of course, but the numbers for non-farm payrolls just coming out right here. We're looking for 83 to 97K. I want to thank Adara for obviously helping out with all the watch lists and everything like that. Unemployment rate there coming 4.42. This is all on our watch list that you guys got in your email. And then we'll look for, I don't know, average hourly earnings, things like that, whatever. And then 11 o'clock consumer inflation, 1 o'clock Baker Hughes consumer credit. But it's right into here, man, the non-farm payrolls number. That's going to be coming out right now. And then we'll wait to see if there are any revisions to that prior number of 57,000 as well. And then the market is not decisive this morning. I mean, huge move down. I'm going to say huge. Huge is relative just into what we've seen on the chart, though. Nice move to the downside there. Bottomed out, then ripped back up, tried to go, made a new, or came into the new highs again, made a new move back in, bounced off those levels. So I'm thinking this is a long right now, trying to break through these highs. You know, looks now lower, higher lows over the last 30 minutes, you know, trying to break the highs. So we'll have to wait to see. I can't predict what this job number is going to be, but I do think this looking like it wants to break highs. So look for a short there if we get around that 725 into 730 for the T triple Qs. All right, Adair, we can throw it back to you a little early here. There's still 2.5 minutes to go before the jobs number, but you know, we're aware that there's going to be also, like I said, you know, revisions to the number, and we'll wait. We'll have this number live for you right now. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe. Everybody that's here with us today on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, wherever you're watching us live, give it a like. I think it's the little hearts you got to hit, or the thumbs up. I don't know what it is on TikTok, but go nuts. Hit it all. How
about this? Amare from TikTok, you tell us what to do.
Yeah,
you know
Amare's
what's up,
there.
Amare. We got Mr. Designs up in there as well.
Good.
So
Yeah,
you guys,
let's go.
Danger, Carlene.
Designs.
You guys let us know what to do up there in TikTok. But we'll get back up to the desk.
Yes, here we go.
For sure. Well, one place you could look for some forecasts, I don't know, I guess you could look at Kalshi. I don't know. I've never really had too much of a look at them for economic data. We usually have fun with the Fed or other things, but it'd be interesting to look back and sort of say, and they just give like little ranges and they give the percentages on the ranges, so it's a little bit more difficult to decipher. But
above 60,000.
So if you look at like what's like really low probability, there's nothing. Yeah, so I mean, 100,000 would be crazy, I suppose, because less than a quarter are thinking that. But you can make all these markets. Obviously, it's looking to be positive. 92%.
Above zero.
Yeah.
See, that should be a free 8% there.
That's one of those things. Like it makes me wonder because like that should be free, but then why is it there? What's the liquidity like? We're gonna find out. Let's go up to Adara. 1 minute to go.
Speaking of Kalshi, I was seeing on Polymarket, apparently they're now thinking that there's a pretty good chance we're actually not going to get the Clarity Act passed at any time in 2026. But now, with about 40 seconds to go until we get this employment data, let's break down once again what we are expecting. Non-farm payrolls, 80,000 forecast. Prior print, 57K. Unemployment rate, 4.2% forecast, 4.2% prior print. Average earnings year over year, 3.5% forecast, prior print of 3.5%. Sharif, any thoughts on what this number could be with 20 seconds to go?
No, just low, higher, low, fire. Let's see how this moves.
Yeah, let's see how this ends up shaking out. Again, guys, just 15 seconds till we get all of this employment data. Just a reminder here of what else to expect. It looks like we've got Fed Barkin at 10 a.m. and then President Trump speaking at a mining event at 3. So more housekeeping. 3, 2, 1 until we get this non-farm payroll print. I'm seeing numbers populate. Let's see what we end up getting here for non-farm payroll. Average, okay, non-farm payroll is negative 23K. That's going to be below the forecast of 80K and the prior print of 57K. Again, guys, negative U.S. non-farm payrolls print. Unemployment, a little bit lower than expected, though, 4.1% versus 4.2%. And average earnings, 3.2% below that 3.5% expected. So again, well below estimates for non-farm payrolls, below estimates for average earnings, and actually a little bit better here than expected for unemployment, 4.1% versus 4.2% expected. We get a spike here in the NASDAQ. Sharif, I don't think this number is what the market was expecting.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Adair, but we got higher prints last time. So it's like if you look at it on an aggregate and balance it out, you know, some come higher, some come lower. As you say, the unemployment rate dropped. I just feel like we're in a bit of a stagnant environment, as I said before the number. Low, higher, low, fire. Seems to like there's some balance.
Yeah, a little bit of balance here. In the meantime, I think we're ready to go if the guys are cool with it. We bring in Mr. Michael Noss over here from Stats Edge. Pretty crazy number there, Michael. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm watching, we're going to talk about gold today, and I'm watching gold ripping here. So I'll take that any day.
Yeah, very exciting here. I'm just going to put this number up on the screen so our audience can see that print here when it comes to NFPs. We're going to talk here, as you mentioned, gold. I'm going to pull up the slide here for you. The gold clocks. I'm guessing maybe some seasonality at play here. What can you tell us about your view on gold?
Yeah, so gold is interesting here, and I thought I would follow up on this one in particular, not just because we're in it, but because I mentioned it on Monday when I was here. So this first chart I have was actually what I brought to you guys on Monday, and just kind of mentioned that offhandedly. I think that there was some seasonality coming up that was interesting, and the monthly chart was down like 4 or 5 months in a row. So that first chart, you know, people might look at that and say, well, why are you going to buy that just like this? If it's down so much, it looks like it's pulling back off of an amazing rally. The next chart I just have shows kind of more of the trigger, where we bought in around 371 or so, give or take, at the beginning of the month on this next chart, which is just a weekly chart there, and just shows the momentum. So I wanted to kind of start with that just to show that, yes, the seasonality is cool and the seasonality is important, and we'll talk about that. But just like anything, I think you want to do the seasonality combined with some sort of price action, right? It doesn't matter if it's supposed to be an up month or if it's a seasonally strong period for whatever market you're looking at. If the price is just going down over and over again, you probably want to step back and avoid it. But if you can line those two things up and say, hey, you know, there's a nice trend here or a nice breakout and we're seasonally strong, might be time to pull the trigger. So what seasonality am I talking about? Well, in the next chart, we just talk about how there is a pretty green buying window. This is just each block here is a month, and the green months are months that are unusually high for gold. And you know, the next chart I think actually explains this a little bit better, where we see these seasonal windows that happen in gold, and they start around August and they go to September and sometimes end around February, that time. And you know, I say I've got festival and wedding season and New Year buying. We'll explain that a little more. The next chart is just a bar chart, and it shows on average the return of gold. You know, most of the time gold kind of drifts slowly higher. This is dated from 2005 to 2025, which is, I did that because that's when GLD, the ETF, exists. I went back even further with the gold futures contract, and this pattern still holds true. You can see that, you know, the wings of the month. So August all the way till February, those are really strong. And then in the middle of the year, we get some sort of choppy action and pullback in gold, which is interesting. If you think of May, June, those were both down. July was down as well, kind of flat, right? That was that monthly chart that I gave you. So it seems to be following this pattern. So I hope it continues to follow this pattern for next year. So next chart, what are the seasonal things that we're talking about? Well, in August, September, there's a big jewelry restock that generally happens, where people want to buy gold and they want to restock their inventories because that October, November, we have the Indian festival. So Diwali, I think I pronounced that right. I apologize if I didn't. But, wedding season, gift giving season, there's a lot of gold that kind of changes hands that way. And then November, December, we have the Western holidays. We have Christmas, obviously. So the people give jewelry as a gift. So this restocking is generally a way to front run that. January, February, you have Chinese New Year's. And that's what causes the seasonality. Doesn't mean it goes up every single year. That's why we're combining it a little bit with price action. So the next chart is just kind of a little bit of a trade breakdown here and just talks about how first we start with the window, which is gold through this favorable season. However, we wait for that confirmation, which I'm going to show you in the next chart, kind of what we actually looked for, which we want some push higher than we hold through the window. No real risk control on this one, no stop loss or trailing stop or anything cheeky like that, because it's gold, right? I'm not worried about waking up and gold is at zero tomorrow. We're only taking a small part of our portfolio on this anyway. So if we do have a down season in gold, that's going to be okay, right? This is kind of to pad out some stats, which I'll talk about just a second here. So next chart is kind of what we just sent off to traders. If someone wants to take a screenshot of this, I'm not going to go through it all, but just a nice little breakdown saying, this is the gold chart as we saw it. This is the entry, exit, stop loss, all of that, the reasons behind it. And then next we get into the important bit, which I think is the statistics. Now, if I just showed you this next slide, which is just the statistics behind the trade, you'd say, wow, right? 77% win rate, average winner is 15%, average loser 6%. That's amazing. That's, all I'm going to do is buy gold with my whole account every time this happens and live an amazing life. But I wouldn't be honest if I just gave you these headline numbers. That's why we're going to go to the last chart here, which is the equity curve. And the equity curve just shows more or less what it would actually be like. So yes, all of those statistics I quoted are true. When this thing fires off, it's got roughly 77% win rate with a 15% average winner and a 6% average loser. But you got to remember that's like once a year you're taking a trade. So if you look at kind of 2022 all the way to say 2023 or 2012, to 2023, you're talking a 10 to an 11 year period where there's just very eking up of an equity curve. There's not really much going on. And if you look at all the flat periods here on the chart, those are periods where the seasonality did not line up with the price action. So there's no trade there. So this is, I think, the importance of what I like to do and what we look for as statisticians is lots of small edges like this. Because if you were just trading this and you kind of hung your hat on this particular strategy, you got like an 11-year period where you're not making any money. And then you've got multi-year periods where you're just doing nothing. But this is the power of taking a small edge like this and then stacking it with other small edges every time you can find that opportunity. If they're uncorrelated in nature, it smooths out this equity return. So, in 2024, if you ended up doing this and in 2025 you did it, they were great trades. But you had to sit through a whole lot of kind of nonsense. So a little bit of a lesson in just looking at the headline numbers isn't necessarily the way to do it. Look at the equity curve. I know that there's going to be a lot of periods of time where, there's going to be no gain or a little bit of gain because those don't line up very well. But I'm hoping, especially with the chart, I like the chart as well, that we get a pretty good gold season. So just to kind of summarize, we're buying gold here because we're getting this nice confirmation on a seasonally strong period of time, and we're going to ride it until February and see what happens.
I like that look. And yeah, the seasonality aspect makes a lot of sense. I do have one question. So I know you've referred to silver as gold's crazy cousin. Silver also, of course, in that metal space. So I'm wondering, have you found, and I mean, this may be potentially a whole other research project, but would you say that there's a similar seasonal cycle, if not exactly the same, with silver as what we're seeing here with gold in terms of gifts, holidays, etc., or is it just more prominent here with gold? Yeah,
spot on. It does move very close with gold. The reason I chose gold as opposed to silver on this one is if you line up the statistics, the drawdowns that you have to experience in silver is so much more. When gold cracked its kind of parabolic uptrend it had there, it pulled back a bit, right? It wasn't a huge amount. It wasn't a super dramatic pullback. When silver did that, it got cut well in half. And if I'm going to hold something and that's just going to be a seasonal style trade of just buy it and set it and forget it, that extra risk for extra return for me is not worth it. I could see a case of someone saying, well, I'm just going to take less of the percentage of my account in that. but because it's silver's crazy cousin, I'm fairly certain I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and gold's going to be cut in half. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw that with silver, just the way the thing moves.
Yeah, a great look there. Thank you very much to Michael Noss over at Stats Edge for all of this information. Again, you can find him on the show every Monday and Friday around 8:30 a.m. Great information, Michael.
Thanks very much. See you Monday.
See you Monday.
All right, fantastic stuff as always by Mr. Michael Noss. Moving forward. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off as we typically do with some downgrades. At the top of our list, the trade desk getting its price target reduced to $16. That is down from $28, but we're still holding a buy rating, guys. We're down substantially here this morning after the report. 26.5%. UBS lowering its price target, all right? The trade desk faced continued macro pressure and a weaker Q2 outlook. When you lower the guidance, guys, Street is going to make you pay. The company improved sales execution, product updates, and growing momentum as well, too, cites the firm. Now, Paramount's guidance also to the downside here, guys, about 0.1%. We're getting our price target cut once again to $10. That's going to be down from $14. Morgan Stanley giving them the downgrade, still holding that overweight rating. Now, within this name, we know the Warner Brothers Discovery deal is still the dominant factor in the narrative of this specific name. Standalone Paramount reported better Q2 results and raised full year 26 guidance and synergy target. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things here, guys. Airbnb getting the nod. Outperform rating, you're up almost 7% this morning. And we're also going to get our price target increase to $190. That's up from $170. Now, Airbnb delivered a strong Q2 and accelerated growth with resilient travel demands. The company cites AI-powered products in the tune of AI and pricing tools supporting further estimate upsides. And finally on our list, we have Datadog holding on to positivity here, guys. $285 price target. That's up from $275. Scotiabank giving them the nod. Outperform rating here. Fundamentally sound Q2 results and guidance is what's really weighing on this name specifically. Scotia also states with the stock down, expectations are reset, but the risk to reward profile is leaning to the upside considering the stock got hit. Let's see if Datadog can find its way to recovery. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
With all these data plays and everything, Twilio, nice move upside there, Cloudflare. And by the way, like we showed that Kalshi there, and we just had, and Neil mentioned it yesterday because he was talking about how Kevin O'Leary a couple days ago was talking about how accurate these prediction markets are. That just would have gave you 88% right there.
I think it was like 90.
12,
I think it was 90.
Was it? I thought it was like 12% chance that it was going to come negative or something like that.
It was 92.
And
either way.
and remember, I was like, oh, that seems like a free 8% when it was greater than 0 or whatever that was. And so there you go. You just lost 92% of your money if you took. You lost 100% of it, but yeah, those.
But you only stood to win 8. It's crazy.
How that number even comes out negative there. We were just looking at the interest rates, still relatively unchanged, looking for those movements. But we'll check the Fed rate tool.
That's going to update.
Yeah, coming up very, very soon. But I was looking at the chat, and one thing we always see is we have the right reads, we have the right setups, but often traders are complaining about the wrong share size, myself included. Here's the truth. You've got the skills. Your account is just too small. Trade Funder has changed that. $100,000 for stocks, $25,000 for options right now today. And guess what? This is an incredible payout. You keep 80% of every dollar you make paid out every Friday. Hey, that's today. Never risk your own money. $99 to start. It's fully refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start in just an hour. There's no evaluation. There's no background checks. It's just you, and this is always awkward, and the size you've been missing. Scan the code on your screen. It's tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. Often you'll get different prop firms or whatever that will limit you to what you're able to trade and whatnot, but and a long sign-up process. Go find out from Trade Funder what they're all about and get paid on a Friday. It's always nice to get paid every single Friday.
Shout out to
Ooh,
DJ
we've never seen
That's a cool
that
one. There
there. Yeah, look, I wrote down gold on, but it's too bad because
It's gone now.
We'd already talked about it. IBIT, gold, like these were names that. There's the Qs, by the way, but here's gold. Like I was writing down this 200 period moving average between 391 and 392 here on the list. So it's on the sticky note at those levels. But then I had to adjust it as I was writing it, maybe a pullback into 395. Like we broke out yesterday, as Michael mentioned, he talked about it on Monday. The breakout seemed to have happened on gold this week, regardless of when it was. There's a 380 break. So I thought yesterday's up candle there, or 2 days ago, was part of the break. But yeah, down there into 370. Sometimes trades look too easy, like, with this interest rate environment, with the market at all-time highs, with gold being down 25%, with this base, it just looks great for that break. And it is too easy today with that jobs number. I was hoping that the number would come out relatively as expected, and we could. Like, look what gold was doing. It was starting to get back to the downside there, and then pop goes the weasel all the way through 401 right now is the top. So we'll have to wait to see if 401 winds up holding for GLD. But look, if you're looking at gold, silver, you're looking in the right spot today. IBIT also, you got silver up, so I'll leave that for a second. But IBIT also to the upside. So again, another name that we had written down, looked like it was coming back into 36.50, yesterday's closing prices, and your 200 period moving average. So we'll still trade these names, but we got to just move our expected dip buy zones a little higher there today. And I
like
was
a dollar higher in some
even
cases.
and even the Qs, like I was like, oh, it might get to that 725-ish area. Yeah, how about that? I mean, it's just a straight move. And the good thing about this move, and I don't want to jinx it, which I'm probably doing, is we haven't had that pullback yet, So normally the market will start to fade out a little bit after something like that. And now we're 17 minutes in, and you're still seeing upside and no pullback whatsoever. So TQ is going to be looked at today for sure. We will be going back to the futures and trading some of that today, whether or not it's gold futures, whether or not you're looking at oil. What is oil doing on this number? I don't think oil cares too much about employment rates,
it's
but yeah, it's pretty much still a downside there. It's nice to see oil finally. I filled up last night the Atlas there. It was 152.9, something like that. So that was really good. I felt like I hadn't seen a print near 140 in a while. Not in a
Speaking
while.
of prints,
Yeah.
I knew there had to be one. There had to be one small cap Chinese company that was still going. There's been one every single day. So I know the first one we pulled up, that was done. Looks like Nami, whatever. Jinshin Technology Holding Company, ADR, because that's what they all are. Now this one, does it have a story? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I don't see one, so probably not. There could be. They did regain compliance last month because that seems like it's always the case. Anyways, above VWAP actually breaking out on volume. Just keep in mind some of the ones from yesterday, like once they lost the bid, it was game over and it would just start trending down underneath the volume weighted average price. But the NAMI, certainly one to watch. We already went over gold and silver, so you have to move your dip buy targets. Like maybe it's VWAP. A lot of times that's a first look. Excuse me, pre-market lows if you're not going to fill in the gap. Because you want to be planning, if you like a long, you want to be planning for both directions, obviously. And that's, a lot of times, if the number had come the other way, we might have dipped into some of those good levels. Instead, we just have to try not to chase too much on this move. Because I hate chasing tops on an 830 number.
Yeah.
Good luck on Nami. Just try not to get rugged.
Yesterday, I was trying not to get rugged, and we didn't. It's funny because I didn't actually post out I didn't post out this trade all the way to completion, but we got involved in this wing yip yesterday off of this bid level, came back in, halted. We got involved in that second move there to the upside, got 16s out at 20. Our best outs were 20, so that was $4, and then it's too bad that I sent a screen cap to Sharif, so maybe there's more outs there, but there it was right there, and so that was the top. And so we just traded it like we trade everything, man. There was the bid. there was a level that we thought we liked on that. Once it halted at that level, we said, okay, let's go. We got out on the first move higher. Then we got out there at 1850. Then we got out on the next open up, and we only had 10% left that we got out for flat on the way back down. So this turned out to be one of the top stocks yesterday, and I only traded it one time right there. So definitely on the watch out, and thanks for everybody in the chat. Everyone was really excited that we got involved in that name yesterday. But yeah, as Neil said there, or Sharif, and there was discussing, these moves don't have to last for a long time. And now today you're down 41% on this name. So, I really like the way that I traded it yesterday, and that just because it made sense. It went to the upside. You take the profits that are there. And then I tried to hold a little bit of a runner, and I did hold that 10%, and we talked about it all the way back in, and then it just kind of fell apart there into the close yesterday. So
just so people can see what it looks like when it immediately reverses, this was one of the Chinese ones yesterday.
Yeah.
Like the volume lasted from when it went, how many bars is that? I don't know, like 4 or 5, so 15 or 20 minutes. And then after that, it just died. And when it lost the up, it just trended down for almost the entirety of the session. And most of these Chinese ADRs, small caps, had been doing that at some point to you. A few of them are going to last a little bit longer than others, but the end game seems to always be the same. So just be very, very careful. I just saw another, like, the market's going through the highs. Guess what's not? I love me a good Frosty. I love a Frosty. I mean, it's a great, Wendy's is delicious, but relative weakness, this one just tagged the lows. There's a lot of people, we keep seeing, Wendy's is the next squeeze stock and this and that. I don't know where it comes from, but it's not happening today. $7. Well, you guys, anybody looking at a daily chart can see the support at $7. $6.96. Yeah. So when the market's relatively strong, here's one that's under some pressure, potential flat bottom break.
Yeah,
they got the Baconator too.
we like the flat bottom break.
I like the Baconator.
We don't have any Baconators around here though these days. We got we only got the minced chicken samosa.
Sharif's not happy with that because he's like, there's no protein in the chicken samosa.
Yeah, we saw that one there. Well, there is protein.
I mean,
there's just
it's chicken.
It's
so
chicken, yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, here's another one there brought to you by Bovin. I've heard of that guy before.
Who?
Apparently we go Boom Bovin, we do Get It Bovins, and we do we do Case. We got Case.
Yes.
Is Case in the chat? Right there. Shout out to my guy Sharif in the back.
I haven't seen Case.
All right, so here we go. Big Tree. We didn't see Case yet. Big Tree Cloud Holdings. Right there. So 49 short float of 49,000. Just showing 4% short float right now, but the float itself is only 1 million shares. So here you go. Big Tree Cloud Holding today. Upside on. I guess this is just the note is about docs. So a cloud name coming through, right? We just saw Cloudflare and any which is symbol net starting to go up to the upside. So DSY right here. Thank you, Bovin. There, 8 million shares today. I guess the Bovin count's going higher the more I say it here today.
The OG.
5. Yeah, the OG Bovin. That's another one there. Good one, Neil. $5 right there to the downside right now. You guys. Take what off? What happened, Joe? What does it say? Oh, yeah, well, look, what's wrong with that? You could be a stripper and be gay. You could be a gay stripper. Well, come on, Joe. What's the problem with that, my guy? If it said straight stripper, we'd be fine with it. I mean, come on. All right, so straight to the... Joe getting a little red in the face over there. Okay.
Just a little.
Okay, Joe. I mean...
Joe has never been that red.
This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying to be to each their own. You guys slept on GDXU.
We spent a lot of time talking about gold, but
yeah,
I guess but this is like a 2x for GDX.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, gold miners. Hey, gold goes up, the miners go up. Some people say there's sometimes a little bit more upside, occasionally with the miners, but with 2x leverage, there's nothing wrong with it. I would say, like, if you're going to be playing 2x levered or 3x or whatever those ETFs are, remember they are short-term trading vehicles. They're not meant for longer-term play. So when, like Michael was talking about buying gold and holding it till February, right? Mm-hmm. Well, you wouldn't hold GDXU till February. That would be absolutely insane. But these are good. They are good. You just want to make sure, a couple of things. You want to make sure there's enough volume. That's an important thing. And that the underlying, you don't want it to have so much volatility that it could blow up that leverage ETF. right? Like what happened with the Lucid one. So those are the two things. So GDXU probably doesn't have that. Liquidity looks solid to me. It's done 600,000.
Yeah, it's a pretty common.
Yeah, GDX
thing.
is probably fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, we like gold. We like gold, silver, and Bitcoin today. So that does fall right into it. And thanks for the gift on TikTok.
Ha 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 ha, says CR 1 cent. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here with us on a Friday. No better spot to start your Friday than with us right here. So, all right, yeah, let's go, man. Bitcoin's still going higher, gold's still going higher, everything mooning right now. The NASDAQ was relatively calm. Remember I was saying that it looked like, and it did like, hard to predict, but right when it was down here, we were talking about it bouncing off VWAP, making highs, and I was saying that our lows were getting higher, and then boom goes the dynamite there. But to have predicted that kind of a, like we already showed you the Kalshi number, right? It was like under 10% or something for a negative number or in and around there. So 90% thought the other way today, and there it goes upside. And when someone's thinking one way and the other way happens, this is generally the spike in the market, or any stock, anything you're talking about can always, sort of show up. So we'll see if there's a turnaround spot. We had talked about the Qs in and around that 725 area. So that's getting awfully close right now to potential area where we could see some supply come in. So 725 to 726 on the NASDAQ as a top look there. And then we can just quickly, we'll throw it back because we only have a couple more minutes left right now. But there it is now. Wow, now it's completely the other way around.
Yeah, see.
So we just showed this to you 20 minutes ago, and it was the other way around. So it was 57% was on this side. So we are now, and you can just check from what it was yesterday, right? Like just yesterday, there it was. 45% chance that we stayed put, 55% chance for a rate hike. So that's why the market right now has that gas underneath it, right? Is that it's looking like we're not getting that negative move higher. It's a good move higher, depending on where if you've got cash, you want to have a higher interest rate as well. But if you're in equities, like the majority, I'm pretty sure the majority of us are, then NASDAQ going upside is well.
Did we get the super chat?
Spotted. I saw a super chat there and it left away. It went away.
Cheese in a chair.
Oh, here we go.
Please, you mean hand. Please hand this $5 to Joe $1 at a time very slowly.
Ouch. Yeah, Joe. I think Joe went to go. Oh, Joe's over there getting his mic.
That
over there right
just
now.
happened.
He does like the single bills. It's much easier. Or here, if you're in Toronto, don't throw loonies. That could hurt.
No, see that's
you don't want to throw.
That's
we don't actually have dollar bills.
Even like the $2 is like a toonie, so you're throwing.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. That's why 5 is the best.
You could
Joe
take an
takes
eye
fives.
out, man.
Fives
Seriously.
is good for sure. So. Shout out there. That was a fun little moment there in time. And thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time today. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's 8:57. The watch list is out. You can go get it on the description, right there, link in description. Go grab that watch list. A lot of work and effort puts into it. It's a new format. I hope you guys are enjoying that as well. But, yeah, it's just going to be a wild day today now, I feel like, with the market doing this. So, and then we also have right there, SPCE.
I haven't even mentioned SpaceX.
I wrote this down. This is on my note today at 118 into those pre-market levels there, and we'll see if that holds out. Looking for the short, but it might not be a short today, SpaceX. But look at the market, up 1.2, SpaceX flat. So yeah, maybe there's something to it. It didn't really catch fire there like some of the rest of the market did on this number. So even Apple was another one that I was thinking about as a short today with SpaceX too, because both these names not really participating right now in this higher move, right? Apple's did have a spot, and then it's come back down while the market's kind of just chilling. So yeah, a couple things to look at here today for sure. It's 8:58. We can start the rundown. It's up to the guys, Joe, Sharif, Adara here in the back. It's been a good morning, lots of fun. We want to thank Michael Noss for coming out today as well. But yeah, let's throw it back to Adara and Sharif and get this party started here at 9 a.m.
A party can start without an invitation, and our watch list is our invitation to you to take a look at what we're going to be looking at every single day these markets are open. How do you get this watch list, you may ask, which includes info on earnings, etc. You can either type that URL that you see on the screen, or you can hit the link in the description, whatever floats your boat. In the meantime, I can tell you certainly what is sinking, unfortunately, maybe some boats right now, it's TTD. The trade desk is currently at pre-market lows. This thing was down well over 20% last time that I checked, and it's only going lower, unfortunately. This was a double miss. Guidance, as Neil mentioned, about 20% off estimates, and not in a good way. Yeah, it's I mean, it might be fun to trade, but it's certainly not fun to look at this chart or this report, the trade desk here, Sharif.
Yeah, $750 million in revenue. That's only up 3% year over year. That's anemic growth right there. EPS of 34 misses consensus estimate. You look at the 8K. Stock-based compensation really ate into some of their earnings there. They had GAAP net income of $157.6 million, but when you actually look at their GAAP net income, it's only down to 64.4. A lot of that was based on stock-based compensation. Adjusted EBITDA margins compressed minus 500 basis points sequentially. You also had a sharp sequential guidance rollback. They're guiding down now for Q3, $650 million. That was from the previous guide of $715, pardon me. So a bit of a tough look here, Dare.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like literally a tough look. Sharif mentioned that adjusted EBITDA margin declined, as you guys can see here, 34% for Q2 26, Q2 25, 39%, right? So you can literally see that decline. We're also, I mean, compared to how well this adjusted EBITDA margin was growing through fiscal 25, these last 2 quarters, pretty disappointing. Now, revenue growth, also interesting here. As you guys can see, it has slowed every quarter over the last 6 quarters. This is not a good look for TTD. This visual will be posted probably about an hour and a half from now on X at TTV Research, so stay tuned if you want to look at this in a bit more details. But yeah, it's a rough look, it's a rough read, it's a rough everything, unfortunately, for TTD.
So whenever that, in the long term, whenever that revenue growth flattens out and looks like it's stopped the decline, that's probably a time to maybe take a look at the stock. To like it. There's way too many things today that are options for long without trying to find a bottom feeder. And it doesn't mean that it couldn't have found a low, like maybe it has, but the market looks pretty strong today right now, so I feel like you don't have to force this one. Like I was saying earlier, you have to zoom out really far. The beginning of 2019 is the last time the trade desk traded at these prices. It's pretty nasty. If there is, at the time I wrote down the 13 level because it was cresting that 13 and there was resistance there. So it's still a chance the market is strong enough it could get a bounce. If it does a fail break of 13 even, then I like that for a short on trade desk. Anything else, I'm not touching it. Normally, there's sometimes I'd like an SSR bounce. I'd have felt a bit better if it had moved an inch off the lows when the market started screaming. Like that tells you something. Like it's down 29% at lows it hasn't seen in 7 years. The market blasts on a strong number, or on the chance of rates going, lower chance of rates going down. Not rates aren't going to, rates going higher. And this stock cannot catch a bid. So that's telling you something, and I'm going to try to listen to that.
I mean, think about what these guys do. They try to sell advertising, and online advertising. And so what you're dealing with when you're trying to sell online advertising, who exactly you're trying to sell that to, right? There's companies out there that you're trying to say, hey, we have the data. We know, where to put your ads. We know, which products, for example, your customers are looking at, how to integrate that, how to flow. But Amazon also knows how to do that. Google does that, right? Microsoft, all these companies that have all of the consumer data, they're also the ones putting out and selling ad space. So all of a sudden, that game that you were in is now just being compressed and your margins are now being shrunk down and the trade desk is over with. This company is over with. I don't, unless they get bought out or something like that, there's no way this is going to survive. Like Amazon and Google are just too huge and they're doing it themselves now. So, if you get someone calling you, trying to get you online and you're looking to get, more exposure, this or that, are you going to go to the trade desk? You're going to, go to Amazon, you're going to go to Google. And what the problem is the only thing that these guys are going to have to offer is maybe a better pricing structure, different models, and then Google is just an Amazon. I mean, they could even take a loss probably on your business to get you into their realm. So I don't like it. I don't like the business, and I don't think there's a wall or there's a moat around them. There's nothing. If anything, man, it's caving in on these guys right now, and you can see that down 30%. Like you thought it was bad, well, now it's even worse. So you've broken. It's now to the downside. I just don't see other than a bounce. Like it's for day trading completely a different story altogether, and we could get that bounce today, but down 30%, I mean, it's more than was expected. Whenever there is that gap, I mean, it's the same saying I say all the time, there's the VWAP right there. And we'll just have to wait to see if we wind up taking 1270 or not, but I'm thinking this is a short if we get anywhere back up near 13. If someone wants to try to buy this name, I think we should be sitting there willing to sell it. This is, might be a squeeze today. Did you check out what the short flow was? I think we talked about that earlier.
Actually, I did.
I think it's quite large because what I'm trying to tell people is not rocket science if I'm telling it to you.
20.
Yeah, so 20% short on that float right now. So yeah, bigger name. I mean, this still shouldn't even be valued in the billions. And it is right now $8.3 billion market cap. So, there's probably other names there. If you sort of did a filter on billion-dollar companies and something around 10, there's probably names, other than the trade desk that you may be interested in. So yeah, no, for me, it's a pretty hard pass here on the trade desk today, except for a short around 13 bucks.
Now let's take a look here at META. Meta right now, pretty stagnant. Not a lot of movement here in the stock, but I think certainly worth noticing. We have an update on that New Mexico trial. Apparently, New Mexico judge ordering Meta to pay up, and Meta saying they're not interested in doing that. They're going to appeal.
Yeah, well, there could be grounds for appeal because there was some creative inspiration by this judge. Let's talk about the details first. So the judge ordering Meta to pay $567 million to a New Mexico youth abatement fund. That's in addition to the $942 million, I believe, $375 million that they had to pay in March as a result of a jury verdict. So total, cumulatively here, $942 million that they're on the hook for. But this suit was brought by the state vis-a-vis the public nuisance tort. So public nuisance developed basically in the early 19th century when factories were polluting everywhere. And so there had to be some recourse for residents to take action on the factory. And that's kind of what Meta used as their defense here. But that fell on deaf ears. The judge wasn't having it. Interesting look. So here's what he said. So the judge flipped the logic on Meta, and he said that Meta's platform is actually the factory that was polluting, and its ad content is the product, and the psychological harm and the sexual exploitation that were, I guess, proved at first instance here of the children is the pollution that must be abated under the public nuisance law. So, a wide expansion of public nuisance, and so that obviously is a question of law and subject to appeal. But the judge also took Meta's side when it came to the request, basically to be on the hook for 15 years. That's what the state wanted. So the state of New Mexico argued that Meta should single-handedly fund a 15-year mental health overhaul. The judge ruled no, Meta's only responsible, quote, to the extent of its contributions. Citing factors like poverty and trauma, he scaled back the state's proposed 15-year abatement to 5. And then the state also wanted an independent monitor to look at Meta's platform, to audit their algorithm, to see how people under the age of 18 were being targeted specifically. The judge ruled against that. He did, though, insist that there be certain platform changes. For example, he said anybody under 18 needs to have a private account by default. And then he also says we need to block minors from search recommendations. Who's opened up Instagram or Facebook, and then you just get all these schmucks. You don't even know who they are, but they're being recommended to you. But the mandatory state regulator was decided against the DARE.
Yeah, this is an interesting look here, Sharif, because I mean, under $1 billion, that's not a big issue for Meta. I think the issue would have to be, or the concern would have to be, about other states following
Exactly.
suit, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Well said.
So it's an interesting look here for META, but is it an interesting look on the chart for META for you guys, or even Snapchat for that matter?
They just continue to be under the crosshairs. And, the other thing, too, is, remember we were just talking about the trade desk? Obviously, not the same thing, but how the market had that nice rally at 8:30. Meta didn't do anything either. So it's like, okay, well, when the market rallies, what gets bought up this morning? You look at that and you look at what doesn't get bought up. And Meta falls squarely into the latter category. And it barely even moved yesterday. This was one of the probably most boring stocks to look at. So until it starts trading outside of this range, get the juice to get up to 600. Look at all of the opportunities, 6 to 605, where there's been some sell action. That's one spot to look at potentially for today. But it just cannot seem like that was the last hurdle. It couldn't break that 600 level. So if it's not trying to test that on market strength, it's kind of a nothing burger here with Meta. And basically, if you're not buying this little triple bottom down there, there's been little to go from for them. They seem to be in the news for all of the wrong reason, and then you make the direct comparison to 3 fantastic quarters from some Mag 7 names, And they're trying to also crack into a business which is difficult to compete in. They want to sell off some extra clout. Well, guess who's been doing it before, right? You want to make the glasses work? Well, guess what you've never really been doing at a big scale, which is sell a physical product. Like, these are things that are new for them. It doesn't mean they can't succeed, but you get a chance to bet on companies that have done it before who already have good margins, and that ends up being a problem.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I just don't, I'm in Meta. I probably have too many shares, but, we should have, always coulda, shoulda, woulda with this stock, it seems like. Like, every single time there's a negative story out there, it's kind of like, man, why didn't I sell when there was positive news? Because once this stock gets hit, like, this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, big movement to the downside right here. So it's nice that we've got a recovery, that's for sure. Would love to see this name trade above $600. And then I think you can get back up into these areas. And then I think we'll just get a little bit lighter on it. Like, I'd rather be in almost, even Tesla, I think I'd rather be in almost every single other Mag 7 name right now than Meta, to be honest with you, because I do think that Tesla does have a little bit of interest, for me anyways, behind them as far as what's going to happen with SpaceX and a potential merger there. You want to talk about selling compute and XAI and all that. I just think that, Tesla's a little bit better in position with that than a Meta for right now. But as we mentioned, man, that Muse coding and all that kind of stuff. And, there's definitely things they're working on. They're not sitting on their hands, that's for sure. But yeah, yesterday, look at Meta during yesterday, right? Pretty much doing nothing. The market's up 1% here. This is what Meta looks like. So, it's not interesting. And yesterday I said it again, like, how in the world are we supposed to be trading this? And I stand, packed with that. It's tough. It's tough as a day trade. Maybe it's a good long-term investment down here. The PEs could be something else. It's in the doghouse. There's not enough juice under it right now. And you thought with some of these releases, it would have already got going. But the fact that it's not is a little bit of a concern. But these numbers are good. Like, there's a lot right now. NVIDIA, there's a lot of names. We talked about Google's P, and now Google's back up. When we bought it at 320, it was a little different. But right there, 19 forward PE, let's call it 20 forward and 22 current. Like, those are pretty decent. That's actually less than the current market multiple. So if you are excited about this market moving forward and you think you have something in Meta, then it's probably a buy down here at this current valuation, and you just sort of let it move upside. Remember, they still haven't monetized WhatsApp to the full capacity that I feel they probably could. And then new days on all of this sort of new coding that they're trying to do right now. So yeah, maybe there's something there. And I opened up, was it WhatsApp yesterday? I forget what it was. It might have been Facebook or something, and it automatically gave options. Like, it said, like, oh, do you want a joke or something about, like, it was trying to get me to use.
Trying to prompt.
To prompt, to me just to use the LLM as a basic function there, because or maybe it's to ask me to make a picture of one of my posts or something like that. Anyways, I don't know. This is the whole large language model thing right now. It's like, which one do you want to use and why do you want to use it?
What's getting used for?
And he talked about the expense of it as well. Yeah, I just want to show the NASDAQ, then we're going to go back over to Sharif because he wants to say, okay, you can ask me. Just hold on. 30,000 right here. Now the NASDAQ. We said that it hadn't fallen back in, but right now it is. Yeah, what's up, Sharif?
Katina, man, so we got you on the new Siri. So I just wanted a little feedback from you. How you liking it? Are you using it, Katina, man? What's going on?
Very appropriate to ask me that. I haven't used it once. I don't even, no, because I don't know what I would use it for.
Well,
I really don't. I don't. Like, what do you use it? Like, I'll just
the same thing that I use chat for, Katina, man. I'm trying to kind of migrate my chat queries into Siri. That's what I'm trying to do.
So do you use it? Do you click on the app, or do you use that little drop down?
The drop one.
Okay, my guy. I see that too. Yeah. So, all right, maybe I'll start. But I really don't. Like, I'm not on my phone as much. Like, what I'll use it for is here. Like, I'll just ask, what is the bear case for Atlassian, or things like that, or looking up sports-related stuff or equipment stuff, or basic things like that, or for when Joe goes to Boston, what to do in downtown Boston.
What's a good place
things like
to eat?
that.
I'm feeling like this.
All those, right, Joe. What I'm saying, or like, what's a good burger place in Liberty Village? I can either ask large language model, or I can ask my guy Joe over here.
I'm going to the game. I want Thai food. Where am I going? It's not, but that's part of the issue with what this is getting used for and how expensive it is. And this is not necessarily the use cases the bill is for. You need to not look realistically. You've got to have enterprise using AI to gain productivity to justify the spend that we are having. But I feel like that's a lot of people's experiences. What we could also use it for is to figure out what to do with AAOI today on this volume.
We're going to talk about AAOI. Before I do that, though, I want to provide a little bit of an update here with regards to rate expectations. So before we had this, again, lower than expected NFP print at 8:30 a.m., we were seeing roughly anywhere from 55 to 60% chance of a 25 basis point hike in September. That's now flipped. So now we're seeing about a 56% chance of rates being held in September, 44% chance of a hike. So we're actually now going from, again, majority of participants expecting that we're not going to get that hike now. That's an interesting look. Again, that's just after that NFP print. Now, the other thing that's changing here is we're seeing just one hike now going forward from September 26 all the way to December of 27. That hike, as of right now, expected to maybe take place here in October of 2026. So quick update there with regards to rate odds. Now let's take a look at AAOI and find out what the odds are of this continuing to go to the upside. AAOI, kind of a mixed report here, but certainly one that was well received by investors, at least for the most part. I was looking through these numbers as well. You had year-over-year growth across all of its revenue segments.
Yeah, the guide was light. We should also mention that the Financial Times reported yesterday that Chair Kevin Warsh apparently is warming up to a possible rate hike in September. So that's being reported by the Financial Times. To make of that what you will. Let's talk about this though. So revenue surging 86% year over year, up to basically $92 million. Non-GAAP EPS 6 pennies, beating expectations, but the guide was a little light despite the top and bottom line beat in Q2. Q3 non-GAAP EPS of 11 pennies, well short of the 26 expected by analysts. And the midpoint here is 18.5, so clear miss there. It fell short of that consensus. But let's talk about, the main problem here. It is a bottleneck in capacity. They have so much demand, but very little in the way of capacity. They're unable to meet all the needs, especially for their 800G and 1.6T optical transceivers. They're saying basically, look, our current manufacturing output is very limited and we're unable to kind of meet all the demands of our clients. 800G though, despite the fact that they are supply constrained, they expect that revenue, which came in at $12.8 million in Q2, to 5x sequentially in Q3. Good look there, perhaps why this is ripping up. Component supply shortages continue to be a drag. Third quarter top line guidance of $255 to $290 million. That does absorb about $20 to $25 million in orders that it cannot meet. And then last but not least, Adara, because there's so much demand, they're pouring a lot of CapEx into their Sugar Land, Texas facility where they hope they'll be able to pump out some new optical transceivers by late 28.
Yeah, my understanding based on where their earnings report came from, I think they're actually headquartered in Sugar Land. So good look there for AAOI. Are you guys looking at this one as a trade or even any of its peers in that optoelectronic space?
Well, I feel like it's at least with like these guys, it's that we'd sell more if we could make more. Story is playing well right now, and you've had a nice little relief rally. It's got all the technical stuff you want: 50 period gone, 200 period sloping up. It's sustained to some degree this breakout 140. Here would be the troubling thing: never traded it before. The spread right now is 75 cents, and it's 10 minutes or just over 10 minutes until the open. So if you lose this breakout over 140, like what's that gap? The gap to yesterday's high is 132. To this prior low was a 135. So there's a big time gap if it loses this 140 right away that you'd have to sustain, which does make it a little bit better for like a late break, watch it settle down type of play. There's just so much to look at. I know we don't even have it on there. I know we've gone over gold and silver, and then of course IBIT are going to be playing trade desk, is going to be moving around, and then SpaceX is flat, but it's been leading volume literally every single day, so you know what's going to be there. So I'm staying away from AAOI. I'd rather look at it as a continuation play if it's going to prove it can break out, because if it tries to fill in the gap, I think as spready as it is, like your slippage could be nasty if you try to buy the dip on this stock. And given that we had to pump up in the market and now pulling back after 8:30, the longs are traditionally those dip buys. And this is one that Not on earnings, not when it's already thin, because it could really run you over.
It's amazing that we just saw the NASDAQ. We talked about that 725 level. It went right to 724. So it came real close into that level and basically got there right into that short. So yeah, maybe we have to wait to see. I think we could, you know, the NASDAQ could really bounce and take this out at some point right now, but it is starting to head to the downside off of that non-farms payroll number that came in as a negative when they're looking between 80 to 90,000 or so expected jobs. It came in minus 23,000. So the NASDAQ is pulling back quite nicely off of these levels. And whenever I mean AAOI, I didn't look at it. But you know, good analysis over there. Palantir still up 1.7%. So this is another name that I was thinking about, you know, potentially now we've stopped that. I thought there could have been a bleed down into the 200 period right there for Palantir, maybe even today. But the market has a different idea for what the NASDAQ wants to do, and maybe the same thing is true for PLTR. So I didn't put this on the sticky note, but I'm looking at a 160 or so trade happening right now. So we're at 158.50. What about a break of the pre-market high of 159.50 right now on Palantir? Still 10 minutes away, and we still have again, a couple more stories to talk about and bounces to come out. So we'll have to wait to see where that goes. Pretty light here on a Friday. I mean,
you're not excited for PNAQ?
That's one of the most ones I'm excited for. A warrant or UN right there. So as you can see, we are looking more buys than sells, right? I mean, Stellantis is the first sell that you're going to see on here. Then after that, there isn't a whole heck of a lot. You have FXI over there in China is going to give you a little bit of a bid. Surprised that we're not seeing like GLD on here or SLV or anything, because the Amex NYSE American is also available, you know, on this market as well, on the imbalance locator early. So we'll have a look. That's only now 4 minutes away, and then we get to see a little bit more action. Everyone wants to know about SpaceX. We don't have that up. We have SK Hynix, but here goes SpaceX again. Still waiting for that 118 level to come into play potentially here right off the open, and then we'll give it a couple seconds. My best trades have happened later on in the day, so we're going to try to give things about 5 minutes to go. But let's go back over the desk right now, and you know, we go from SpaceX over to SK Hynix. You know, two of the biggest IPOs, or at least most recent. I know SK Hynix is not an IPO, but most recent releases on the market that provided a lot of liquidity, soaked up a lot of that same money that we're looking to spend here. So let's go find out what SK Hynix is up to today on Fab News.
Yeah, I mean, SpaceX, of course, a recent IPO that a lot of our viewers are looking at. But another recent IPO here with news this morning is going to be SKHY, or rather the U.S. listing here was, of course, recent. They were already public in South Korea. Speaking of South Korea, 5 trillion South Korean won investment being announced here to build new chip fabs in the country.
So I think you mean 54, right?
Sorry, 54. Yeah.
54, 38.1 billion US dollars, guys, to construct 2 different fab. One's called the Yongjin Y2, that's going to make DRAM and HBM, and then there's another one here called the Chongju M17 that's going to make NAND specifically. But let's talk about the fact that this is not going to bring any near-term relief, right? Clean rooms not going to open. The M17 plant is expected December 28th, and the Y2 plant expected June 29, with full CapEx stretching to those bad boys into 2031, meaning that they're not going to be fully complete until this well past the end of this decade. That mega investments, you know, they're not going to, you know, help with the bottlenecks for at least another 3 years. But they are doing their best, especially with this Y2, which is apparently supposed to have been built by 2045, pardon me. They're bringing it faster online into 2033. And then, you know, everybody always wants to pound the table on HBM because of the demand for data centers, this, that, and the other. But NAND, let's not forget about that. They're earmarking $13.4 billion to expand their NAND capacity there at the M17 plant, which is used for ultra-high capacity SSDs. Those are key for storage required by AI inference engines, as, of course, we move from the chat into the inference agentic era of AI, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, SKHY, I know you guys are watching SPCE. Is this recent listing also of interest to you?
Yeah, I've been looking at DRAM mostly, but you know, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Not just yesterday, but I want to go back to, you know, look at the beginning of the week on Monday. So when SK Hynix was under 140 bucks, you can see like the big bottoming tail yesterday. A lot of stocks did it, but then it did a similar thing at the beginning of the week, like bottom and tail candles, and then held these lows underneath the 140. And DRAM, which we're going to be looking at today, very similar. Like It's all the way. I thought it was maybe yesterday going to test this 48, ended up bouncing at 49. But I want to look for that kind of like the reversal candle. Sometimes it's a few at the open on the dip and at the even dollars. So 51, 50, because that's what it's done a couple of times when we've been at these prices. So not really, like the short level or the resistance level on DRAM, it's shown you 55. If we happen to get there today, I suppose that'd be a thing. But given we've seen that dip in this area before, that's what I'll be looking for in the chip space. And obviously SK Hynix is just one of the big boys. You know, Micron had great numbers as well. Yeah, Western Digital maybe not so much. They kind of had a nasty road
both things
to hoe there. It was pretty nasty. SK Hynix had a better recovery than Western Digital, but still, I like the dip by levels on DRAM. It's just got to show you that distinct bottoming tail candle, and then it can go.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, the cup of Joe's in
for
play.
a cup of Joe, Java coming through there. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Rob.
Yes, you said you had somebody named Joe on the show. You might want to refer to a different.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so just quickly here, I feel like this is all a house of cards, man. I know I've recently invested in Intel, but like, okay, so they're opening up new fabs. When by the time those fabs finally open up and are ready to go, is there going to be a glut? Like, I do feel like there's getting to be a lot right now of supply that people are planning on, releasing into this market, and I'm just not sure how much. I just don't know how much demand there's going to be in a year, 2 years, 3 years. The stock market is a forward-looking engine right now, or always. And I don't really love them spending $40 billion more into this. So as a shareholder, I think things are working well now. Obviously, you want to keep your business moving forward. So I don't think they're necessarily doing anything wrong. It's just for me, I feel like at some point there's going to have to be. And look, Intel's a big one, and I'm a little nervous about that. They have a little bit of a packaging situation there as well, a little different than what SK Hynix is trying to do. IBIT with a sell there, DraftKings with a sell.
They just flushed $1 DraftKings.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit of a sell there. I mean, it had a really nice move up there, DraftKings, on not a huge quarter. So we talked about that trade yesterday with DraftKings, and that was that let's wait to see the quarter, but I do think it's a buy down here at 21 bucks. So we'll have to wait. If we get that opportunity, then you can hold it against yourself a little bit, maybe couple bucks, then I think there's a lot of upside if things work out in their favor. I think there is a runway. We'll talk about that maybe as the show goes on. SpaceX with a little bit of a bid there as well. We wanted to look at that heading into the open. All right, 3 minutes left. There it is. We just have DraftKings coming up next. So we'll talk about some DKNG here. But yeah, for me, SK Hynix, I just think it's like there's a lot of investment going into the space right now, and it's just you're planning on having this outpaced demand, and if it's there, then great. If it's not, then a lot of these names are going to get crushed. Like, they just had such a huge run that sometimes there's time for a pullback, and that time might be now. Not now, but once you roll a couple quarters. Okay, let's go back over and find out about DraftKings and get ready to trade, man. 3 more minutes till your Friday starts.
Mixed quarter and mixed guidance here for DKNG. We beat here on adjusted EPS, but we missed on.
This is a tough report, Adara, because the revenue is $1.44 billion, and that's down 5% year over year. So company's supposed to be growing, not dropping their top line number. Also, they lost 14 pennies per share in EPS. So they're not profitable either. And the problem is, they've got couple of good things here, prediction markets and iGaming. I didn't even know they were in iGaming, to be honest with you. But, the regular sports betting is really dropping off a cliff. And for the first time, sort of just, I guess, to put some damage control on the numbers, they folded their prediction markets numbers with their sports betting numbers so that they wouldn't look, too polarized. But, when you look at them, it's still a tough look. In any event, overall sports and consumer volume actually increased 15%. So there's more people betting on sports. The problem is, management says it's due to the drop anyway in profitability is due to a cluster of customer-friendly sports outcomes. So I guess too many of their customers or bettors were doing well on their bets. Also, they said there was a lot of promotional spending on their part as well for their prediction market side, which ended up eating into some of the margins there. And then again, as I mentioned, I didn't even know they were into iGaming, but apparently this is a high margin business for them. It grew 7.5% year over year. They're bringing in a little bit less than $500 million on the quarter. It continues to kind of be the primary cash flow buffer against the quarterly drop in the sports betting income. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, how you guys feel about DraftKings today? You betting on this one?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if I would draft them first overall, but I think I'd draft
Back
them.
half of the lottery.
Yeah, exactly. You get
Take
a
a
discount.
flyer. You're looking for a sixth man instead of maybe.
Yeah,
like
you're just getting a discount. You're looking for that one flex position that you're still looking to fill.
So you went football, we went basketball.
Yeah, both. But well, football's coming, right?
That's true.
I don't even know who won last night. I was at my football game and didn't pay attention to the Panthers versus Cardinals.
The NFL won because they make a lot of money.
Oh yeah. But I saw Carson Beck threw a sick bomb there yesterday as well. So I'm not sure who won that game.
Taking him at 17 in my dynasty.
NFL is back. Okay, so SpaceX right now up to 115. Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about DraftKings. I like those levels. We are now moments away from the open. So yeah, DKNG right now. We are going to have to put up VinFast in a couple of seconds, but there it is, $23. We'll see if we can break that high up 3.5%. Look at the market, came all the way back. Oh, this is brought to you by Oragenics, pioneering brain first neurologic therapeutics. So thank you to OGen, symbol OGEN. Go check them out for sponsoring this segment of the opening bell run. Thank you, Oragenics, once again for being one of our primary sponsors. All right, so 115 there. Let's see what SpaceX wants to do right now. Just bouncing around. We always expect this kind of action off the open as, traders figure out their positioning and, market orders hit and so on and so forth. But yeah, pretty disturbing, not disturbing, but pretty unfortunate, I guess, that this market was just really rocking. We're like, wow, we haven't come back into where we were before the open. And we did. We basically just touched VWAP, which is where we started at 830. So, not a great look there on that one. That SpaceX, I mean, we can look at, I'm watching but I can see it at the bottom here. We do have Bitcoin right there. I'm still looking to buy somewhere around 36.65, 36.60. We'll see where that winds up settling down right now. SpaceX up to 116. The other name that I had that I would figure I'm going to be trading today, and unfortunately it's already gone, but Intel. And this is the problem when you write levels down, at 7:30, 8 o'clock. I was thinking $100 was coming into play for Intel. No, it goes the other way right now, up to 103 there for INTC. But no early trades for me quite yet as we just calm down and we wait for this market to settle.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Like you said, Bitcoin literally did not move. Gold and silver obviously are going to be in play. We showed that daily chart. GLD, I mean, it's holding some of the highs, but distinctly different right now is SLV. It's under VWAP. It's pressing low, so maybe it does try to fill in that gap to 57. There's DJ Vinny asking about GLD. So gold's stronger than silver, so probably GDX as well. But very light action off the open. Like, we've done nothing. Look, the range is $3 in the last half an hour, and this hasn't even moved a buck. So you're just gonna have to be patient. Oh, sorry, Hertz traders. Oh, it would have been nice if this squeeze could. That's already dead. Hertz just dropped like 10%, so that potential squeeze looks like it is dead in the water.
By the way, Palantir and Alex Karp, I don't know what else to tell everybody else. I go get my hat on again, but there it goes, 163, up 5% right now, and a rocket to the north side there for Palantir. Well, the same reason why Brendan doesn't sit here, everybody. We all have our own roles, and Adara is one of the best covering news in the business, so there is no way we would sacrifice her here. And she does trade.
I do trade.
Yeah, you does trade. But
Gotta be looking at Cloudflare.
The question was like, if we are, is Cloudflare moving around? We were just talking about it because Adara does make some trades back there, but her sitting here would be a waste because.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
I also did sit there on October 9th and 10th, 2026 on the midday, 2025 next to Obi. So I've sat there before. But I much prefer being at the news desk and not feeling the pressure to trade like constantly. Like I like where I am.
Yeah.
I love the.
I don't like the pressure to trade
date.
constantly either. The exact date there. Yeah, so you can go back and have a look at those dates if you want to see Adara trade.
I bet you if you asked Adara the last time she had like a cheeseburger, she'd tell you exactly the date.
Yeah, July 14th in 2026.
Obviously, I know that's not true.
Okay, so
again, go ahead.
Here we go. No, SpaceX is at 118, the level that I liked, but it's just an absolute I was gonna say rocket again, but that's just so stupid. But I'm gonna take 120 long. So I'm not shorting this thing right now. I know I wrote down 118, was a level that I liked. If you're coming over here to SpaceX, you can check it out. But look at the momentum right there. There's that 118. We've already broken it, and now it's high side. So let's look at a key level of 120. I'm gonna try to push the long. We'll take almost a unit or about a unit on that trade when we do get up there into 120. But hey, man, like I said, everyone look left, SpaceX going right. We said that Elon loves to roast these shorts, and yesterday everybody thought, heading into this week that this was going to be SpaceX demise. Yesterday we wrote down 105 as a long, which we would have put that in our long-term account because that would have been monstrous right now. Up 15% from yesterday's low. Up 15% from yesterday's low.
Cannot be stopped.
So I mean, right there, SpaceX, like, yeah, where's the unwind happening, right? Like, people aren't coming in and selling this thing. They're actually doing quite the opposite. They're in there buying the, out of SpaceX.
I guess when it's dropped so far, that's
and I'm going to try to figure it out if we can get along through 120. May not last. Like, I don't want to punch the top there. We haven't been slowing down.
It's still $1 away.
Yeah, well, yeah, that doesn't take that long. We'll see if it does break. Yeah, Neil's right. I mean, we still got to wait for it, but the order's in there, and here it comes right now. This could break in like the next 20 seconds. So we're going to be long SpaceX breaking back above, and really, I don't want to give this too much room, man. Maybe $1.50 or so into that area. Just want to play the momentum higher. Maybe SpaceX continues to climb through 120. So there it is. We'll give it a go here.
Yeah, and even moves up in trade desk, by the way. That's actually. It's challenging that $13.50 level. So broke 13, so I didn't trade it. But the first thing that I did was to hold VWAP and hold some higher lows. So it's not going to necessarily fill in the gap, but it did bounce off the trend line. So I got partial. We'll try to get the rest at VWAP in here at the same price, give it to the prior bar low, see if we can ride that train to the upside. Remember, the NASDAQ made a distinct high. I mean, whatever. Everything made a high on that 830 jobs number, which you have to respect as we get in. So if they put in a lower high and start rejecting back lower, you don't want to get trapped at this top. I might have missed any chance at the trade desk fade. Big time move up right into the prior low, and just this slammed. Like, it got there. I was looking at it while I was talking to you and showing you guys the trade. There wasn't much of a chance to get that top. It's already pulled back 3%. But trade desk now only down 26%. After a nice little ramp job. If that 13.5 can hold, that might be a good place to try the short on that name. SpaceX still doing the same thing. Not much else moved. That Hertz is completely dead.
I don't know.
What happened to AMD?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of this AMD stock or chart, but yeah, it is straight down. Okay, SpaceX is going to fill me right now. It is gone through 120 in a matter of seconds. I only crossed up to 120.20. I understand the spread is very good, so hopefully we'll be able to get a price that we want right now. I mean, it opens up at most of 10 cents. It just bounced off 120 clean. It's a good thing we didn't get hit into that position as it almost broke through that 120. So yet again, another look there for 120 on SoFi, just bounced completely off of that. Look at the market, completely retracing back in. What in the hell? Could you find me a story on AMD, please? I don't know if this is what it is, but we can go over and have a look at NVIDIA.
NVIDIA is at the high.
See what the heck is, that's what I mean. NVIDIA's at the highs. Adara, see, this is, why is Adara not trading at the desk?
Intel just.
All right, let's go back over to Adara and find out what's going on here.
I know because it was on my own personal notes, but AMD's buying a chip startup called Talos. That's all I have in AMD. It's still all I have in AMD. SK Hynix, though, is moving along with a lot of these memory plays. I'm seeing reports that SK Hynix apparently speaking with advisors on a potential deal for a China plant. They're apparently considering $3 billion options here for Chongqing. So some SKHY news. I have nothing, though, on this AMD. They all look kind of similar. Here's SNDK. So I think it's some memory and chip plays.
For the record on AMD, that company they are buying, Toronto-based, as a matter of fact. So shout out to Canada. But I was looking over. If we lose VWAP, I think the thing I wrote down for short was SMCI, but it was at 31. So it's not going to 31 at this point because it's already at the low. Some of these chip names are getting bled here. Yeah, I want to try to join this if I can, but it's not going to be a flat bottom break. If we get any relief off the lows, I'll look for the volume weighted average price there in SMCI. So it's going to pop an offer and get a stop. SpaceX, is it true that top?
Yeah.
No, because
I was watching it.
Okay, my level 2 says it broke, but I don't see.
No.
It didn't break.
No.
Yeah, my thing says
I'd be
it
in
broke.
if it broke. Trust me. My My fill is going at what's going to break right now?
My
but-
thing says 29.
Yeah, I know.
120
It did
for now.
not.
Okay.
It did not. Or else I'd be in and be crying a river right now. But here we go, man. We are going to be in right now to it. We tried to dip by. I'm just going to watch this. I did try to dip by Intel, but that didn't come in. I was trying to wait for about $101. It did come pretty close to it here, just in case this doesn't break. Oh, it's going to break right now, though, isn't it? Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, there's Intel. So Intel did come in into 101, but we didn't get that fill. So, okay, there it is. We are now into SpaceX. SpaceX just broke. There it is. So it broke through 120. We're long at 120.07. So, okay with the price that we're in at right now on this. We didn't get well, there it is. We get some out in the 30s right now. So we'll see where this goes from there. We just got filled at 37s there on SpaceX. So just quickly in and not even in and out, just out of a little piece right there, 37s, 120.37 there. We got our first fill when we put the order out. For some reason, we got 24s, then we got 37s. So here we go, man. SpaceX. Let's see how high we can now fly on SPCX. Was my number one stock yesterday. I made the most since IPO day yesterday. So we're going to go right back into the well now and take this SpaceX long through 120. Could break. Like, this could fall against itself. Who knows? But there's a size there. We need it to break there. It goes higher now. SpaceX. Now that we've taken a little bit out, we still have obviously pretty much the whole position now, but we're going to give this, like I said, to about 118.50, sort of where we started. We can actually go a little lower. We can go to 117.50 right there, but 250 hit on how many shares we have. It's not the end of the world if that were to happen, but let's just go. We had about 1 unit now. We got out of about 20%. That's it. So here it's coming back down in. Yeah, I don't think we want to hold this for too long, but the market needs to help us out as well. And that would be nice if that got going back up to the upside right here. So, quick little hold on SpaceX. We don't want to panic too much here. But 120 key level. Just don't want to get stuck up here if we're wrong.
So the worst stock in the world is trying to go. And then we're just calling. We're
TTD, sorry.
I'm calling Trade Desk the worst stock in the world.
You're right.
And the reason we're calling Trade Desk the worst stock in the world is not because of anything fundamental. It's just I can't think of something that people know and probably some people own that has a chart as bad. But it did go back to that 13.5 price. End up not 40s, end up with 39s in here, so it's a little bit more than the 10-cent risk. VWAP sits at 13 even, so it's good risk to reward. But remember, there's a 20% short float. I have a hard stop at the high, not a cent or two. The literal high is the hard stop on this thing. Do not want it getting any past that. I did get a reload on IBIT off of VWAP. So it's bounced off the volume weighted average price twice and then retested the pre-market highs. But I feel like the way this market is going, market holds VWAP, that's a great sign. We're just doing the exact same thing over an IBIT, almost no difference. Yeah, so I didn't want to give Trade Desk too much room there because that sucker is just a little too strong. But we gave it our shot off our level. It's just, I don't feel like fighting this one at 941, even if I think overall this is going to be a short. And there's no gold or silver trade for me yet.
No, What's the market?
Like silver, maybe silver just bounced the pre-market low and is trying to grab VWAP here. So that's giving the same setup that I guess Bitcoin is doing. Still like them both long, but it could end up in kind of something that's eerily similar. But that's fine. The market's been bullish so far. Just need this holding above the volume weighted average price, and then we can go there. The only thing that gives me pause is gold. Seems a little bit stronger. Hopefully, it can drag silver with it. GLD HOD.
GLD HOD. Okay, yeah, that's no surprise there, as we talked about.
It rhymes.
That little breakout there in gold. Okay, still trying to look for positions that might make a little bit of sense. I was still trying to bid some Intel. Let's go and re-look at that trade right now. So I am bidding 1825s right now on SpaceX. So if that comes in, we initially thought about an 18 short there, and it blew it up. And I feel like the problem is it was like 937 or so when that broke, so maybe a little bit early, and just trying to let SpaceX settle out. A little bit less volume than what we've seen. It's it's still 29 million, still a lot of volume, but are the buyers still here? That's the one question I have right now. We just ripped up 40 cents. Well, we were just at 119 there. We just went to 120 immediately. So let's, like I said, let's give this a little bit of room here, see if the buyers do want to come in. But now that's a couple times we've made it back to 120 right now in the last 5 minutes and not broken higher. So little bit of a pause for me for concern here. We could actually almost get out and then just reload this thing if it does break higher again and just sort of take it as a flattish trade right now. And then if it breaks one more time, then get back into it if it does break, because right now it doesn't look like it's giving me the feels that it wants to do a whole heck of a lot here. Like we could have just got long 119 a couple times and taken it out for 50, 60, 80 cents, whatever, and we didn't do that. So yeah, a little bit of a nervous trade, I think, because we're not breaking higher right now. So I'll
A lot of Palantir chatter.
yeah, Palantir's going nuts.
65.
65s, wow. Good trade there for PLTR. Just wondering about this trade now on SpaceX, guys. It doesn't want to break, it doesn't look like. So I'm like close to hitting the key as getting out and then just refreshing this on a breakthrough 120. But let's go, here it goes. So we didn't do anything there. So let's see if we do get a little upside push on this name for SpaceX. And there's the fail again. So yeah, let's take a little bit out. We'll take a little bit out there at 75. And just now we'll have to give it a little bit of room, obviously, to see if it wants to go. We'll take out just another piece there because I'm not afraid to reload this thing naturally if there is a problem. So let's get out. I now only have about 40% of that initial position, but I still do like the long if we do break back above 120 and change. But just for right now, it is struggling a bit. So let's give it a minute to see if it wants to go higher through 120 here, SpaceX.
And yeah, you can see the super chat we have here from Lee, or shoot, you've told us what your name was, and I'm forgetting it already. Lee. Palantir, remember we thought it was Ortiz, but it's not.
Oh, right.
Palantir continues upward move to what resistance today? Let's look at the daily chart. What resistance? There's literally one level. That's about it. If it breaks that in $1 or so, you're good to go. It's 2 days ago, it was 166. Over that, it's blue skies. That looks like a blue sky setup on Palantir, above 166. I'll call it 166.20, but I'm just eyeballing it on a 15-minute chart there. So Palantir absolutely off to the races. Remember this about the software names. There are very clearly good ones and bad ones.
Yeah.
Like, it's so obvious now that you know which ones are dogs and you know which ones you can follow. Palantir has certainly gotten the nod of approval.
Okay.
If we're calling it that.
Yeah, we are, because they did have a good, finally, let's go.
Money.
We actually got some out there. We talked about how much we got out. We did buy it back on that breakthrough 120. So we just got 120.80s there. Hopefully we can get a little higher. And there's the pullback in again. So that, I think we've done right by exiting out a little bit of this trade here and getting a little nervous on it. I've switched my stop right now to 118.75 break. We break below these last wicks. We don't want this anymore. We'll average it in right now. Decent price we just got there on the downside, 119.68. So there it is, man. Take out, it says what? Take out government workers, the World Cup and jobs. Oh, okay.
Oh, so that's saying...
Oh, what happened to Intel there? Oh, we just got long on Intel. Go ahead, yeah.
So they're basically telling you the revisions, what the revisions are likely to be. Well, okay, in their opinions. But we know that with that report, revisions are everything. That's always the case. It's like they never get it right. But we're starting to bleed. Like the NASDAQ might be at VWAP and holding it, but look at DRAM. DRAM's still making some lows. So if it's going to do that bottoming tail candle that it did yesterday or the other day, it might end up being on the 15-minute because we're seeing a lot of weakness here. Let's go to Adair at the desk. She has an update for us.
Just a reminder here on the reason for the weakness in DRAM, at least potentially. A little bit after the bell, you get this report from Bloomberg saying that the company, SK Hynix rather, is exploring a deal involving their $3 billion Chongqing plant in China. Apparently, they're reviewing options for the asset, though they could end up retaining a minority stake. So this is just partial exit rather than a full exit. But either way here, that report comes out basically right after the opening. We start to see drops in the likes of SKHY, DRAM, WDC at lows. I believe we have SanDisk near lows. And keep in mind, SanDisk and WDC also are both earnings day too. So yeah, that's the reason for this memory being especially weak here. Back to you.
Just unfortunately, we have to. I'm just going to update this. We'll go throw it back to Neil there. But yeah, we just got stopped out there of SpaceX. And honestly, man, we lost a quarter of what we made yesterday. So we did give some back on that move. I thought 120 was going to be something there. It wasn't. I'm still fine to take it again, but at least our spidey sense was right there. Sense that there was a little bit of a problem. We did talk about it, and we got out there on that wick bottom. I was going to give it to down here, remember, VWAP, but just felt like it was a little too weak to do that. And just as we talked about it, we'll hit the new position siren coming out there. it's kind of funny because normally I would sit at $100.50. Instead, we did $100.70. So thought that Intel was going to be a decent buy here. We did have some of these pre-market levels that we were looking at in and around here. So, just thought that we would have took a bid in there. If this breaks 100, we're going to get out. And then just be like, whatever, man, we'll go that first 2 trades. SpaceX not even close to as bad as it could have been because we did have that out at $120.80 there today. But if Intel breaks 100, then I'm going to get out, like just a key level break. I know I wrote down here that I want to buy Intel between 99 and $100, but don't want to hold this one. Like that would be 70 cents against me. And then if it breaks a 99s, then this trade turns out to be the risk reward is just not there for that. Look at SpaceX as if, did I punch the bottoms again on SPCX? Potentially have done that. So why don't we just get maybe a little bit longer now, but not as many shares so we don't have to panic if it does go against us. But it looks like your boy, once again, might have found the bottom of a stock. We found the top, but we also found the bottom 2 minutes later. So yeah, let's go. We're back into it right now in the 60s. We'll give this one a little bit of juice because, again, we only have 15% right now of our position that we're looking for. So yeah, we'll look at 119 maybe there. But SpaceX trying to get back to the upside. Very focused on a couple names here.
Yeah, well, I keep looking at DRAM to see if it's time to get into that one, but it's still just falling like a rock. AMD, chip name, and the memory names are looking pretty ugly. Or we just bounced off the trend line again. This time, instead of getting VWAP, there's my trend line on iBit. Instead of getting VWAP, try to see where the bottoming tail would go, and then I can try to grab a better entry because my stop is going to be underneath that wick. We have Shuhari. Yeah, Shuhari. Microsoft at 5 and 15. 5 at 5 and 15 min or high. All right, it's a little confusing, but whatever. I get the gist of it. You probably meant to type 50. You probably meant to type a 0, like 505. Is that what you meant? It's at the high of the day at 505. I'm going to assume that's what you mean. Microsoft, we were just talking about how it is all about which software name you are. Oh, and the ones that are winning are really winning, and that's Softy and Palantir. That's where the strength is in this market. Because it ain't chips right now. This is a clean break on the daily, I want to say, above that 500 to 14. There is some room to go. But right now, outside of what I'm in, it's DRAM that I'm focused on because it's really starting to close in that gap. 50 is approaching. It looks like 51 is not going to be much of a bounce zone. Just looking for that wick bottom and reversal on DRAM. If it's at 50, then it's at 50, and we just have to be pretty patient here because it's falling like a rock. We saw this. AMD got smoked this morning, and SK Hynix and DRAM, Micron taking the hit despite the market strength.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but we're already okay. It's a good thing we got a little bit back into SpaceX, but like we said, man, 20%, 15% of the position there on SpaceX. It just went into 121, so we take some outs again on the upside right now of SPCX. So, but there goes Intel. Like it's funny because we have to flush it down because we are getting hit on some of these trades, but they're not actually that bad. Like we're doing proper share sizing, but it's 9:51 right now, and I think it's time to almost get ready to rock and roll. I was not expecting this move down in Intel or in AMD today. I mean, I think the strength is really just going to be in NVIDIA and some of these plays. Why am I looking at SpaceX? I don't need to worry about that anymore. But Intel down here to 99 was an area that we had seen, and if we sort of zoom this back out a little bit, this is why we liked this 99 area because it was right into here. But like I had mentioned, I didn't really want to hold this into a problem area because if we were still long there, then, whatever happens now happens. But getting out on the 100 break sort of lets me regroup a little bit now, and hopefully we can see clearly and make a better trade on.
Only when the rain is gone, though.
Yeah, only when the rain is gone. And I think I don't know if it's supposed to rain this weekend. We have a game tomorrow against Royal York at High Park. That should be fun. The girls are excited for that one. One of our arch nemesis there, Royal York. But hopefully we win. I don't know. They lost when I wasn't there, but
weakness here.
I'm here now. So, all right. So 99.50s coming back in now. So we do want to try that as a bid there against some of our levels of $99. If it does break 99, let's put that order in right now. 98. Let's go to 75. Let's go Let's go 79. Okay, we'll see if just again random position pricing, which is sometimes gets you in trouble. But there it is. We get the bid now on Intel at 99.60s. It's basically a flat trade for now. SpaceX doing its best to try to hold 120. So pretty good. We did get back into SpaceX right there. But, you know, the bleed might be real on Intel, man. So
DRAM just took the low of the day again.
Okay, so that's not going to be good for this.
Again,
position.
I'm just like I want to be long. I want to be long the dip because that's worked
go, Intel.
in this area for sure. We'll try it. I'm asking Adair, for everyone in the chat, I've asked Adair what's going on with Robinhood. So I
I don't
don't
have anything on Benzinga for this in the
Up or
last
down?
2 days, nor do I have any news on this. So in fact,
up.
I think I'm seeing even potentially related to this, at least in people's eyes, not my own. People are saying maybe like this could be DraftKings related, but then that wouldn't explain this move. So I really don't have anything for you. If that at all changes, I'll keep you posted. And you can't even argue that this would be like, I guess, a positive play for crypto. I mean, a lot of these crypto names moving similarly, but as I told you, we're seeing dwindling odds that we get the Clarity Act passed, not just this month. We're talking even this year at this point.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you right now, like Bitcoin's not really moving. Like early it was pressing in. Oh, Coinbase is going? Well, Bitcoin's not. Like it's already pressing that opening range low. So I got to dip by at a better price. And all it's doing right now is holding the low and nothing else. Like I feel like I'm going to be jumping out of that any second and then staring down DRAM for it wants to go. So Coinbase being strong on its own, and I don't know. I'm not going to jump over and say that should be a fade just because it doesn't make sense. I look over, SoFi is showing a huge reversal candle. Off of 1810 or so and going higher. But DRAM continues to fall. It looks like we just broke 50 away from 51, 50 half. It's going to get to this 50 level rather quickly, the way this is going to the downside. Any trend break or bottoming tail, it will be the first trade for me on this sucker. But with the market not really doing much, you're absolutely flushing on these memory chip names and not looking good at all. AMD, by the way, did recover. So it really just is memory. That's filling that gap into the downside. Haven't really shown too much with gold and silver. I thought that would be a much bigger deal today with the gap up. But remember, we're waiting for the break above VWAP on SLV. Still waiting for it. It's 15 cents away. That's all it has to do. 15 cents, and then it's a break above VWAP. So if you see silver come in, it should be at like 21 or 22 if I don't get any slippage, but it just won't go.
Yeah, no, I actually just realized I forgot to hit accept on my pay for shorts for SpaceX right here. But okay, so we did, yeah, because it did fall out. We got some out there at 121. Like I said, we're not really heavily into this name as of yet. Still waiting to see if that 118 will hold on SpaceX. So I'm just going to pay for. I mean, it's basically it is essentially free. It's just sometimes I guess the broker trying to squeeze a little bit there. Ooh, some decent size right there. Yeah, it costs like 5 cents for 100 shares. So you take 1,000 shares there, it's going to cost you 50 cents for SpaceX positioning there if you like to go short here at Real Trading. All right, so a couple outs at the top there. We only got out of a third of our position now, but again, it was not big. It was only 15%. So we're happy that it went to the, actually, then we got a little bit more than that, to the upside. But we are looking now to potentially reload at this spot. So let's take advantage of that. We'll take some 50. We're always saying that 50s over there. But we're going to go now and see what winds up happening. 118, that's going to be VWAP. We're always looking at VWAP and saying like, hey, man, maybe this is a spot where we want to slow down a little bit. So that's going to be where my out is. A break upside there in and around VWAP for SpaceX, and we will get out of that one. You guys are not wrong, and we love this name because we got diamond hands in the portfolio with Palantir, and this has been a good one. I had said even on earnings, right, that we were expecting. Excuse me, that we were expecting continuation, and all of a sudden we got a down day yesterday on Palantir, but today it's happening for us. It's happening. It's alive. Palantir right there. I don't know if it's
dead over in DRAM. I just had the 50s.
Oh, no.
I got in at
You're short though.
No, I got in 50.05. We got out at 97 or something, but it's trying to battle back above 50. If I see it retake it, I might try to grab it on the way back to the upside. But the bleed's still happening.
Oh,
I've been waiting it out here. The 50s keep coming in, and
it's 50.
Someone buys it back up, it gets to 0102, and then they slam it right back down underneath. So until you can actually see buyers above 50, I don't want to jump into it, and we'll let it fill in a little bit more of the gap, just a bit more, as it continues to fall. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting what's happening with the memory chip names here. There is a Chinese one halted to the upside. It's YJ, but I don't have that one up, so I can't tell you I don't have the tap on my Halt
Oh,
scanner. Sorry, guys.
yeah, I know.
That's
That's
gotta
another improvement. All right, man, we took a unit. Let's go right there. So now we're really laughing. We're up now on SpaceX on the day. This is going to be a green stock as of now on SpaceX. So, nice move upside there. We talked about what we were trying to do, buy it down at these levels instead of punching out and give it up down to 118. So we do that, and there it goes right now, $1.30. So whether or not you're in the club, whatever you're doing today, there it goes. It's a nice move higher now for SPCX, guys. And guess what, man? This Intel trade, a falling down, as we mentioned there with the DRAM.
Is still dying.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not.
I'm just backing off of this one. I'm gonna wait.
I think that's probably.
This is really nasty.
I think that's probably a good move. I mean, I was telling this to Obi. Sometimes I feel like I know when I'm in trouble.
Yesterday's low is still $1 away on DRAM.
Yeah. When I'm like, I could feel it when I'm in trouble and I'm averaging in and I'm getting pissed off, or there's revenge trading, and it's like, and it's just. That's what's really changed for me anyways in the last little bit, is like, just be patient, wait for your trades to develop, and then hit them when they're there, right? And so it's been a good ride, and it's been a good lesson for me anyways. And you're learning every single day how to become a better trader, what some of your mistakes are as a trader, and the tendencies that you do have, right? And like, I before would just like punching out like just too many shares. I get hit out right there, and then I can't enjoy this move up. So instead, it's like lower your shares, find the levels, and it's actually creating a little bit more opportunities for me P&L wise. Because even though we're lowering our shares, we still have the shares on. It's just we're being more specific with our hits, and then making sure that we do have outs, like not getting too greedy. Like we just got out there at 121 a little bit there, right? So we got to go back over to Adara, and then we'll come back and we'll see what all these stocks are on the rebound, hopefully, for some of these chip names. Let's go back over to Adara.
S&P 500 right now, kind of pretty stagnant here, just chopping around. We did have this nice move up here, though, around 8:30. What happened at 8:30, you may ask? We had this much lower than expected non-farm payroll print. As such, now the chances of rates getting raised in September have dropped quite considerably. Unemployment rate also lower than we were expecting. We've already had individuals like National Economic Council leader and economic advisor to the White House, Kevin Hassett. He's already basically downplayed these numbers, saying that the only thing he cares about, to use his exact words, is unemployment. And NFP, he basically implied, can be revised if you just ignore, or I guess if you consider FIFA and government workers. So take that how you will. Either way, the S&P 500 is not taking it too hard. Right now, we're still gapped up compared to where we closed yesterday. The NASDAQ, as we know, was initially looking a little bit weaker than the SPY. Right now, still also gapping up on the day, so not a bad look here for the NASDAQ and for the S&P 500. Here is TEAM, Atlassian. This is one of many software names that reported stronger than expected earnings for the quarter and is trading higher. Here is TEAM, AAOI. Some of these numbers were a bit more mixed, but they're still to the upside. And Cloudflare continuing to net some growth, even though it is a little bit removed from where are the high of that gap to the upside on those numbers. Here's another earnings play that is actually pushing higher, though it's still gapped down massively. That is the Trade Desk. TTD missing on sales, missing on earnings, and missing on guidance. Whatever the opposite of a triple play is, that's what TTD gave us, unfortunately. And last but not least, SKHY is just continuing to give us new intraday lows. Its peers like SanDisk, WDC, and DRAM do not look dissimilar. This on watch here after Bloomberg reported, basically right after the bell, that the company is considering different options here for its $3 billion Chongqing plant and related assets over there in China. So keep an eye on memory, and don't forget to like and subscribe as we send you over to Mr. Neil Roberts.
Thank you, Adara. And for those that have asked me, I'm going to give you the tap on MB first. $15.80. I'm not making it up. I know it's halted up, but it is indicating that it's going to open down $4. It doesn't mean it will open down $4, but that's what it's telling you at the current moment.
Go, man. Sweet trades requires a sweet tooth, so they did have.
Well, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. MB.
Here we go.
Sorry, guys. It did open up $4 down, just tanked another $1 here on MB. But I promise your broker is not giving you cookies. The other thing your broker might not be offering you is something that Trade the Pool is. In extreme markets, you have an environment that creates big opportunities, but with that, bigger setups and more momentum. But if you want to take advantage, you're going to want to have two things: discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool is coming in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. Don't fear blowing up your personal account. Don't move your stop loss early because you're worried about your own savings. It's called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com and scan the QR code out in front of you. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show as, that stock's going into a down halt now.
Yeah,
yuck. Sorry, guys.
Did you look for shorts yet or pay for shorts?
Yeah, I didn't have a chance.
Oh.
I probably would have been, but I was just doing the ad read. It's underneath VWAP, so for me, that means pay for shorts, and I'm going to go do that now. Adara.
If you guys are wondering here why SPCX is to the upside, currently right now struggling with 121.50, but still up roughly 5%. Apparently Argus Research raised them to a buy, so this upgrade on SPCX potentially in focus today as we send you back over to the guys.
Just thanks, Adara. Just the reason why, I like the first up halt, but the reason this one got missed is it down halted at 9:30 and looked like it was a flat bottom break. Then it opened higher and instantly up halted. So it wasn't above VWAP, it wasn't on the radar. Then it did how many halts? 1, 2, 3, and then turned. So that whole 3 halt thing, just for whatever reason, it just seems to be a thing. And I'm not saying that's nothing intelligent. One trader a couple of years ago was like, this is the way I look at halts. And it seems like it's held. So I'm trying to be patient with this wick bottom area for DRAM. We're going to get there.
Yeah, I'm trying to be patient with everything over
there. It is dying. Memory's dying right now.
Yeah, I mean the markets. Yeah, so I was going to say we're trying to be patient with Intel, but it just lost 99, so we got out right there. So, able to take some profit off of it. But I'm, again, glad that we stopped out there at 100, was able to reload it, made $1 or 50 cents back right there, made not much there, like 20 or 30 cents, and then lost it through $99. But what's been going on here is SpaceX. And it's like, this is now $2 in the money, and we've just been clearing out some here. We still have a quarter of a unit. I think we're doing a pretty good job thinking about holding this name. So SpaceX right now, cooking. I don't have anything until 22s. You know what? Let's just put a little bit of an offer here in the 60s in case it does wind up getting to that level. That's been the high. Our best outs have been right here at 50. So hopefully it gets a move higher there for SPCX. But Neil's completely accurate with his comments here about DRAM and what's been happening there. AMD just came close to making its lows one more time right there. Go. We got that SpaceX fill. Wow. We're gonna get 122s here. We're gonna ring the register right here. This is for you, Ozan. You've been asking hey, where's that exploding cow? There it is. And there's 122. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, there it goes. And oh my God. I like it. Right there, our first trade was the break of 120. That was our first trade of the day. If we had that still, it would be a $2 winner. However, we get out, right? Because it breaks lower, and then there it goes now right back into the profit zones now for our guy SpaceX, as it's just huge. It's a big stock for me today, and good, because we wanted it, and there it goes higher. It's SPCX on the run right now. Pardon me. Boo, Intel. We picked the low again on Intel. How about that? Right there, $99 straight upside. Wow, our net would be a little different there if we didn't get stopped out of that Intel, but we did. And there it goes, man, up to 100 and change. There goes Intel. Wow, absolutely rip city right there. We get out at the low of our range. So potentially could have held it, but we did get stopped out. It was 98.79, I think. So we did give it 20 cents lower, and we're not going to complain about it because we do have SpaceX, but wow, that Intel move right back up was real nice. We have Warsh speaking, right now? I think it was Hassett, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, you have Hassett. You're also supposed
Hassett.
to get Fed's Barkin.
Yeah, the other guy.
Hassett is basically just downplaying the jobs numbers.
Right.
Continuing to downplay the jobs numbers. I suspect he will continue to do that in more creatively worded ways every couple seconds. Like you guys know, if I see something that's very creative or that I find ought to be of a specific interest, I'll just put it on the screen or I'll mention it. Like that whole comment where he said that almost the only thing he cares about, almost as not me, that's him, was that the unemployment. He's ignoring NFP basically.
Okay. And again, if anything important hits, just looked up, USO just went green. on the session.
Oh yeah, what about
And it
gold?
continues to go higher. Well, gold hasn't. I have an order to still break long in silver that I should probably just go ahead and cancel, because at this point the likelihood is almost nil. I might have punched early on this bottoming tail because we haven't actually closed the green candle. So two things: A, I'm not going to add to it. B, I'm not going to give it to the low. I'm just going to get out if it breaks like underneath the 40, the first even underneath the body of the candle, because you still don't have a green candle, so I shouldn't have bought it. Right? Like that's the rule. Got in half, but shouldn't have bought it because that's still a red or indecisive candle. Once there's a green candle, that should be the long, and you're playing to 50 and then to the volume weighted average price. And it still might close green, but that's way too early of an entry. SLV, I still have my break it order.
And that cookie was too good.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna, let me cancel that order on SLV, because we're not going to, if we break 58.2 for that VWAP, like give me a break. Now we're starting to fill in the gap, and it was about 57 on the high time frame chart that I liked. It looks like air here on a 5-minute or 3-minute, but believe me, that's the level that I like. So still focused on DRAM. SLV doesn't really give you much of anything. I don't know what's going on with USO. That's crazy.
Yeah, I want to say a big shout out, man. Thank you for all of that, man. We got memberships being dropped right now. We want to thank Gregory Albright right now. Yeah, 10 gifted memberships. So thank you so much. So the Hartsill grabbed it, Rome grabbed it, Gabriel grabbed it, FTG grabbed it. We want to thank every single person for being here with us right now. And hell, let's do a roll call as we sit now $4 damn in the money right now on our boy SpaceX. Another big one there. Yeah, hi everybody. Let's get up a better look if we can. There, Andre. There it is. Thank you, Andre. Yeah. So
can we do the memberships on this?
I don't think the members should show up on here, but we can. I mean, if Fabian is around, we can try to edit it. But hey, everybody, what's up with big, thick candlestick? I mean, yeah, we like those big ones, especially when they're the other way. If you're long, we like those ones going up there. You are not wrong. Intel is dead. Yo, what's up to Jose? What's up to Daniel T? What's up to FOR26? What's up to Hollis? Henry there? This is going fast. Hangry Wife, Andrew Chow, Tony Zita, what's up? What's up to Lindenmeyer? How are you, my friend? Thanks for the help on that fix. What's up to Snowman over there? What's up to Dave, Green Saber? Alex is here. Pete Nova's here. Pablo's Trading is here as well. Thank you so much, Steven. Two Boots is here. David Clark is here again. Gabby's here. Everybody. Alan, what's up to Gorev?
Gorev.
Oh, another one there. Gorev, yeah, thanks. KHPH is here from TikTok as well. So Michael Baldwin, thank you everybody for being here with us.
Mike Baldwin?
And having the Alec Baldwin. Yeah, no, it's something I think it's.
Isn't one of the brothers Mike?
Baldwin there.
Yeah.
No, it's
There's no
Alec.
Mike? I don't know. I just
Steven and Daniel.
insert name, put Baldwin, and I think
don't
there's
think
probably
there's a
one.
Mike.
No, there isn't.
There is no Mike Baldwin.
There should be, but
Mike Baldwin.
I don't know. There's like a million Baldwins.
No, it just sounds so generic when it sounds like that. Right there. Okay, man, there it goes. We're now 420. What? What is that? What were we in the money right over there? Yeah. 420 now. $4.20. And you know, again, we did it yesterday with SpaceX. We did it the day before. We're doing it again here now today. So make sure you join us every single day. I mean, this is another monster move here on SpaceX. Look at all these dip buys, man. We did get stopped out right there. And then boom, to the upside. There goes SpaceX right now. Trying to just stay with the right names. And, you know, we can cry over that spilled milk on Intel. But look, it went all the way to 100 and then just fell back in again. So are we going to go long now? Or what about this market, man? We've already broken below this jobs number that we talked about earlier. The jobs number was, of course, was right here. So that was 2970. We did get as high as on the Q 724.50. And then all the way to the downside right now as this market just continues to make new lows here, intraday lows, but not SPCX, baby. This name just continues to climb higher. I'm not here this afternoon. You're going to get a treat. Be with Joe from 2 to 4 p.m. So that should be a really good one for everybody. We'll see how he's going to be trading during the midday. He's going to be coming back here during the afternoon hour as well. So that should be fun for all of you. And I'm just going to wait for the SpaceX to continue to move higher, man. $4 and change in the money on SPCX. But it just keeps on going up, and around. Ozan, please fix the market.
No,
thank you for
sorry, you can't do that.
The market's not really that broken. I mean,
it's not. The market's still green.
I'd
but
fix it if it was.
If you're looking for anything that's actually following the markets, right? Like the chip names, anything correlated to the Qs, you're really just having to take the foot off the gas and just wait for it. I'm actually looking now because we're not getting any trend breaks. Silver, IBIT, DRAM, all the same things I'm trying to watch. But I'm looking at some of the small cappers now just until we can get a dip. Like this is what I'm staring down with DRAM, right? Like it's almost at yesterday's low. Like it's about to tick it in here. So if it loses this, there's still another bottom from a couple of days ago, and there hasn't been much in terms of candles. So I have Hertz up. It's like, is that going to break? I got my scanner seeing anything halting. Sorry about that MB stock. It looked promising. It's obviously dead right now. Locates were a little bit pricey on this one. I'll give it another look. Sometimes it gets cheaper because it's already hit a top. So if I check back in now that it's under VWAP, it might be cheaper, and then we can look at that one for potential trade. But that's what I'm trying to watch here. Just look for some potential new names so I don't rush into any bottoms. Hood could be interesting. Even that, I don't recall there being a story on that bad boy. So I'm going to stay away on that Robinhood. And then DRAM, sorry, silver's still looking pretty solid. It's almost at the 57 that I like, so that we can wait for. Jewels, Corsair, I'm not really sure what's going on with Corsair up here. But it's not the best in terms of volume. Volume's like dwindling down here on Corsair, up 32%, and it went right to the high on the dailies and pulled back. So kind of has that fail at the high vibe to it. Want to see it calm down a bit.
Okay. Props. I mean, props up to anybody else that's long right now with SpaceX. I mean, I'm sure there's some of you in the chat that probably have something similar to this trade right here, but there it goes. Now it's 5. Like that just, it was at 123 and then it just levitated up there immediately up to 124.50 right now. So, wow, up 20% from yesterday's lows now is SpaceX, right? That low of 105, an absolute banger there yesterday. If anybody was able to catch something like that. Let's get another offer there out. 75s just took another offer there. We're getting lighter and lighter on this trade. I have now under 15% left on SpaceX as we just let it keep going higher and then, you know, punching out when those levels hit, right? So SpaceX shares extend its move up now 7+% on the day now for SPCX, and it's just like, okay, thank you so much, SpaceX. You've been a nice trade there today. All right, Walmart, a good one. I know, it just flashed on the screen there. Yeah, look at Walmart, man. Walmart now back to flat, was getting hit pretty good there early on today, but as the market battles back here, it's Walmart time. Maybe people are trying to get out of some of these tech names into something maybe a little bit more, you know, conservative. Walmart trying to work itself out again as well. Just a quick look. I know we do have some sector watches and whatnot coming through very soon, but let's just, wow. SpaceX again through 124, man, just keeps on going high. I don't know why I'm amazed by it. It's just like, give me a little bit of a hard time early and then it didn't. All right, so the financials there today, we haven't looked at them on the screens yet, but JP Morgan slightly down. I mean, these levels are still fine. That 360 was probably a little bit over its skis a bit, but, you know, nice move there for them. We've seen Berkshire starting to go up the last little while. I don't see them in there. Neil already covered a little bit of Robinhood. That's BlackRock. Neil covered some Robinhood a little bit, still up 3%. So that's a good story there. Not that we have a story, but it's a nice move there. Is Bitcoin potentially getting stronger, right? There, some of the energy names, we haven't, again, looked too much at oil there today because there's just been so much more. By the way, right now SpaceX is at 125, so all right, we'll take another offer out there. Fang, Devon Energy, and whatnot continues its push a little bit higher. But in the tech, there it goes. We just got that fill, by the way. Google down, Microsoft up. So these two are just sort of canceling each other out right now. Meta flat on the day. There's the biggest and the baddest of them all. And I think Palantir definitely with ServiceNow. Some of these software names we looked at Atlassian with that team, that's upside. Datadog, another move. Twilio today. So really no surprise there that Palantir and its friends are going higher, including PanW, AppLovin, and Adobe. So the IGV, I mean, I can't even spit out the words right now. The IVG going higher and higher. And there's 125 now on SpaceX. Like, just to have held all of this would have been something special. But we did not understand the power that SpaceX had today. And now it's up 9%. And we are now $6 in the money there. And it's a daily occurrence here that we have multiple dollar wins on numerous names, but today it's just going to be SpaceX. We hit Google the other day as well. We hit SpaceX yesterday and all throughout the week. So it's just been a really good trade. Yesterday we had SpaceX on a pretty good short. Today we've got it on a long over there. So you're back in the long in DRAM. It looks like things are starting to correct itself.
Well, there was a huge bounce just now on the NASDAQ, but it's already at VWAP, just so you know. We didn't get to the overnight lows, but you did take this pre-market support level and then jump into the volume-weighted average price. I did get DRAM and then the first trade on silver, but we'll always go to the one of concern first. We basically broke this bar, came right back on the 3-minute to the first resistance bar, and then tagged back underneath. So I'm going to give it to the body, not the low, because this thing has been such a dog. SLV came in, and it's the drop downs. There we go, .am. You can't, it's not on the NASDAQ, you can't hit that. Bottoming tail on silver. So I want to make sure I'm getting some out into the pre-market low, and then support here at 915, and then the volume weighted average price at 58 are the targets. It was about sort of being patient and waiting and finding that spot to jump in. So what I would say is if it's not bouncing right now and it's been falling, you've got a problem on your hands. That's one way to look at it, because the market looks like it's putting in its first charge of the day. You might wonder if, you were saying Walmart? I would wonder if Walmart's probably gonna dip, because we're actually seeing this comeback in some of the, what's the word I want to use? The growthier stuff is getting on the rebound. Our AI stuff is trying to go. Everything that was dumping this morning is catching a bit of a bid. Look at all these red candles. Now you got that big green. It wasn't a typical bottom, this one in here. You could have sometimes a little more conviction when the biggest candle of the day is at the low. That didn't actually happen here. It's still a good one, but could have been better. I tried to get some out in front of the 50s. The next out, I think at the $50 level. If I think that $50 was the spot I wanted to try the long first, that was my first support level, I'm not greedy. That's where I want to get out in front, right? I go support to resistance. If I thought it was support on the way down, I'm going to treat it as potential resistance on the way up and jump out in front of 50. Let's go over to Adara for, it's got to be the small cap recap.
Doesn't just have to be, it is. We'll take a look here at HCWC. This is Healthy Choice Wellness. They announced that they've filed a definitive proxy statement and a special meeting of shareholders related to their merger with Host Digital Infrastructure, ZENA. This tech, certainly not a warrior princess today, but trading a little bit higher. As of yesterday morning, they closed their 27th drone as a service acquisition expansion into Idaho. So that's ZENA, a name that is certainly a repeat offender we've talked about before on the show. It's also traded, of course, sharply higher before on the show. CRSR. Corsair Gaming. Now, Neil mentioned this one being strong volume, potentially not the highest here, but I do want to talk about this because we're gapping up. They did have Q2 EPS and sales beat. Q3 guidance kind of tepid going forward. You have a $1.5 billion market cap, a 46 or so million share float, and a 24% short float for our friend CRSR. Back to you.
Thank you, Corsair.
Thanks, Adara. And Corsair, that's a big time. That's a big mover today. But the volumes were in the pre-market, and we know it's because, well, I shouldn't say we know. It probably was because everyone knew that the number was coming at 8:30. I shouldn't say it's 100%, but they were all so low. You just didn't know which names were going to explode, because usually that volume indication, everything was so low that nothing really stood out. So good luck if you happen to be on Corsair. In addition to the things that have bounced, obviously I didn't get Bitcoin. We're staring down two things on the dip, and it was DRAM and it was SLV. Probably could have also had IBIT. It goes right into the pre-market low and it's kind of the prior day high. So I don't want to say it's perfect, but yeah, we got the other two. We didn't get this one on IBIT, so we'll have to sit the IBIT bounce out. And it might be better now that I look at it. It's always the one that the dip buy that you're not in probably goes the furthest.
All right, everybody. By the way, just before we do this, SpaceX is now $6 in the money and going even higher right now. So shout out to people that were able to buy this on some sort of a dip. Yeah, but we already saw some memberships go through, and we want to say a big thank you there in the chat to our good friend Gregory for gifting these memberships. It's only $5 a month, and what you're going to get is a morning research note that I'm going to show you in a couple of seconds. This is what it's all about, man. You're going to get Sharif's morning note, put some work into this. You hear him talking about some of the stats and some of the plays that happen early on. This is an easy read for investors and day traders. You want to make sure that you're looking at the morning note, get your sort of longer term, wow, this space, I can't even, okay, the story, the technicals, the trade plan, it's all for just $5 a month. You also get these fun emojis. We get to identify you guys in the chat as a green member. It's $5 a month. It's here to support the show. And you can see, man, we're putting that money to work. We got Sia, part of the team now. We got one part of the team, and we are ready to rock and roll. And unfortunately, the cost of Joe keeps going up. So we need to get more and more memberships coming through every single day. But this is what this morning note looks like. You know, Meta AI, new coding agent expands monetization. You know, SNDK there, WDC. This is actually yesterday's note. I tried to find today's. I don't know if you sent it to me or not, but USO. So everything's here. The idea is the story, the technicals. Yeah, I think it's the same thing.
Matter.
The trade plan, everything is right here every single day. Everything you need to know about the market is there. We want to thank everybody for continuing their support of Trader TV Live. And without that support, we'd be dark, and then, trades like this, you wouldn't be able to see. And there it goes, SpaceX, straight cash.
We were dark mode yesterday.
Now to the upside there. Were we dark mode yesterday?
Yeah, remember the lights went out?
Oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was sick.
Actually, you guys,
really
you guys might not have liked it, but for us, it's so much better on the.
Ooh, there we go.
Then the lights aren't in your eyes.
I like that one. That was nice. Man. I like that Trader TV Live dark mode right there. So we could definitely do that. So, but we don't want to like put fear into the viewers. Like, oh my God, something's happened.
Like the power's gone out.
Yeah, so don't worry. You'll hear Sharif have a little panic attack the next time he can't figure things out from that one time there. I'm panicking. Is that what he said? Or was that what it was? Yeah.
He said that once because the screen started flickering. This is when I was back on the midday, so we're talking 2024. And at one point he went, I'm panicking for like 2 seconds. And yeah, that was kind of a meme.
That was funny. Okay, so yeah, that was good. But we're not panicking at all over here right now today. It's going to be another green day. Shout out to everybody there as the market turns green today, up another 0.7%. And we just focus today, man. We just focus on 2 names. We are red on Intel, but we are on SpaceX. And, that's, like I said, man, SpaceX has been a good one. Maybe I just trade one name. Pick one. Okay, you want to look at, there's what's up to Ethan there, or sorry, Athelistan there. Tesla dip buy, we could talk about that. Yeah, Nebius or CoreWeave, pick one. I like Nebius. I think their deals with Microsoft are pretty solid there. Nebius, I don't know if it's first to market. I haven't looked at the history. But they both report next week. Thanks to Dara for that one.
Short?
Wasn't
Burry? Somebody bet against
Nebius. No,
someone bet against Nebius like this week.
Yeah,
right?
it is Michael Burry, I believe. It is for sure. I just wasn't sure.
Around 211s is his short price.
Right, good.
Someone short is kind of.
But was he also involved in CoreWeave or no? I don't.
Oh, he might be. He might be both.
This SpaceX, he might be both. So I would choose Nebius. I mean, I don't know if this stock is getting hit, because of the pressures on the short. We've seen the pressures on Palantir, and that stock has rebounded obviously swimmingly as well. But it did get hit all the way down to 110 or so on Palantir. Now today we're talking 166 again. So let Nebius fall back in, man. Bring this name back into 160s, man. Make Nebius great again down there in and around this 160 level, and then we can get a bump higher. I don't know if I generally love the whole like Neo Cloud situation, because like I said, I think there is this glut that's going to be happening very, very soon, and I don't know if the custies will come back or not to some of these places. But for right now, CoreWeave actually has a chart, has been bouncing and still is up here. So again, I think that part of the pressure has to be on your boy Michael Burry. So if that's being applied to Nebius, then I like Nebius a little bit better, because I think you can get better pricing, right? The stock on discount when these kind of guys are in there playing around with it. But I don't know if anybody's thinking about shorting SpaceX. I do not think that would be a good idea. As there it is right now.
I don't like the debt on CoreWeave.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they're taking in every company. We just saw again SK Hynix dropping another $40 billion today, right? So it's just like all this debt and all this capital expenditure just keeps on happening. And look, hopefully, it's blue skies ahead, not green skies, blue skies ahead for the AI space. And if not, then yeah, there are a couple companies that are in trouble. And we looked at Oracle and how much they got hit based on that. And there goes right now SpaceX. I mean, the one thing that we do know that not just blue skies, but what about blue atmosphere That wouldn't be blue. But there it goes, upside. Wow. Now we're now $8 right now in the money. So yeah, that is a banger right there. New pop to the new highs right now of SpaceX. We've got it right now as it's going long time bids for SpaceX up to 126.50 right now, up 10%. SpaceX continuing to moon right now. Go SpaceX, go. And Intel also, not too bad that we had to drop this one, but Intel now up to 150 cents. So that would be a good one there as well. But yeah, wow, this SpaceX now $8 now in the money on this one. So far so good, but the DRAM must be working.
Well, I'm locking in to stay green on these now. You had to be so patient because it was so nasty. I will go to Tesla. You guys first. Big green stick, that's been up for a while. That's my bad because I saw it there and was like, what the heck? And now we're looking at it. That is complete V-shaped recovery on Tesla. The market's bouncing, so we'll just chalk it up to that. I'm not going to say it's anything technical on Tesla's part, but remember, this was the high from Wednesday, 329 change. So there's like complete breakout potential here on Tesla. The market is also, like NASDAQ does have the lower high from earlier. There's some levels that we have to get into that we have to respect. So this looks really good because this is the rounded bottom. I wanted to zoom all the way out so you can see. This is the rounded bottom on Tesla into a potential break. So that actually has a little bit of room extra to go. So I'll end up, so here's my reversal in DRAM. The levels that I played long where it's gonna reverse, those were places I want to take profit. When it rejected just here at 49.65 and does this reversal, like, okay, let's just trail it out. It'll end up being 1 for 3 on the dip buy, but remember, I broke my own rule taking the second dip buy. So that was a mistake. And you have to own up to it. It should never have been in this entry. It wasn't a green candle. The 50 was because of 50 and it was a tight stop, but that's a sloppy entry. And this time we waited for the green candle and breakout. And that's what you got to do. It's just about execution sometimes. SLV, I'm still looking for the volume weighted average price. That's not really at VWAP. I'll cancel it. But if this breaks, we're going to end up losing the pre-market low. So we found our dip zone, but that pre-market low, support, resistance now. So if we consolidate here and lose it, oh, wait a minute. I guess it broke it by 1 cent. It's kind of close. But we'll just lock in what we can get. So you try to ride it as far as it will go, and then if it resumes a downward trend, that's it. Don't want to fight it. To be able to catch the dips, we'll take what we can get, and we will not be upset there. But the one that got away, which I have to acknowledge, is IBIT. It's the one that you don't get. IBIT's there was the first long that we're in. This is the one that I didn't grab. That's the one that extended all the way into the volume weighted average price. So, sometimes you can only punch into so many things at once. But at the end of the day, I looked at DRAM and said to myself, if it reverts, which one has the best potential? And it was DRAM. So 10 times out of 10, when this one has a way better risk to reward, I'm going to go for it. So I don't care that it's resulting to say that I should have been an IBIT. You always look at the opportunity. And the way memory was going down, that's what I wanted to grab.
Okay. I'm trying to buy some more Crocs. I want to buy some Crocs. I like these Crocs.
The problem is they last too long.
Yeah, I like actually like these.
You don't
need
need
a little different.
They last for like a decade.
These are new ones there.
Why
Yeah,
the
so
stock
I
is
don't
so
know.
bad?
I haven't had. Yeah, that's the problem. I haven't had a new pair of Crocs in forever. So I was just looking at them anyways. Doesn't matter. Not looking.
I love Crocs.
Trying to spend all the money I made on Crocs. But yeah, there it goes. So now we're trying to see what SpaceX is doing. We may be in tune for a retracement now. That 11% is a nice. I'm gonna take one more offer here at 20s. I'm out of here today. Just I'll be here a little bit. I'll stay with the midday, probably till about noon or so, and then I got a jam. But yeah, SpaceX right now 1050s up 10.5% right now, breaking back now a little lower. I mean, we could put the stop right there. The thing is that give your boy a follow right now. We put this out on Twitter a while ago. I think it was when we were first dealing with it. This is going to be a little while ago. SpaceX was just at 123, and we were sort of talking about where we thought this name could go. But 128, I mean, that's a little bit higher than even I had thought about, and I'm a pretty big SpaceX bull. When it gets going. We also hit the short. I mean, yesterday's big trade for me, of course, was the SpaceX short. And this is the difference about, what you have to be as a day trader versus what you are as an investor, right? I mean, this is me shorting SpaceX, there's a nice move off of 110. Actually, I didn't even put that out yesterday, the trade that we had. We had here, this was another trade the other day. There's 118, that same level that we were looking at here today. That was downside. So there's another $7 winner a couple days ago there on SpaceX. And I actually didn't even post about it yesterday. And yesterday was my best day on SpaceX. Man, what was I doing? Wake up, Sean. You got to get involved with Twitter. But yeah, there goes the downside. So what a difference a couple days make. And yesterday we didn't have it on there, but that was a nice blowout for SpaceX yesterday, and upside there today quite clearly on SPCX. So I'll put that in the chat, and if you guys can go give a follow, that would be awesome. There on my Instagram as well is popping a little bit off there. So go have a look and support the channel by not only trying to get those memberships in there, give us all a follow on all of the social media platforms. Oh yeah, here's a little bit of a picture from yesterday. This is me and my two youngins there at the game yesterday, and it was a good one. He's got sporting the Raptors hat. This is mini me right there in the middle. That's Baxter. It's my AI guy.
You pick up any gear?
He's all the way up. No, we didn't pick up any gear. I don't know. We did. I don't know why we didn't. I think we are planning on going back to another game. It was a heck of a lot of fun.
Argo's gear is actually kind of sweet.
Yeah, CFL games are really fun, man. Really, really fun.
I know Americans, you're going to be like, CFL,
shout
who
out
cares? It's a very exciting game if you like football. If you're a football fan,
yeah.
the CFL rules are very entertaining.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, go there. I put my Instagram there in the chat. If you guys want to give it a follow, that's great. And if not, that's cool too. But that's what I've been doing here while enjoying, life trading, enjoying the show. And I know that everybody around here, make sure you do something fun every once in a while, because otherwise you get caught in this rat race, of the stock market.
That is definitely what it is. And oh goodness, there it is, another one. Bovin, I see you.
Oh,
what are we
not
calling
Bovin,
you this
not
time?
Bovin.
Well, I'm not the one that says it a
OG,
million times.
the
It's the OG Bovin. Talking about, well, it would be better if it was YG, but it's YJ. And this is what in the heck? Okay, so right off the bat, this is probably going to halt 15 times today, because whatever YJ is, and it's probably a Chinese ADR. I don't think I'm going on a limb when I say that YG is a Chinese ADR. It's halted at 399, 2.5 in volume, but look at how little the action this has had. One good volume spike, and that's about it. So what are we dealing with here? We are dealing with a Chinese American depository shares, Yunji, and it is a float of 13 million. That's actually not that bad. So these have all ended poorly. That's all I will say.
Okay.
They've all ended poorly. You guys know the story. But congratulations if you happen to be in it. But every single one of these the last couple of days has burned people if you hold on too long. Mopar, can you get a 5% day on the IGV?
What? Is it that high?
Ask Palantir and
Yes.
Microsoft, because that's where the strength is going to lie. 3.5%. So it's pretty simple. Microsoft, does it look like it can go? It's already starting to stall out at the highs. If Microsoft doesn't break the highs, that makes it pretty easy. The answer ends up being a no. You are getting a great move in Palantir, obviously. So Palantir has gone through. It's 9% now. It's breaking highs, and it's continuing. So, Palantir is doing its job. If Microsoft can get to 510, breaks that 05 area, then you've got a better chance. But it's basically how those two are going to go. It's going to determine. I'm just looking back. Man, DRAM doesn't want to. It's not it today on DRAM. Like that, it looks like that was the best we could get. It's still putting in a higher low for now. So as long as 49 holds, just a reminder, it did eventually just close the entirety of the gap. So there's a solid chance at a double bottom, but it is such a dog and so incredibly weak. I'd much rather go back over to what looks maybe a little bit better. See, the difference with silver and gold is they might be dipping, but they gapped up. So they could still pull back into some prior highs, or have filled the gap to the 57 level I liked, and then started going back into an uptrend. Looks better than DRAM, because this is actually in an uptrend that it pulled back into, as opposed to falling deep into support. Shout out to Aodell Smith Jackson.
Yo.
You guys, Apple run, not sure what happened. I'm gonna guess Apple probably was going strong as the market was tanking, and then when we got that big bounce, it reversed. So a guess, because that's what Apple's been doing lately. No, it's going up with the market this time. Ooh,
that's a strange one.
Now that could be pretty. That could be good for Apple. I like that for Apple. It actually extended its gains when the rest of like the AI stuff found its bottom and the chip names found their bottom. Apple extended gains. That's not what's been happening lately. Lately, it's been counter trend to the AI play. So this is a great sign for Apple. It's bouncing off the 50 period as well. Yeah, I like this. I like it a lot.
50. Right there. Yeah, no, that was one. I mean, we didn't dip by any Apple. We were already, the barrel of apples was full in my account, and so we did not get any of that, but we did dip by some Google, which we have not looked at really today. It's not having a good day at all, actually, Google right there. Was not expecting to see a 355 handle. Their lows of the day on Google. Wilson Katina Capital. There you go, Joe. Does that make you feel better? Wilson Katina Capital. We had to change it, man. It's not Katina Wilson anymore. It's Wilson Katina. We had some some back and forth about that in our meeting there. And so yeah, we're looking to buy more Google. To be honest with you, I think this is going to be a good long-term play for Google. As I said, and Meta's probably rocking today. Today I called Meta my least favorite, and of course it's up 1%, and Google probably my most favorite. I think Apple still is, but Meta today getting some backside movement there, so that's a good one. And we got a super chat earlier that someone had caught this Meta move, and that was a great one. Meta all the way from 585 to 595, almost $10 straight fire in the booth upside right there on Meta. So good job there. We did get out a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna take on one more piece here and save the rest for a rainy day. We're almost out now of SpaceX. Look, man, we're trying to follow rules. It comes back in, looks like it's trying to break the 25-period moving average. The only thing that I could change up with my trading to maybe get, to take it to the next level again, would be instead of maybe getting out right there, that could be a reload spot at the 25-period moving average, because this is what we took advantage of here at 120. And we always like the key level breaks, right? No matter what stock it's on, to be honest with you. If it has news, if it has momentum, if it has social media, anything like that, key level breaks, whether or not it be $2 on these small caps or whatever the levels happen to be at, it's the key level breaks that I think interests
exactly.
Myself and everybody around here.
Well, that thing's a SPAC.
I was trying to find out. You already talked about this one, the YG. MB Neil looked at earlier as well, and that's now here through $12, and it's kind of halting around. And okay, so see, this would be now if this halts upside now. Based on what I did yesterday, and yesterday was just yesterday, but I was thinking that this kind of a break right now on this name, if we halt higher, might be a good long, because we're back at support. We haven't really broken too much below this 12. We got to 1140, but a halt up right here might give a little bit better feels to a next leg. So we'll see if this does halt. The limit up, limit down bands. I thought I marked them, but I got to do a better job of that. And there it goes. So all we have to do is talk about this thing. And now the rip is happening right now in MB, trying to get back up to the upside.
That's too liquid to see the bands.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, look at it. It's you're only seeing 20 cents worth of depth.
But what did I? Yeah, see, I already.
It didn't save.
No, yeah, it didn't save. So I used to have limit up, limit down mentioned on here, and of course, right now I do not.
What's that?
So this is MB. So there it is, Joel Embiid.
It's at 1335.
Okay, so here it goes. So it will halt. So I got to get over here. MB.
1335.
MB right now. What is it on the Nasdaq? Okay. We're gonna check this out on a possible halt right now on MB, guys. All right, sector watch with Adara. What's going on over there?
Let's look at this sector board, guys, because there is a lot of strength here. For the most part, there's also some weakness. We'll start with what's weak, I guess. Energy minerals here to the downside. Oil just kind of out of focus today. You've got XOM down about 1.5%. Producer manufacturing mixed, but you do have downside moves in the likes of GEV and Caterpillar. Industrial services kind of weak here. Communications kind of weak, but in terms of strength, it's a lot easier to talk about because there's just a lot more of it. You've got consumer durables to the upside, health services to the upside, non-energy minerals to the upside with or Newmont, a gold play. They're up 7% today. You have health tech strong, tech services with the exception of Google really strong. We have to shout out Adobe up 4% and Palantir up nearly 9% today. Finance, as already mentioned here, there is some strength with the likes of this team here, I believe BlackRock up 3.5%. And electronic technology, last but not least, the most mixed sector that I'm seeing here. You've got sharp downside moves in the likes of Micron, SanDisk, Seagate, and Western Digital. Now, two of these names, SanDisk and WDC, are actually in earnings day too. The other potential reason to keep an eye on these, as we know, Bloomberg reported right after the bell that SK Hynix, another name in the memory space, is considering, I guess, changing up its arrangement here with its $3 billion plant in China. That being said, you also have strength in the likes of ADI, Corning, Qualcomm, Apple, NVIDIA, and Broadcom. So mixed look for electronic tech, but generally strong look for the rest of the market. Back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Adara. So MB did halt at that 1335. The fourth time was a charm. There were some fills on the bid, so you certainly could have gotten long if you were really, really fast if you got on the bid. But remember, when it gets to the halt band, you can't punch in. You can only sit on the bid and hope that somebody sells to you. Like you can't just be like, I want the long. You're not going to get it. We have two super chats to get to, and this one's been around here for a while, but thank you very much. Argentinian pesos from Gabby. Greetings, my dear traders. MSTR, iBitcoin, Circle, crypto space ripping. Tonight is sushi for dinner. It's not a bad idea. I like sushi.
Yeah. My
Haven't
kids
had
had that
sushi
last
in a
night,
while. The last time Aaron asked for sushi, for some reason, my wife was like, she wasn't feeling it, so we didn't. But I liked iBit early, and this was one of the three dip buys that we didn't get, and obviously it went to VWAP. But here's the thing: you're still a chance to hold the breakout and retake the high. So I like the reversal on it. I feel it's a bit of a chase. We're gonna lose VWAP here, so this feels like an obvious jinx because I was looking for it to hold the bid, grab the long into the 37 break, and then ride it. But if it loses VWAP, you're waiting for the double bottom. So this is in play for me here today, and we didn't really look at Coinbase. I don't love Coinbase, and obviously that means Coinbase is gonna be super strong today. It's up 6% and absolutely flying here. And keep an eye on ETH. ETH has been fantastic, actually been better than Bitcoin recently. Tisha Perkins, Vate. That must be a small capper because that's what you do. Can you go over this ticker? Shorts have been holding it down. It's easy to borrow, could squeeze later. Is it easy to borrow? I can answer that question. Not for us, it's not. So it's actually, we have to pay for locates on this one, so it's not completely easy to borrow. The way I see it, in real trading, if we don't have shorts, it ain't easy to borrow because we have 99 point whatever percent of the market. But it's now above VWAP and trending higher. When these gappers do not break the low, sometimes you don't want to give up on them. That's an important thing. So good one with volume. I'm going to see what locates are, if they're cheap enough, because it could be a play, because I did pay for YJ locates. If this one starts to die, after what Booyah did yesterday, that's how I try to remember the name. So this was the one yesterday, BYHA on the NASDAQ. Booyah. I think I got it right. Oh, this chart's gonna die on me. I think it was this, yeah, it was this one. See that rejection, and then look what it did under VWAP. It consolidated. I didn't go short till $4, but you could have been shorting this at $4.50, and it dropped to $3. That's a 33% move, and it was straight down and never went against you. So if another one of these Chinese ones does it, then you want to be prepared for it because I feel like once they start to die, they just completely give it up. So Yunji or whatever the heck it is the one that I have the eyeballs on, but it just did the down halt now. So if I see it close under VWAP, I want to look short.
All right, just another little quick trade idea. So that MB is halt. I mean, we could call it up again, but it's halted there, and it's only tapping 1338. So right now, not much kicking out for Joel's stock over there. Okay, so we'll wait here. If this does fall back into, that's what I was going to say is here, a fall back into 98. Let's give a little bit of love for some Intel. On a drop back into 98 bucks, right? We'll take a 98.20 fill. That was that sort of rate where we just wicked down to, and then watch out for a break of 98 potentially. Oh, there it is. MB just opened up. Damn it! Both Neil and I tried. I know. I heard you talking about it. Yeah, we tried to get and again, bang. You know, we said the next halt, if it halts, I like that halt, and it halted at 1335. So, oh boy, man, what a dangerous trader potentially. We could become if we start trading some of these small cap names and get it right. I don't have a problem putting up some shares into these names right there, and there's the halt. So we did get involved. So and I'm not going to take this one because for me that's not the idea. But right into there, we said that 1335 halt was going to be potentially something. So it did halt right there, and then gapped a little bit higher, and now it's 1535. Now it's $16 right now on the tap. All right, man. I mean, there's going to be missed opportunities sometimes, and that looks like that's going to be one right there. But wow, I'm starting to get good feels about all of this, and that's always a good thing. So hopefully, we can start to hit these. I mean, yesterday was good, man. Yesterday, I just traded at one time, and it was one of the top stocks for me there. That Wing Yip Holdings, and now today, honestly, if we just traded that one, that could have been P&L number one, and that was off of one move. Just because the moves are happening, it's not like, again, if it's going to halt down and you have 100 shares and it halts down $2, sure, you're going to lose $200, right? But it's in these moves that happen every once in a while where you get long and then it just continues the play higher. So, if you exit out with good responsibility and check yourself before you wreck yourself, then I feel like some of these small cap names would be part of the game that a lot of us, will start to enter.
There's also one thing everyone's going to do their own thing.
Yeah.
But if I jump on, and this is exactly what I do on MB, if you get that fill on that first halt, like I'm sitting there 13.35 bid, I already have a stop.
Oh yeah.
Like and you know where my stop is? Once my bid is in, it was the 13.35, let's call it. My stop is at 13.34. So when it's at the halt band, if the stock doesn't halt and I'm filled, I'm out instantly. Because I only want to be in if it succeeds in halting in that 15 seconds. So that's why you might get a couple of false halts and get like triggered out 5-10 cents and then triggered out 5-10 cents, and then the time it halts you're holding. But my stop is right there, because what I don't want is it hits the halt band, doesn't halt, and then blows through the low and you lose $2. Because to me the idea is to try to risk a small amount on the actual entry, and then your downside risk is only that it halts down. Like that's the only risk I want. That after the halt up, is that it gaps down on you. By the way, the market is still making a bid. Come on, Bitcoin, you can do this. The Nasdaq had just pulled back into VWAP and starting to head back lower because it's IBIT. Remember, I was looking for IBIT to hold VWAP, break higher. It just doesn't want to do it. Like you had to sort of pick your spots. Even SLV, like that one bounce and it didn't go any further and we're headed lower. I bet you DRAM is probably the same thing. You had the one bounce. Now it's trying to at least double bottom, but you couldn't get any better than that turn. And again, it's just been a really down market for some of these, but the Nasdaq's giving it a shot. I do want IBIT next because I feel it's the strongest of the three things that we're going along today. Let's go to Adara and see how the US dollar is doing.
Yeah, USD.
XY.
She's the one hitting all these numbers.
DXY, because we can. We're going to take a look at the US dollar, which has been really range bound over the last 5 days. This is literally Monday's action here. High of around 100, low of around 94.50. Would you be shocked if I told you this is going to be, 99.45? Yeah, this range here is identical. We've had literally the same range all day. In fact, Monday and Friday's range, basically exactly the same. There's not too much to talk about when it comes to dollar price action or levels. The levels, I think, are quite large. And if I go to the weekly chart, you'll really see how range bound we've been. It'd be interesting to see if we kind of close as a doji candle here, just exactly flat here on the week for the DXY. But let's talk here about the employment data, because I think this is by far the biggest story of the day, at least going into the session, regardless of all these other earnings in focus. Non-farm payrolls, negative 23,000 versus 80,000 expected in the prior print of 57,000. Unemployment rate below estimates, 4.1% versus 4.2% expected. Now, this is interesting. This infographic, which covers NFP change over the last 36 months, so August 23 all the way to July 26, this is our 5th negative print in those 36 months. So we don't get these negative prints a lot. This one, of course, not as significant as some of the negative prints we've seen, for example, in October 25, but still interesting look here for NFP, and it has impacted the odds of a rate hike in September. Prior to this number, we were seeing roughly 60% chance of a rate hike, 40% chance of a hold. That's flipped. Now, 60% chance of a hold, 40% chance of a hike in September of 2026. Now, this has actually changed since the last time we looked at it. I want to say a little bit after 9 a.m. We're still seeing the chance of an October hike, but now we're seeing the chance we could get another hike in June of 2027 before maybe going back down and then getting potentially a third hike in December of 2027. So almost definitely, at least as of right now, we're expecting there could be a hike in October of 26. The hikes beyond that seem a little bit up in the air, but I'm sure we'll get more clarity as we get more data, including CPI and PPI next week. Back to you.
We talked about that flip up there in the rate expectation, so that's kind of nice to see for sure. Thank you so much, Ja P. I don't have time to do this, but you guys all watching, of course. It does look like it's another 10 bagger, so we get that money right there as it just continues to drop back in for SpaceX, and Sharif just sits back down. We're long at 119, SpaceX right now 128, but yeah, just absolutely motoring right now, and yeah, another 10 bagger right there. So we want to say thank you so much to all of that. Try to leave the runners on, man, as we go. And then as Neil was talking, it's too bad that yesterday, I was just looking and I didn't actually have, this is yesterday's early, we got this at 8:54, but I was trying to look for this wing yip one. So this is exactly the way to trade, exact same thing that Neil was talking about and what we did yesterday. This went up to $20 and then it fell back in, and my stop on the last 10% was exactly where we were in. So it's like, take advantage of the move higher, but make sure that you do have that vaunted stop in there. And by the way, MB does, see, and again, like we're starting to get the feels again. Like this was not this was not a halt up that I wanted to take. You know, I didn't sit there and took that one. We wanted this one, but not the next halt up. So yeah, man, Spidey sense is going off right now on small caps, which is very, very good. You know, if we can start trading mega caps the way we're doing that, and then now add small caps into the race, then it's all about that, man. Yeah, man, Sharif, we tried. We were on this bid to get this, and then it ripped higher. We missed it. So, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Like I said, it's all right. We're starting to get warmed up to the fact that these are all about it. And, you know, with the change of the PDT rule, all that kind of stuff
There's more of these now.
There's just more of these now. So be careful with, you know, stocks like this that have high short floats or low floats, high short floats, or just low floats.
And remember, low float, no story. There's a really decent chance somebody is literally pumping it.
Yeah, well, that's...
I'm not to be conspiracy theory, but there's like 90% of the ones we're talking about have, they're all Chinese ADRs. I mean, I think we all have a decent sense of what's going on here, which is why you have to have some kind of an exit strategy to ensure that you take profits. It gets much better to take 20 or 30% and 50% than instead of hoping for 500% and then you hold it for a day and then you make literally nothing. I'm staring down YJ, but this is now, it's 20 minutes? So it's been halted over 20 minutes. And what's crazy about this, it down halted. Like, oh, sorry, it was down on a pullback and then back up to 398. So it was like a potential rug job that came right back up instantly to the 98 level. Its tap is $5. When there's a long halt, if it's not 5 or 10 minutes, that typically means there's a genuine lack of liquidity and it'll be a crazy open. So I believe that it could open another dollar higher on YJ. But that's just the latest, another one of these ridiculous ones. We're going to go back up to Adara. Looks like Bitcoin doesn't want to hold on to VWAP, so I don't have to be in it if it's not going to give it to me. And then the other one we're looking for is maybe a reload in silver. It either breaks this downtrend, double bottoms, but I got to be pretty patient with it because you saw the slide down and everything. You had to really wait for your chance. 1055. What's a 1055? We already did sector watch. Maybe it's just a news story.
I think we're just going back to Adara.
We're just going to Adara with news.
Yeah.
Keep an eye here on CoreWeave, guys. So I'm just seeing this now, but it looks like about 40 minutes ago or so. So basically when CoreWeave started bouncing, we got a post here on LinkedIn from the company's official account. There's a whole video. There's not too much happening in the video, but it says details coming on August 13th. Stay tuned. So it's going to be a couple days after their earnings report. That would be on Thursday. The company's set to report earnings, I believe, after the bell on Tuesday. So we're going to have to wait and see what this announcement is, but it does not appear to be earnings related on its face. Either way, we did get roughly a $3 or so bounce from that low all the way up to 88.50. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted. But either way, sounds like we'll all know more next Thursday. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. We got a couple of super chats. I think at least 2 of them, because one of them for sure I know we didn't get to. We'll see. It's from Fillmore, yes. We didn't see the Tesla one. I know we talked about Tesla. Would you buy Tesla at $330? Time frame matters. As a day trader at 11 o'clock, I'm not a huge fan of breakout trades at this time of day. I feel like if you get a breakout trade early, you have twice as long in the day for it to rally. You have all the opening liquidity for it to go. In the middle of the day, like it feels like it could be a little bit more trappish. Volumes are going to be automatically lower, and breakouts want volume. So there's a lot that works against it. If you're thinking about, oh, I just think it bottomed at 300, and I like this for like an actual like swing, and you have the moving averages, that would be a different story. That does look pretty solid. And throw in something that Kevin was saying, which I've been thinking about, and I haven't decided yet. If they're just going to merge them, and the idea is that you're going to get, the merger would be SpaceX buying Tesla, because that's what all the talk is. And Tesla shareholders might get a small premium, even if it's going to be, I just looked over in YJ, forget about $4. It's about to halt at $6 to the upside. So it just went $3.98. It's $6 now. No, if you're going to be able to get SpaceX and Tesla shareholders get a bit of a premium on their value, and you think it could happen next year, then simply buying Tesla, especially if you already like Tesla, becomes pretty appealing. And I haven't thought whether I want to just next time buy Tesla shares over us tranching SpaceX, but I am leaning to at least do a little bit of that. So I do like this bottom. I was waiting for 280 because I thought that was the spot. The same way I waited for 222 a couple of years ago, or like a year. Yeah, it was actually a year ago. I was waiting for $280, and it looks like that's not going to happen on Tesla. But it's a good, strong one, and I guess I might have jinxed UNG. It did get to 6, but now it's back to 5. Opened at 4, went to 6, back to 5. This will probably halt another dozen times today. And the second it holds under VWAP, that's what I'm looking for, because I'm not chasing these halts. You either get the first halt off the lows or not a chase, because then I don't know how you structure the trade if you chase it. That's a problem.
We're only 1 minute now until 11 a.m. and we'll switch over into the midday show. But we want to say a big shout out to everybody that was with us here today on TikTok, on YouTube, everywhere, Twitch, wherever you're watching us. Thank you so much, and thank you for the continued support. I'm going to be getting out of this last piece on SpaceX on a break of 125, okay? So that's the trade that I'm looking at right now as we get ready to pass it over. And then Intel right now as well, a bid down at 98. If that can happen, then we will take a bid on Intel down by $98. So yeah, man, excited to be here with you, but that's enough for me. I'll be gone. Joe will be taking over for me at 2 p.m. So join Joe and Neil then. Big shout out to Adara in the background there. Thank you for all her help today. Thanks to Sharif, got that morning. No, we got some memberships that people dropped as well. Yes. Thank you to all the super chats that came through. Michael Noss as well. Tiffany, Andre over there.
Pure Ecstasy as well. Shout out to you. I think we missed your super chats.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Any super chats we missed, these guys will cover it on the midday show. All right, man. It's 11 o'clock. Let's see what's for lunch. I mean,
as long as it's.
Hopefully it's sandwiches. So why
don't you tell us what it is so we can tell them. Tell us. Yeah. So what is it?
You got to get her mic going. Do you have your mic on?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go.
I do. They have.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. They have it's cold noodles, and there's sesame honey breaded chicken. I'm very excited to try that because it looks so good.
Okay.
It looks very good. And there's also a very good salad with it, which I didn't really check.
We haven't done this in a minute, but there it is. There it is. That's what's for lunch right there. So thank you for seeing there. Breaded sesame chicken with cold noodles. So that should be okay. We'll see how that goes.
No, Joe's like, I can hear Joe opening plastic. So he's got like a treat. Anything you open with plastic, I'm thinking he's got a chocolate bar over there, and I'm just kind of curious what he's eating.
He's sorting out all those ones, I think. All right. Midday show is upon you. We'll see you guys back at 2 p.m. Have a great weekend.
Peace.
Boom, boom, boom. This is what we had to do today because the lovely caterers, they didn't protein us, man. They didn't protein the breakfast, so we're going to have to do it live. Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful frickin' people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This right here, this gentleman, this big boy, that's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody. Joey, first and foremost, Joey.
Hold on.
We're long. We're long right now. YJ at 555s. We're caught in a up halt. 637. Let's get right down to work. We're going to say hello to everybody in 1 second. 10:59:46 limit uptime. We got $6.37 as the top. I haven't seen this thing move more than a penny since I've been involved in the halt. So we're ready to go. We're doing it live. Let's see what this has to bring. And I want to say what up to Smith. I want to say what up to Buzz, Crazy Dirt Weed, CompuCare Team, Joey Opsh, Bless Friday, bro. We got Humang, we got Agro Fighting. Shout out to Gabby Frigo and Farhan Bear Bull. The G is back. Snowman, Michael Shank. All Things Trump, The Longman, 001, I Grow Fighting, Dark Skin. Goodo. We got Tarek. We got, who else, man? Mr. Lego, 63 Wicks and A+ setup. Candle Stacks, Farhan, Gamecraft, Nico. We got Puck. We got Hameen Carter. Hurt Scrambler, Danny Patel's in the house as well. Shout out to him. Ja P. Wasn't your name Jal Press? What's good, fellow Arsenal haters?
Yeah.
AJ Easy, Cad Wave, Save Man Woman. We got Roger Noonan. Shout out to Calf Knight, man. Easy Money 34. And Mang Zhang Wang Trading. Yoga Music Cheese Academy. Cheese Academy? I wouldn't mind being part of a Cheese Academy.
Hold on, Assassino. Don't do it to me just yet. We gotta do, you know what we have to do right now.
What are you going to do, Joey?
We're going to have to give some recognition to our friends over there on TikTok. What's going on? We didn't do it yesterday, so we have to make up for that. We'll go through a couple names. We have Amiri, Trevor Hunt, Zoran, Zan, Noor. What's going on? Ellie, Paul, User, German, Snow Life. All right, anyway, I hope not the bad snow. Anyways, Jeffrey, Moneris, Costa, John Q, US. Oh, I see what you did there, but you have a Canadian flag. Love and hope. I like that one. He did it very, very creatively. Joshua writes, Southside Sully. What's going on? It sounds like a good sandwich joint if you ask me. Southside Sully. There it is. Danny, Ricky, Masked, and a couple more. Dragon, Fluff, and Chicken Stuff. Kim.
I love that name.
Yeah, a lot of good names in the chat. Shout out to everyone, obviously, bravely. Oh, Joseph Osorio. We got to give a shout out to you.
Jonathan Osorio?
No, not.
Oh, my bad.
Not him. Joseph Osorio.
Yeah.
Anyways, aside from that, guys, happy Friday. Hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Some funny stuff going on this morning and some cool nicknames that I'm liking in the chat. But easy there, Luis Suarez. No, all fun and games, guys. All right. Bro. Before we get into it and we get into what we got going on, VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EV globally. Up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth and Jones. Sharif's got a lot going on right here, so I'll do my spiel relatively quick. One trade here today, and that was NVDA, and we got a nice move on it here. Didn't catch the whole trend, which I was slightly agitated about, but that's all right. There's going to be plenty more. And I was saying to my boy Gorev, I'm going to trade some small cap momentum, but what did we do here? We start our positions, or I shouldn't say small, full risk unit, double it up, and then we take it up into this supply zone right here, then chopped around before it decided to go on an additional move, a high of $223. No, come back down, NVDA. Why? So I can buy some more. We don't have enough. We need more, and more. But the NASDAQ and the SPY not looking too bad. A monstrous run in SpaceX here today, guys. A lot going on via small cap Landia as well, too.
All right, man, just give me a minute because I'm just involved in this trade, and then it's ripping up Joseph into 6.
I gotta pay attention to this.
Here we go, 6 1/3. We're gonna get caught in another uphold here. Boom to the freaking high side, took double the position. Here we go again, same price, bro. 637. We're gonna halt. We have 8 3s again on this one. What a bamboozler, though.
I'm in this halt too. Oh, you got much better price.
Let's do this, bro. Let's freaking do this. All right, man.
I better limit on open. Go ahead, bad boy.
Pardon me? Limit on open? Yeah. Can I tell you why? I didn't like the way that it opened last time. It did not open well. No, no, it dipped, man.
Right now we're top 636.
Get it, Case.
In this halt. Me too.
All right. Everybody's in it. The whole crowd's in the house.
The whole 9 are in it. It seems to be at this case. Hush your mouth, Joseph. You let her do.
Whoa.
My bad, Trav, man. He's talking about NVDA. No, that's my guy over there.
Okay.
No, man. Listen, it's been on a beautiful run, and I mentioned time and time again that I think we're just on the path We're only $13, 5 or 6% off of the all-time highs. Just the way that it's moving, I do believe that we're going to be heading towards that neck of the woods. Any form of a pullback, it's just buy more, buy more, buy more, deplete the free cash flow and just buy more, buy more. We don't want to be sitting on too much cash right now. I did buy a bunch of other names. SpaceX leading into the earnings report. We grabbed some 119s there. We bought some more Google as well. And then I also loaded up a little bit more Meta. So we still have a little bit of cash here. Not much. Just about 10% or so, I should say. I'm looking to allocate an additional 5%. And you know what names I'm going to buy, Sharif?
What are you going to buy, Joey?
NVDA. I'm going to buy some more Google, and then that's it. Our JPM position has been doing absolutely fantastic as of late, so we like what we got going on in the banks. This one has been an absolute monster. But right now, we have to focus on this. The tap is flat. We're just only a penny.
It's been that way last time too, bro.
And then what?
Same thing. And then it dropped.
And then it dropped. All right, so you're in this halt as well, but you have a significantly better price. So what we got to do is we got to be prepared. This volatility is most definitely going to step in as soon as this thing opens. Now the question being for me, can we get a little pop? Or do we lock and drop it? I don't know. We have to be patient and wait and see, but there it goes, almost a new high of the day for NVDA.
Pop, drop, shut it down, open up, shop.
Oh.
Whoa. Help me out. Yo,
that's
the Rough Riders, bro. All right, man. We're having a good time. Here, let's get right down
right now. Hopefully this thing, that could change.
We're having a good time for now.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
You know how
I love it. I love it, bro.
The market rolls, man.
Get it, Tisha. All right, man, we're having a great time. Timothy wants me to look at VATE, but before I do that, Tim, I didn't even bring in the side charts, and I got so carried away with the YJ trade, I didn't even get to throw in the names of the tickers, so I do apologize for that. I hope you guys can follow along. I'm liking RCell here. I'm also liking FIVN. I'm liking HCWC, especially if it can hold the structure, which it currently is right now, about 40 pennies, give or take. I want to say between 38 to 40 support. Now, it is putting in a head and shoulders pattern, so you need to watch out for a 37 flat bottom break. 37, 36, you might want to get some of those shorts ready. You may not use them, who knows. EXFY also wrapping up into the high there, 271. This hasn't even glanced back at the 10 EMA. Maybe it glanced, but it doesn't really pull back into it all that much. That's EXFY. Sorry, just one second. I got to make sure that I'm crossing my T's, dotting my I's here. 11:06:21 is the halt time. Current time 11:10:04. We got another minute and 10 seconds. FIVN, expensive. Talking 30 some odd bucks. So, it may not be everybody's cup of tea. VATE, I got it right here, my man Tim. And look, it's a $14 high, which is, below the pre-market high by about $1.50. That displeases me. But what does please me is the trend, continuing to respect the higher lows and the higher highs. We're going to get more into the side chart here, but for now, I just have to concentrate on the resumption. 637 maintains the price. We got another minute here, less than a minute, Joey. We've got another 40 seconds, possibly upon resumption, because we don't know, right? The volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes. I hate to keep repeating myself, but of course we do have newer viewers all the time who don't know these rules. So just allow me to kind of repeat myself here a little bit. 20 seconds or so, continuing to watch the top. It's been very stagnant. It has not moved. We're talking 637. Mr. Options Man. So we're going to go ahead and put a little order here. We're going to see exactly what we get. 650, 656.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, no, Joey. Boom.
Did you get it?
No, it's not letting me out,
no.
man. Here we go. Boom. We're still holding.
About.
We're holding the majority of the shares, guys. Here we go again. My money, man. Let's go into the 750s options, man. We're looking for a little bit more. We're looking for 777s now. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. We added like a cycle into the high. Here we go, man. We're having a great time here, guys. So getting out, the majority of the position up nicely on this one. We're doing well. We're looking for about...
It's going to go. It might go here.
Well, who knows, Joe? Now I have 621 because I added like an idiot. A bit of a mistake there. Flush out. at the high. Okay, happy with this trade. Happy with the trade, but I don't think it's done yet. 650 support. Looking for a move back into 650, just like we got there. Doesn't look like it's it's not gonna drop. So I might have to get back into this one. Let me flip to the 5-second chart to spot. Oh, a new high of freaking day, 825 high. It still has not reclaimed. It hasn't claimed $8 quite yet. So continuing to watch over here. Let's see if we can get in on a bit of a pullback. 750 support, 825 resistance. Looking for the 10 EMA on the 5 to hold. We're dancing with 8 right now. I don't want to get in quite yet. We have 750 support and then 7 support as well. Let's see, we're accumulating at 8, but we do have lower highs on the 5-second chart. So we're continuing to put lower high. All right, continuing to watch. Here comes 7.25. Support at 7.25 here. Looks like we may dip into 7. Let's see if that ends up holding us up. I don't see the limit up and limit down. What is going on with these screens, man? How come I'm not seeing limit up and limit down on some of these screens? 7.25 support. Watching. Let's see if the 750 gets reclaimed because we're still in a downtrend, right? We haven't taken out prior area high. 750 prior area high. Nope. It's continuing to put in lower highs on the 5-second chart. In fact, it's also putting in lower lows. So not touching this one for now. This could just be a micro pullback, which is totally fine, right? Here comes 680, Joey. 680, 675, bottoming tail candle forming up on the 5-second chart. If we can reclaim 7.5, this could be real good here. But for the moment, we're 7 1/3, 7.25. No, continuing to put in lower highs, Joey. So you know what? I'm not going to touch this one until we get and stay above 7.5. What are you seeing?
Yeah, man, same thing. So I mean, as soon as that bad boy opened up, we just take what we were looking for, Gaurav. This is what I'm talking about. YJ on the NQ. So you just get in and you get out, man, and you wait for that next opportunity and that next, you guys know my style, high of the day break or something along those lines. So that was the narrative on that bad boy. It did climb up north of $8, I believe. So that's some good stuff. Keep your eyes on the time and sales. But as soon as I seen this happen, I look over at Sharif and I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. I have to put this on there. Watching the tape, and then boom, right at that whole band, we get in, boom, and then right off to the races you go. You get a little bit more than 60 cents. In the span of, listen, the amount of time that we were in the trade, eliminate the fact that we were stuck in the hold, it's just like a minute, less than that. So some good stuff over there. And now, I mean, hey, this trade right here significantly, I shouldn't say significantly, but performed better than what we had on NVDL. And that's what I was talking to Gora. I'm like, hey, man, I'm looking for a couple momentum-style plays. Even though there's nothing wrong with that, if you mind sitting in it, sometimes I get a little bit too antsy. And if I have an iced coffee, it's the jitter juice and just tropping around. And you're like, oh, man, what is even going on here? I like to get in and get out. And that's what some of these small-cap trades provide, Sharif.
Limit, I can't see the limit down, but we're bleeding here pretty aggressively, Joe. All right. Guys, quick reminder that Trader TV Live members get Sharif's daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. We are talking about the big market stories and, most importantly, the key technical levels, the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're actually watching into the open. It is very, very well priced here at the thrifty price of $4.99 a month. And you also get members-only videos. You get members-only posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join below this video to become a member. And Assassino, I mean, if we don't show them what they get over here, how can they know they may be interested? So let's go ahead and show them. Sure. So here's the unadulterated version. This is the docs version over here. On the top, U.S. Hormuz restrictions put supply risk back into oil. You get a little bit of a story to explain to you what's going on, but more importantly, the technical levels below that. We get 3 levels of resistance, 3 levels of support for the intraday trade. But if you're not interested in doing something intraday and you want to swing it, a lot of people are doing it these days. You also get technicals on the 4-hour, which my humble submission is better for swings. You also see the structure. We also highlight what the hell we're looking at on the chart. Sometimes these things are so convoluted. Explaining structure here does help. And then you have a bias. For example, moderately bullish while the Hormuz supply risks remain unresolved. The geopolitical catalysts support crude, yada, yada, yada. And then the intraday and the swing setup. What price to look for, where to get in at, And if it fails this or if it clears that, you know, if A then B sort of situation, and then you get your catalyst watch and then your execution mindset. It's comprehensive. It comes to your, every single morning right at around 7:45, 7:30. Really depends on, you know, when I get in from the day. So I really do appreciate everybody who has signed up. All right. Whoa,
That's what I'm talking about.
Your boy is back. Nimrod.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get to this one. Okay. Back from the dead, baby.
You
missed y'all so much.
Man.
Dude, where the hell have you been, Nimrod, man?
This guy, I messaged this guy,
you, dude.
man. He hits me back once in a while. He said he was busy. He said he was going to make a return.
Yeah, right.
But you know what I think it is, though,
What is
Sharif?
it, Joey?
It's Palantir. This guy's probably involved with Palantir. Palantir is running again. He's probably got a boatload of options contracts that have appreciated out of the wazoo over the past couple of days. So things are looking awfully bright over there for our boy.
We miss you, dude.
Yeah,
bro, where the hell have you been, man? We miss you, Nimrod. Don't leave again, man. Stick around.
Back.
So
Never
happy to
left,
see you back,
man.
brother. Shout out to my man
talking
Nimrod.
about, man.
But
Look at all the love in the chat he's catching in too.
Yeah, look at that, bro. They're like Bear people liking it. Bear people remember who he is, man. He was a small cap trader, so right down my alley. Case, I'll get to that in 1 second, but Assassino, can we put it up? Thank you so much. Mark, 9670. Sharif, thanks for the quick look at NTRA yesterday. Didn't get shares, but had a CSP. At 250 support, rip past 300 overnight. Your boy just cleaned up on that, man. Shout out to Mark 9670. Thank you so much, brother, for the kindness and the super chat. Stick around with us, and as I always say, man, I hope you print up multiple storms. Like it's just keeps raining money on your side of the screen there. Shout out. And Richard Aaron 9700. Thank you very much, Richard, for signing up for the Trader TV Live membership. I have to show you where to get it because it's not entirely intuitive. So go to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV Live. This is what it looks like here. At the top, you're going to see a bunch of different tabs. All you got to do is schlep on over to the posts area, click that bad boy, and if you're a member, you're going to see that badge right there, members only, and there's the link right below. This is just a picture that I put for everybody. And then just click that link there, and then boom, takes you to the Google Docs. Thank you so much for joining up, and I hope you you enjoy it and obviously find utility for it. Let me get to cases. I know I've been talking a long time, but I want to get to cases. Tag here, VATE. Let's get to this one. Where did I put my VAT? This is the one case. What was your question? What do you think of VATA? Been moving. This is what I was saying to whoever asked me about this earlier case, is that it has a $14 high, which is technically a lower high than the pre-market high. And so right off the bat, you know, it displeases Uncle Sheriff, right? Now that's the thing. We need to clear out those pre-market high. And look at this moreover case. These are big boy volume bars there at 730. Those are the two biggest volume bars on the day, the 720 bar and the 730 bar. You know, even though they're not big in our sense, like 343,000 shares, they are big relative to what VAT has been doing during regular market hours. So I need a decisive move. I think above 14.5, where the closing prints were in the pre. Otherwise, I probably steer clear. There it goes. Here we go. Here we go. YJ, it could be back here. Watch for a flush, but watch for an aggressive move north of 8. Continuing to watch, Joey. What are you seeing?
Same thing, man. Listen, guys, this is the beauty. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my land.
This is the beauty of these small. Oh, he's back. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, so guys, I often talk about the time and sales. It's so important when you're trading these small cap names. Hence, entry at the peak high, 771 out. That's it. Waiting for that curl over. Orders hit the tape, and then sure enough, you're in and you're out. And that's the beauty. That's what I love about these things. Let's go. Listen, we got our boy Nimrod.
You're going to read that one out,
Yeah, I
Joey?
got this one. We got it covered. Went through 3 surgeries, just released from the final one. But yeah, PLTR too. Cry-face, cry-face. Miss the community so much. Sharif, who's the Andrew Tate looking Chad? And where's Joey options? Joey, you changed my life, bro. Thank you for all the concern and encouragement. Yes,
Love
sir.
it,
No,
man.
listen, man.
We miss you, brother.
Solid
man.
dude. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And I've been talking to him as well too.
Love it, Joey.
And listen, he knows he can hit me up anytime. He can call me any
bro.
given
You're
time.
that kind of guy, bro.
Yeah, we talked on the phone a couple of times throughout all of that, and you know how it goes. I don't even have to say it on the air, but I will. I message you, and I'm glad that you're doing significantly better, and I'm glad that you're on the road to recovery, because going through all that stuff isn't the best. But keep rocking and rolling as you continue. Just be you, man. Continue to be you, and sure enough, you'll be fine off in life. Palantir crushing it for you. NVDA crushing it for us up to 224.10 as well. Travman telling me, Joe, chill, let it do its thing. No, my friend, we need more.
Joey chills.
Yeah, Jimmy chill, and Joey chill. But yeah, other than that, man, it's been a fun one via momentum once again. Nimrod, great to have you back, brother. And you know what to do? Hey, you remember? Oh, you weren't. So last time he was in the city, the bike ride that he wanted. Nimrod, get prepared next time.
You gassed him out,
Gassed him out next time. Yeah, now we're going to get him back. When he's back, he said he's going to be ready to rock and roll for another one.
Crazy.
Looking forward to it, brother.
One sec, just before we go to Sia. Music for Rob and Randy Knight. Thank you guys very much for signing up for the morning note. I just showed where it is. I know you're going to mosey on over to the YouTube homepage, but thank you guys very much for signing up. I hope you find utility for it. Sia, give us the news.
CNBC is reporting this ticker CELH has a huge uptick in a volume spike right now. So Rockstar Energy founder, that is Russell Savage, as we do know it, has been building a Celsius stake in basically this company, and he wants to take over as the CEO of CELH, which is why it's having this huge uptick that you're seeing on my screen right now.
Thank you so much for that.
I have to shoot our boy a message too on WhatsApp. Tell him he's good. So
hey, I like it, bro.
Nimrud.
Ozan, Slow Motion, Trader, Gorev, Travman, Northwestern. I'm loving it, man. Luis Suarez, Adam frickin' James, Casey, frickin' 526. We got Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rally. Sean Pig, what's going on over there, bro? Sit and Spin, Cliffy Yang, Uplift Markets, man. The gang's in the house, and my main man, Benton. Shout out to Benton, fellow gunner. Boom, 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 boom. All right, Joey, we're hanging out here in a pretty consolidative way on YJ. We're hanging in and around that 7 area, and when you view it on the 5-second chart, it is kind of the same look. So allow me to kind of make this point over here. We're locked in a bit of a range for the most part at around 720 high and about 660 low. But when you look at this trend, we are, putting in some higher lows here. So I don't want to try to pick the bottom lest the bottom drop off, especially that 650 area with the ultimate loss about 609, 610. But I want to continue to watch YJ, because it does have a lot of opportunities here. And by the same token, we have opportunities here in our cell, not F cell. So we can't call this one the cell, but we can call by its real name, our cell. This one is doing pretty well here, man. A lot of higher lows, but by the same token, again, we do have lower highs on RCEL. So something to think about there. Definitely one I want to watch, but I still think the best opportunities right now are still being presented by YJ. So I'd like to possibly accumulate a position here, maybe 680. Here it comes, though, into 7 1/3 again. Let's see if we can pick up small size towards 7 with a view to kind of taking out that 750. I want to even say 790 because that's the latest price spike. But we are putting in higher lows. That's just a fact. Now, whether or not we continued in that way, we'll have to wait and see. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Trav, man, let's talk about this name as it's going on a big-time run. We're starting to break out. We have to pull up the options chain. Nimrod, let me know what options you have via PLTR. We'll go over those as well, too. So a nice little move on that one. NVDA will pull this bad boy up. It's climbing up to 225. Oh, no, look at this. Again, we're only about 5%, 5.5% off of the all-time highs. Yeah, let's see what YJ gets up to momentarily. If the tape can turn around and just the momentum pick back in and you have that additional wave of participants step in and just send this thing past the previous high of the day. Now, with that being said, 225, 71,000 contracts there, guys. Damn, with 326, yeah, there it goes, 328,000 contracts. Now, it's going, Sharif. We better get over.
I'm in.
He's in it. He's in it right now. Let's
failing,
see if
though.
this continues. Yeah, let's keep our eyes on the tape here. We're going to put this front and center, guys, because this is important. You can see the price action. I know I have it in the corner, but if we get the opportunity, I'll say, hey, this is a time when I would look to trigger. Even though that was a strong flush, you want to see it hit quick and relatively quick, all right? So you can see the opposite happen. Hopefully you guys are using these same strategies when you are trading this momentum style, because the time and sales is such a key indicator in my opinion. See, there it is, there it is, see, there it is, bang, there it is. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, do you see what happens on the tape when you push through?
Tell him,
and then
Joey.
that's when I would look to get involved. Just before those big time movements, and you get involved, and boom, you push through H3, nice little move there, 712. You climb up to almost 714, so $1 as quick as you'd like, as you would typically say. Bang. Tross saying he sees it. I hope other people see it too, because it can change your trading, and that can really help you with your momentum style.
We're going here. We're looking for 8. Oh my Lanta, and there it goes again. Oh, man. Here we go, bro. Sia said that I get scary sometimes when I'm trading here, and I can kind of see that a little bit, but I do apologize. But bro, you know, I'm just an emotional. I get lit up when these small caps. So we did well on that trade, man. Entered 712, out 852. Very happy with this trade so far here. YJ is ripping up, and it could see 10 sooner rather than later. There's my man Bovin.
Where is he?
Bovin's in the chat.
What's he saying? No, let me guess what he just said.
Go ahead, Joey. Yes, sir. We are having a good time here, guys. All right, 862 high options, man.
Yeah.
And we could be at 10, sooner rather than later. 17.16 million shares traded so far, 862.5 high, generally holding 8. I was trying to yell about the higher lows here, and I feel like you guys kind of know why I'm looking at that. We're trying to ride the trend. Neil messaged me yesterday, and I said something to Neil. Oh, my days, 875. I said something to Neil that I really want to stress today on the show. When these things, these small cap gappers that are ripping up like this, when they lose trend, yes, you may be good enough and astute enough to pick them up off key levels where buyers and or short sellers are covering. But when they lose trend, you're mathematically, statistically, not in an advantageous position. You gotta ride the trend with these ones to be statistically in that most advantageous position. If you're gonna pick them up off key levels when they've broken trend, you may be good enough to do that. I'd submit to you, I'm not, right? So I stay away from that, and I just try to ride the trend until until it breaks down. Until we know, okay, it's making lower lows, it's making lower highs. Oh, there was a buyer here, I don't know how many times at $7, and now that buyer's gone. Just leave it alone at that point. You don't need to trade, or there's something a little bit, less volatile or something else that's moving that you can focus on. So don't become obsessed with one name, especially when they break down, okay? So YJ, we're continuing to watch Joey, 875. This one by no means has broken trend. So we're still waiting for this one to come into a key technical level. And I see here a possible buy area. I'm going to say between 760 and about $8. So there it is. We're going to continue to watch for that.
All right, my guy, let's do YJ. Do you know what the float is on this bad boy? Market cap 39 million. All right. I forget how this guy told me how to analyst rating on the financials. No. Anyways, I'm not going to look into all that. So, it does not matter. Right now is the momentum. 2 trades. These worked out. You get in and out really quick. Curls back over, and then sure enough, we did a live example of just focusing on the tape and how you can catch these momentum styles. And guess what? If you have a platform at home that allows you to run replay, just watch when you have these extreme moves and just watch it. That's what I did for so long time. Like, just go back, and then when you see it just uptick and just go absolutely insane, watch what the time and sales does, and then just try to identify that when you're trading.
Can I say something just before we go up for the Euro close? You know what I thought about yesterday?
What's that?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take screenshots on the 1, the 5, and the 15 of all my trades, good and bad, and I'm going to throw them into Claude Code, okay, or Claude in general. Right? I haven't decided which service, and I'm going to tell it. All right, identify the key patterns for my winning trades and identify the key patterns for my losing trades, and I want to see I want to have as much data as I can. So I'm thinking maybe 100 different trades, maybe even like 200. It's going to take me some time to amalgamate
to collect,
all.
to
You know what I
collect all
mean?
that, yeah.
Because it's specific to me, right? Like it's my style. And so that's what I'm thinking about doing. So I'm going to start taking screenshots of all these trades. I'm going to throw them en masse into an LLM, and let's see what comes out of it, man. And here we go again. We're taking out the high options, man.
You know what else?
916.
You know what else is taking out the high?
What, man?
NFP.
There we go. Joey, 948
Oh, wow.
high.
Yeah, this thing,
we're gonna rip up here.
That was a $1 pullback right there, though. That was pretty quick.
It was ridiculous.
All
That's
right,
beautiful. Let's send it up to the big desk because we have Adara and Juan waiting. Talk with Euro close.
The Euro markets are closed, but how did they perform today? Here to tell us all about it is Juan.
Thank you, Adara. European markets ending the week strong on a positive note. We see the Euro Stoxx 600 up near record highs, lifted, of course, by strong earnings this week, as well as Eurozone economic data coming in. So we start with Germany, the DAX up 0.87, definitely the region's outperformer. We've got some data here. Germany's industrial production and exports, that beat market expectations, a positive signal for their economy. Some of the software and chip makers leading the gains today, followed by pharmaceuticals and healthcare, as well as industrials. Some of the big names, SAP climbing up more than 4%, and Infineon Technology is also adding around 3% for the day. Now, over in France, CAC 40 up by 0.4%. France unemployment rate rose to 8.3% in the second quarter of 2026, and that is up from 8.1% last quarter. Its highest also since 2020. So exports also increased by 2.6% month on month, while imports fell by 0.9%. Among some of the strong performers in France, we have ST Microelectronics up by 2.8%, Dassault Systems up by also 2.8%, and Schneider Electric up around 1%. Moving over to the United Kingdom, the FTSE 100 also up by 0.44%. Precious metal miners benefited a lot, especially from higher gold prices. So Fresnillo gaining more than 5%, one of the top performers today. Among heavyweight stocks, AstraZeneca as well as BAE Systems each added around 1%, while GSK and British American Tobacco also traded higher. Meanwhile, Lloyd's reporting that the UK house prices were unchanged for the month of July after rising 0.2% in June. Now, some of the things that we need to look out for, of course, global sentiment boosted after US July non-farm payrolls this morning. That print, of course, not meeting consensus. So that dampened the ECB or the European Central Bank's rate hike anxieties, also lifting equity futures. But monitor next week's open quite closely because we need to watch if European sovereign yields drops as the markets price in more supportive policies, especially for the ECB and the Fed. And also early next week, we've got some more data coming in. We've got industrial output data from Germany and France. So it will show us if factory margins are maintaining their Q3 recovery, especially as energy costs start to fall.
Lots to look at there in Europe, and if you want more info on international markets, stick with us at 3:30 p.m. where one will cover the Asian markets.
Look, I got to bring in my man Juan because there's been a development now in the Arsenal transfer saga. Juan, we both know now Vinicius is off the table. Good for him. He signed with the club he's been with since he was 18. But now, Juan, I'm hearing that Julian Alvarez again is now the main target for the North London super club. No, but seriously, what do you think? Because he wanted to go to Barca, right, from Atleti, and Atleti said, we're not selling to a competitor. What are your thoughts?
I think that's a good trade. I mean, with that transfer coming in, it definitely will help our defense. I mean, their recent friendly against Betis, they lost 3-1. We can see a lot of lack in the defensive roles there because Saliba will be out for surgery or injury for a prolonged period of time. So we need to really improve our back line. Our middle right now with Declan Rice as well as Bruno G, definitely going to be a powerhouse next season. Our front line also quite strong. we might not get Vinny, but as long as we get a good backline and a midfield, I'm sure our corners will be coming in all the time.
That's what we need, baby. Juan spoken. Thank you, Juan, for coming on, brother, and always giving us, first of all, great information on the Euro close, and then, in my opinion, the best information is, the Arsenal information.
I have to give a shout out to Nimrud, man. This guy's, he's like when I say cooking up in the lab, yeah, that's an understatement. This guy having an absolute monstrous day, backing in a heap of contracts. Ever since we taught him options, this guy doesn't even look at anything else. It's pure contract.
Like he likes it,
man,
bro.
that's just the way he likes it, man. Absolutely on fire is an understatement, man. Congratulations and nice move there. We still got our eyes on YJ.
Oh, yeah.
NVDA running up into almost $225 right there, only a couple of bucks off of the all-time high. I guess I should say almost $10 at this point. Not too bad. Sharif will take that one. Oh, yeah, guess what? SpaceX up to $127 as well, too. Man, oh man, these names are starting to gain some momentum. SanDisk, we'll pull up this bad boy and see what we got going on. Now listen, we were talking about $1,200 acting as potential support. Now with the momentum to the downside, you bounce off $11.96 and then climb up to $12.36. So a little bit of a supply zone that we were talking about this morning on the option segment coming into play. Now have we put in a new low? See, that's the thing, and I was mentioning this before, guys. We have to pay attention and we have to continuously look out for trend lines not being broken. Watch out for the bull traps, and this support 987, which I don't think is a horrible place or an area to get involved, maybe potentially with some SanDisk. It just doesn't seem that strong to me right now. And from a volume by time profile, nothing is telling me that we're going to turn around anytime soon.
Bro, every time you say turn around, I'm going to start singing here, man.
But what song?
Don't turn around, because you're going to see my heart breaking. You don't know Ace of Base. I know that, but it's don't turn around. I don't want to see any. Katina, man, I just want to ask a question, brother. I know, you're busy, but Katina, man, were you a fan of Ace of Base back in the day? Of course he was, man. Yes, yeah, Katina, man, he's singing. You can't hear him, but he's killing it.
That's the only one anybody knows.
I saw the sign. Yeah, I got it. I got you. All right, man. Look, guys, I'm not jumping into YJ at the moment because we still have a bit of a downtrend. Here's the 5-second chart. Oh, God. I always get trolled when I sing, but I just don't care. That's the problem, right? Problem with me is I just don't care.
Oh.
I don't. I'm not liking this one right now, guys. YJ feeling like flat bottom break coming in unless we really do change the trend here. So it's a plethora of lower highs, all the while that 8 1/4, 8 1/3, it's holding up as support, right? We know what this pattern is. It's a descending wedge pattern, and it's quite negative. 828, 830, watch for the loss of 8. By the same token, oftentimes, and I've seen this a lot, it does break down, right? It'll lose 8 1/3. It'll flash spike down, that is, into another key area of technical support where somebody, a big buyer, is waiting, and then it rockets right back up like it's doing now. Ace. Did I just not call that?
Holy, yeah, that was crazy.
Oh my days, watch out. Here we go. That's exactly. You just see the repetition on the patterns with this one. My God, there we go. 976 high. It just price spiked up. It spent no time down there. It's $1.20 lower now. But here we go. We've broken trend. We're on the upside now. Now, can we hold that 8 1/2, 8 2/3 area that was resistance? Can we now hold that as support and make our way onto that $9 area? So this is what I'm watching for, Joey. I want to try to get in here. What are you seeing?
Same thing, man. I got my eyes on that one. Messaging Nimrud once again. He's ready to rock and roll. So yeah, man, listen, this stuff was crazy. All the way up to $9.83. Flushes pretty quick. Now, I mean, I don't want to sway away from this name just yet. It's clearly in play. 2 million share float, by the way, a little bit more than that. I'm like, holy cow. How many times over have we? 10 times more than that over.
Oh, my God.
Float rotation. And it looks like it wants to get going again here. So, hey, man, in and out of this one, bang. 866 all the way to 902. Yeah, there you go. Are we going to get 10? Keep our eyes on the tape here. It's printing. There it goes. Nice. Look at the tape. Look at the tape. Here it is, Sharif. But before we send it to you, there's the tape. Like, you can identify this stuff. It's really quick. But the what I used to do is I'd run it at 2x, and then when you just go on normal speed, it seems a little bit slower. But when you keep your eyes on the time and sales, the momentum is absolutely a thing of beauty. There it goes again, bang.
$9.97 high.
$10 incoming here on this bad boy.
Man, we got in here, guys. Here we go. We scalped up again from 856 all the way to 949. It is still going, 997 high. It is knocking on the door, Ken. The volume is picking up. I saw Tisha talking about this one. I couldn't agree more with her. The volume was low. That has changed now, Tish, because it's not halting as much anymore. 25, almost 25 million shares, 24.5 million shares. Here we go again. We're on the way to 10 bucks. This is where I get a little bit in the gray zone. And here's what I mean by that. Like, you know, when we break out, say we're at $6 or $7, my bias immediately goes to 10. But when we get to $10, my bias flips to we're going to get resistance. I've been wrong about that lately, though, because it's been clearing 10 and going to 15. If it's at 15, it's been clearing 15, going to 20. So I don't want to kind of influence anybody and, you know, thinking, oh, 10 is going to be the key area of resistance. But that's just kind of how my methodology works. So continuing to watch here, 997 high. We're showing mid to low 80s. And there it goes, Joseph, into 1047. Get it, Blubbin. Boom. Here comes 11, 1090 high.
Holy cow.
1095 limit up. I don't know why this is not showing me the limit up. So I'm going to have to send it to you because
figure out what you need to over there.
Where the hell
yeah, man, this thing is absolutely crazy. We're probably going to hit 1,000% soon. Now, who's been in this since $4? If you have, you're having yourself a day. Now, I mean, guys, be cautious. Don't chase. I understand that we're having fun, but again, follow the momentum. Don't just jump in whenever, right? Just make sure you stick to your risk measures, all right? So, because you can get, this thing can drop all the way from $11 to $8 in the span of a second if someone decides to pull the rug. 351 here. Bubbing in there since $3.51. Man, absolutely. Yeah, all right, man, you're doing pretty good, brother, and congratulations to you. Let's head over to our watch list right now as this momentum is starting to slowly cool down and see if there's any other small cap names. If there's one, where's Luis? I've seen him in the chat this morning. I know he's probably not going to be standing in front of this, but he's been going long lately, some of these names as well too, Sharif. So I'm wondering if he's getting involved in YJ. Dogs. Everything else is below the volume weighted out. Master Beef over here. I was kind of giggling at this one as it cracked through the support levels. Once that's gone, think about it. 50% drop just like that. DSY doing the exact same thing. If you're below VWAP, I don't like it. Okay. No, this is yeah, Sharif. I get I understand your feelings now. Just considering all of these leveraged ETFs are starting to pop up on these small cap scans. Now it's just like, hey, man. Hey, I've been talking about these leverage products for quite some time, and we're starting to get a little bit too many of them. Anyone who can put them out is starting to put them out, and it's just like, all right, I understand that demand is there, but like if you have too many, only a few of them lead the race. And look what happened in the Bitcoin race, right? Like it's like I remember who was the other one? Yeah, 1 second. Who was the primary? It was IBIT, and then another one that just lost all its liquidity. It's not coming to me right now. It's not BlackRock. It's the other big firm that started theirs. But
Fidelity?
It might have been. Anyways, I'll figure it out momentarily. Let's send it over to the desk.
All right.
You keep an eye out on U.S., so not a major move here, but we do have Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Karib Abadi talking right now. He's saying that Gulf security must be ensured by regional countries without foreign network. Also saying that ground is being prepared for the resumption of security talks between countries in the Persian Gulf. If there's anything more on this front, I will be sure to let you know.
Thank you for that.
That's exactly the one, the grayscale GBTC. It is like, okay, at first, before IBIT came out onto the market, well, that's what, I'm pretty sure they fired the guy who was in charge of it as well, too. So, yeah. Well, all the other Bitcoin ETFs weren't charging management fees, and then these guys decided to go in at like 2% or something like that. So it's like, yeah, okay, there you go. You were your own demise at that point.
Well, exactly. All the money funneled out, right? Smart move there. And by the way, I mean, just without the fees, you're seeing BlackRock, you're seeing Grayscale. Who do you feel more comfortable throwing money behind?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Right? I'm just speaking for myself here, but guys, we're halted up. We're 1095. The halt time 11:43:09. Current time 11:46:06 or 7, or it's not updating. So 11:46:17. So we still have another couple of minutes on this one before it resumes. I just have to shout out 2 new members. Chicago 290 News 7. Thank you very much, brother, for joining up for the morning note. Make sure to mosey on over to the YouTube homepage and click posts. And then under that tab, you'll see my morning note every day. And shout out to Dimitri as well. Thank you very much, Dimitri, for joining as well. Thank you, brother. Make sure to get my morning note every single morning. Trading day, of course. It is in the posts section of the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. Mosey on over there. Get that bad boy. I see ATGL is halted up. The problem is IBKR is screwing up a little bit today and has been screwing up since the morning. So some of these charts, you'll see there's a chasm of no prints. So we're going to have to use a different chart here for ATGL. We're going to put ATGL over here, Assassino. Let's see if we can get it there. And then we're going to see what's good. TAP showing $24. Okay, so there's like no volume on this. It's done 22,000 shares. So this one, to me, too dangerous to step in. But the TAP is already showing like $4 higher there. So let's wait for the resumption here. 11:47, the current time, 11:47:39. It's 11:43, so we got another minute almost until this one resumes on YJ. Zen Zombie, my man, thank you very much for the $5 super. I'm happy with this community. It helped learn the difference between FOMO and risk management, and with that, I've been doing better at trading. I mean, that's as good as a message as I think we can hear on the show, man. You're just basically, you're making our day when you say that. So we really thank you for that, and hope you print up multiple ones on the side of the screen, man.
Absolutely.
Joey,
what's up?
It looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt here, Joe. Okay. 11:48:18 halt time. 11:43:09. This one will be at a minimum 10-minute halt, and the TAP now has really moved up. It was stagnant. Now it is showing 12. We are $1.05 higher than where we halted. YJ could see 20. Okay, so let's be careful with this one. It's already up 790% and a quarter. Don't forget that quarter. This one could be a quadruple digit winner. We haven't had one of those, Joey, I think a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah, it seems like that's been the case.
So let's freaking go. Shout out to my man, King Clutch. He's doing it as well. Don't, ma'am.
Well, she said 12. Hold on. She said 12.38, and then I said $12, ma'am.
Oh,
so.
Well, you know, we're delayed though, right, Joey?
Yeah, we're exactly. We're delayed. She's on time.
She's on time.
I will never make that mistake again. But she'll be here for that one here. Just because. But yeah, SpaceX, almost $130 at this point. Man, what a recovery. Hey, I think the majority of us will take it at this point. Good little dip buy leading into the open. Oh, okay. I thought it said something else. ADGL.
Bro, it's
what
doing
happened?
no volume. It was halted at 19 and change. It just ripped up to 26.18. I'm not going to trade this.
That's crazy.
I'm just telling you from now.
Right,
I'm not
just put a little something on, man.
Yeah, are you kidding me, man? We'll show them the door.
Yeah, show them the door.
Down,
yeah, show them the door real quick.
Give me a
all right.
walkout there, bro.
What's you want a walkout song?
No, I'll get walked out.
Oh my God. I heard what you said, but I was just saying, there's your walkout song there. But no, in all seriousness, guys, you're glad you didn't short that. Yeah, you have to be super careful with some of this stuff. In all seriousness.
I saw him say that.
I don't know what Adam.
I didn't want to respond to him when he said that. Like,
what?
It's not for me, I grow fighting, to tell people when to short or not, right? But
I don't tell anybody when to do anything.
I saw him say that earlier, though.
To short this?
Yeah, like.
And what?
It's just that's deadly. That's deadly to do that, but it's his choice.
Yeah. I mean, to each own. I grow. Again, if you want to, you wait until things start to turn around a little bit. 12.8% here on the day for SpaceX. Man, what a monstrous move. We're only $5 away at this point from that issuing price. That's going to be a massive, hopefully not a resistance zone, but hopefully people just don't offload a bunch of shares when it heads up into there. We thought a lot of us, I think, here sitting on the floor, were thinking that we'd see some more downside after all those locked up shares were released. Not necessarily the case. A massive rebound, people gobbling this bad boy up.
Yeah, man. I'm lamenting not having gotten more. I didn't add into my position yet, and I feel stupid about it. But I don't think that, dude, 129.50 to say I was gonna punch at say 105, which I didn't do.
You're gonna punch at 105.
Do you think that's gonna make a difference to me when this thing splits for the fourth time You know what I mean? Like it's just
when it hits
if you've seen
$1,000
Tesla before.
Yeah.
You know what happened with
when
that.
it hits, but I mean, Tesla split. See, again, I keep rolling back to the market cap. Tesla split how many times before it hit $1 trillion?
I get that.
Yeah.
They were selling EVs. Now
It's a different story. Now we're selling dreams, brother. That's for sure. But anyways, aside from that, tap $12 still holding on over there. Man, Scalp City so far on this bad boy. A couple of good opportunities, guys. When it's holding price like this and it doesn't break, and you just keep your eyes on the tape with these curl over patterns, sure enough, you can get yourself some high quality entries. Now NVDL, the market surprisingly not going crazy. Google slightly to the downside, 0.5% to the downside here on Google, and then holding on to negativity about 7 basis points, Sharif, here on AAPL to the downside. Microsoft 0.75% to the north side. Man, what a run this name has been on. Listen, we were talking about kicking, even myself, I was kicking Microsoft when it's down. Well, yeah, well, guess what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
You're only 9% off of the all-time highs on this. In the span of less than 2 trading weeks, this thing has eliminated so much of its absolutely nothingness. Downtrend, and then sure enough, off to the races it goes. Same thing with Amazon. Likewise with Amazon, I should say. Now, it's NVDA's time to put in an all-time high.
All right, I see QNME, guys. I see it, but I want to focus here because we're almost at resumption time. We have about another 20 seconds, less than that now. Well, possibly, right? 11:43.09, so we're waiting for 11:53.09. So let's see what we get. We won't get upset. $13 tap case. This is ripping up here. Here we go. This is looking good. Are we going to get a 15-minute halt, Joey Opsh? What time is it? We are going to get a 15-minute halt, if not more, man. We are past resumption time now on YJ. Oh, my days. This is looking good. Let's see if the tap adjusts when we get back from CL.
Keep an eye out here on the market. The SPY currently falling right now a little bit. We have Tehran's Mayor Zakari making some comments. He's saying that passing through the Strait of Hormuz depends on lifting sanctions and also paying compensation. Also coming in, the nations that will and have threatened Iran will not have the right to use the strait until compensation is paid. Also that Yemeni armed forces have hit Saudi-backed forces positions in Marib in Yemen. So SPY currently falling right now. Just going to check USO levels. No, it's on the up and up. It was up 0.42%. Now it was up 0.60. Currently it is up close to 1%, 0.82.
I like it. It's just.
I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. Like, it is what it is. Let them figure it out. Watching YJ, continuing to watch this one. I have nothing to do on this one until it resumes, obviously, but I do want to bring your attention to the RSL. Look, the compression pattern is still in effect. So we haven't broken down from the compression pattern yet, right? Higher lows, lower highs. Let's see if we can get above an area high. It really depends on how you view this. 750 could be viewed as an area high. I'm more inclined to want to look at the 11 o'clock bar, which is 758. So for sake of rounding, 760. The high of the day is 768, but you can see no closing prints above 760 at all. It was that double top there. That's RCEL. There's QNME, which the boys are calling out. Grunfeld called it out. Bovin called it out. I'm sure there are others as well, if I didn't mention you, but QNME, let's put this one on. Bovin, it's holding structure. So even though that was ugly, moving into 74 pennies all the way down into 60, that's 14 penny drop like that was 73.98. Okay. It's still holding structure generally because that previous area of resistance, like 62 to 63 pennies, right? Because of the closing prints. And it's at there right now. It's not failing below there. So I don't want to jump in quite yet, but I'm going to continue to watch this. I don't think this is a bad one. Gamecraft Nico, VAT, triple top. Yeah, brother. But it's putting in lower highs. That's the thing. Right, VAT continues to put in lower highs, and I get that it's got higher lows as well. But to me, I don't get in unless we get a breakout. There are other ways to trade it. You can build your position towards the lower end of the range with a view to holding until the compression pattern breaks to the upside. If it does that, and it could be doing that now. 1345 showing up here. To me, though, a move above 1375, probably 14 gets me into the trade, but I'll steer clear for now, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. Docs, what's this master beef? not doing too much. 26 million shares traded on the day. Here, I'll pull it down for you guys so you can see what we got going on. Listen, we're playing momentum. I don't know. Obviously, when you are risking something, it can be classified as that, but we're not just throwing caution to the wind, right? You have to take that into consideration. Now, Nimprud and I were just talking a little banks. Let's go over the banks right now and see how these guys have been performing on today's intraday session. JPM up another 0.5%, touching all-time highs yesterday. Now, I'm pretty sure Sean said his boy was buying in around the 300s. I started grabbing some. As soon as I seen this downtrend here and we were down 17%, it's like, all right, let's go. But I grabbed it via CDR, right? So there's a little bit of a difference. You have a lot more issues when it comes to liquidity opposed to just buying it off the actual this exchange. So we were grabbing this like 280s, and then now we're all the way up to $363. And I think we're going to continue to climb. These pullbacks on the bank, I don't know if we'll hit 317. Or here, I'll just do this because 316, I want to get a marker out, bang, just so we can hit that level, is what I would be specifically looking for to reload some more. I'm not going to sell any of this anytime soon. Until there's another GFC, I think we're going to rock and roll. There's just too much money. Listen, we have some, sorry to jump all over the place. Listen, we have some big IPOs coming. Never mind OpenAI. Anthropic may not be as big as SpaceX, but I think as it continuously grows and you have mass adoption of this technology, Anthropic can be pretty hot. But these guys are throwing around billions of dollars. I mean, it's going to funnel through somebody, right? You have the Goldman stacks, like Goldman has been stacking, Morgan Stanley. We got to think of a name for that one. And then JP Money over here is JP Money up to $356. Has been absolutely fantastic. Now 111 on Walmart, man, this poor staple. But don't worry, at some point, there will be a little bit of a rotation into this name, and we'll see Wally's World go on a potential run. And don't forget, if you're a divvy boy, 25 cents, I mean, that's not great, but it's not horrible either. It's better than nothing. That's how there it is, $13. It is open, ladies and gentlemen. Popped all the way up to $13.42.
Can't even use the bathroom,
and then came back in. Watch the tape. Watch the tape here. Let's pull this front and center once again. Keep our eyes on this, ladies and gentlemen. See if we get that next wave. There it goes. There it goes. Look at it. It is displayed clearly. So instead of me taking it, I'm displaying it to you guys so you can see for the near future. Starting to come back in.
12.25 support.
12.25 is support. Maybe even fill this gap potentially to $11. Be patient. Don't chase. Allow the setup to come to you. Just be like a panther in the trees and just allow things to set up correctly. Kalshi IPO soon. Yes, that as well.
Limit down 1041.
That's what I'm talking about. Fill this gap, Shreve. Those intraday gap fills.
1041 limit down, Joey.
Key. There it goes. Boom. Later. AC Slater.
Shout out, what's his name? Mario Lopez?
Is it? You see that?
You are always.
Wasn't there like a weird video that guy released the other day?
I don't know. Did he?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I think.
Okay, well,
yeah, I could be mixing
up. Was it on
up.
X or Snap?
It was just going viral. Oh yeah, it's Snap, man. No.
It's the only two ones that he uses. That's the thing.
Let me say this.
Go ahead, Joey.
Bro, you're showing me videos, and I'm like, haha, I seen that last week, on Snap.
All right.
So,
guys ahead.
Who's laughing now? I'm only playing around.
All right,
Let's send it over.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing before we dive into what is happening now. SPY currently up close to 0.60%. The triple Qs are up over 1%, and the Dow is also up 0.15%. Let's take a look at two things today. Airbnb reported yesterday, so I just want to take a look over at that as to what drove that earnings beat, and also that it is right now at a 4-year high. So Airbnb has also beat analyst estimates and raised guidance on its full-year revenue and margin. Also, like I said, hitting a 4-year high as of today. So CEO of the company, Brian Chesky, has told CNBC that AI is quote-unquote the best thing to have happen to Airbnb. And what drove the strong performance, that is what was the case. He has also added that 45% of those guests that needed to interact with an agent, when they interacted with an AI agent, never had to interact with a human agent because all those issues were seemed to have resolved. He also noted that first-time bookers are also growing at their fastest pace in 4 years. Shares had been up 16% this morning, and currently also still close to that mark, up 15.34% on the day. And before we head back to the guys, let's go to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. So Palantir is up a boatload today, and it could be up a boatload on Monday, and it could be up a boatload on Tuesday. SpaceX has found a bid, and it could move a bunch up yesterday and be up another, what's it up, Sean? 12%. Sorry, you have it up. He has it up on his screen. 12.5%. And it could be another one on Monday, and it could do that again on Tuesday. But these, and you have to talk about them, YJ, MB, all these small cappers, 100%, 200%, 750%. The day it goes, that's your chance. And really, it might just be one move, and that's it. However you trade it, the most important thing is to sort of understand that when it's done, just stop. Where's the next one? Move on to something else, because you look at MB, and this one's very distinct, and you don't know it's going to go so much lower, but it did. You have one breakout, it goes to the high, it's 3 consecutive halts. It doesn't go, like from the low, it goes 1380 or whatever, 1385, I think was the halt price or whatever we were saying it was at the time. And you get about a 50% move on those halts. And there's almost no chance that you get that perfect top. So it doesn't give you 500% or 600% or 700%. But once it loses VWAP, like it was pretty clear, right back to the low. Oh, it tries to break again, fail. And then look at this, when it loses the volume weighted average price or when it fails a breakout, it is just, we're done, we're moving on to the next. And the reason I'm bringing that up, and I'm not trying to go cold water, this one is fantastic. Was it YJ or whatever we're calling this company? It might do the same thing. It could easily continue to bounce off VWAP and play the dip buy, do one down halt, say who cares if you pull back, we're still gonna break out. That game is perfectly fine. But just understand, when it loses that trend, when it loses that bid, you're almost always looking for the next opportunity. These are not the kind of stocks where you're ever like, oh, this one today, this one tomorrow, this one all day. It's just a different bit of a beast. And so they go in cycles as well. That's the thing. Like right now, they are just hot this week, specifically the Chinese ones. Fundamentally speaking, they're probably the garbagiest? No. The worst fundamentally, or the weakest for any reason to be going to the upside. But then part and parcel as to why they're moving. Like it's not like they're not up because of quality, because of it's a good company, like, or a company that got beat up and had a bit of a turnaround, a good quarter, and has a short float like Hertz. Like no one's buying that one. They're buying it because they can soak up the float and get it to run. And when I say they, we can all get pretty creative. I think we understand who it may or may not be that's doing it. And when that happens, the rug is going to get pulled at some point. So I encourage everybody to make sure you hold on to profits. I think it's pretty easy. Once they lose VWAP, that's been a pretty good exit sign for anyone that's into these early. And every now and then it's going to make that bounce. But I look at Booyah yesterday was BYHA. I'll say Booyah because it helps me to remember the name of the stock. It really does, Sharif. That way I remember. But when it loses VWAP, look what can happen. And this was the quickest one in terms of exuberance to death right away. And just as a quick update, YJ just went into another down halt before I tell you how ridiculously good lunch was. Down halt at 880, tap of 720. So it hasn't lost VWAP yet, but this is in the midst of a pretty big turn. I gotta shout, this lunch, man, is delicious. Well, I think so. I'm loving this lunch. It's just simple noodles, and the chicken's got the right amount of flavor and spice. I'm not even done yet. I was going to, well, whatever. I was eating pretty quick, but I couldn't quite finish before we did this. I'm giving it an 8.7. And I haven't even had my salad yet, and I don't care. If there's one beef, it's usually we get vegetables with it. Our lunch on the side, like salad and vegetables. There's no vegetables. So that's the only beef I'll give, because I'm not getting my veggies on. I'll throw you guys back. Enjoy. Good luck on YJ if you happen to be in it, but that's a pretty hefty turn. That's what they do. It's some random Chinese company nobody knows anything about, and someone's just pumping it. So take advantage, but don't get caught holding the bag.
I was also wondering about the lack of veggies, but I think potentially the lack of veggies could be because they were actually in the little noodle mix as well. That's how I squared it off anyway. But regardless, let's take a look here at RBLX. Roblox, not too much of a move here, but a couple of minutes ago, the Attorney General for the state of state of Georgia, Chris Carr, posting that their office is launching an investigation into Roblox. So Roblox, company that's been hit by a couple different AG investigations, now facing one from Georgia. If you're interested more in just the companies that are getting sued or investigated by various different state attorneys general, I have a whole bunch of infographics for on X at TTV Research. I will probably drop the link to one of those in the chat right now. But yeah, GA, the latest state to hit RBLX. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Just throwing in my stop here on QNME. It just ripped into the high of the day, guys. We got 77s. I've whipped the beak at 80. That is the high. I'm looking for more. 80 resistance to be expected, Assassino. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. I stop out right below my entry. I'm not going to take too much in the way of risk at all on this. I want to preserve everything. All right, let's do the dance here. VinFast reported very strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally. Guys, that is up 96% year over year. First half deliveries, guys, reached nearly 129,000 vehicles. That is up 78%, and it reinforces the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And by mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. Shout out to the great folks at VinFast. Boom! Into the high on QNME. We take out 82s. Here we go. This one looks like it's on its horse, its carriage, whatever it's driving over there, man. We're looking for $1 here on QNME. So it's about that 74, 75 area of technical support. What I want to see, does it come back down and test it? Or is it going to be a beeline to $1? So I was telling Case about this one in the chat. I was telling Commodity King about this one in the chat. And here we go again, options, man. We're looking for that 82,
Holy
83 high of the day. We're showing 83s. There's another high of day. It's 84 now, Joey. This one's on the move. Ride the trend. I think Neil put it very clear in his lesson. Take it while it's hot. Don't try to catch a falling knife with these ones. When they break trend, get the hell out and look for something else, Joe.
Absolutely. Here it is, key setup, right? As Sharif was mentioning, I was talking to Hangry Wife in the chat. Congratulations. I'm glad that you had a solid week, that's for sure. Now, 74 cents. This is what I'm talking about, the high of the day break. You can see the momentum really start to pick up. And how do we identify that? Check the volume. Right, so as you're heading towards a key pivot level, you punch through that and off to the races you go. So keep an eye out on this bad boy. A pullback retest of the zone, and then maybe you get some form of continuation. But listen, this YJ is still halted to the downside. Went from $13 to $8 just like that. That's why you have to be extremely cautious when you're trading these. Like, look at that. Imagine you're just, you have the boat loaded, and then sure enough, it drops $5. You would ideally get out of this at this halt, this 10:32 halt. But if you don't and you continuously hold on thinking that you're going to get another uptick, it's AC Slater to that one. Shout out Mario Lopez. But anyways, aside from that, guys, quiet one. 2 scalps there on YJ. Shreve's been cooking up over there, and NVDL starting to pull back. Gorb, I know you were talking about Tesla not too long ago. We'll keep our eyes on this bad boy. But hey, if we get a VWAP retest, I'm going to be looking to get involved in this one. Small size, we're going to hold on to the majority of our session. That's for sure. We don't want to give too much back. So with that being said, we have a fixed amount that we're willing to lose. And after that point, then that's it. No more trading. We're going to stay green on the day, and I hope everyone does the exact same thing. How's your name going on over there, Sharif? I hear you punching keys. When Sharif start going, Gorev, nice look there, brother. A nice move. I'm like, hey, man, I feel this is a little bit too extended from VWAP. It doesn't matter. When you're in a complete buy program, continue to go with the flow, and this guy's been on an absolute monstrous run as of late.
Gorev?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gorev's been killing it lately.
Yeah, man. Same with our boy Nimro. A lot of people have been doing it. And it's not easy to either.
It ain't easy, man.
It ain't easy being cheesy, my boy.
You changed it up nice there, Joey. All right, I'm back into QNME. I'm not liking what I see. I'm not liking it. I have a stop at 76. I'm in at 78. I've wet the beak through 380. It is a downtrend now. I'm displeased with this downtrend. We have to take out 81 pennies decisively to break the trend. And we're not. There is a short seller of note at 81. Here we go. Looking for a clear, decisive take of 81. Look at him defending 81 pretty aggressively at the 4/5, at the 2/3, right? There is an 81 seller generally here, and now we're caught in a bit of a range, essentially 77, you want to say maybe high 76s support, but definitely 81 as resistance. We need to clear that level. I'm looking for a little bit higher now. I'm looking for 83s next. Here comes 81 again, and look at the selling at the 3/4. 81, 81 rejects. Into 81 again. No continuation above 81. So we'll continue to watch this. There's really nothing for me to do either to get stopped out or print. So we pack the patience. We go with the flow. Let's see what we get here. But there is certainly a seller of note at 81, and it's coming back down now into that area low. Wow, man. It's ranging here, guys. And I really want to throw my 5-second chart. There's the area high, and there's the area low. And this is exactly why I use the 5-second chart, right? A lot of people don't like it because it's noisy, but so is the time in sales, man. So is the level 2. I mean, if you're going to complain about noise, well then, this is more noisy in my opinion. But why I use the 5-second chart is because it shows me repeat buyers and repeat sellers in the same way that the level 2 is showing me. It's just the level 2 is super dynamic and transient, right? It doesn't hang out in that one area, whereas the chart you can reference back to that same moment in time. So that's what I'm watching right now. We're in 79, 80 again. Now they're selling at 80s. Look at this. Nothing moving above 80. I don't like this. Yeah, they were selling at 81s. Now they're selling into 80s. Unless we see a resumption of trend above 81, I am not liking this. So let's see what we get here, Joey.
Yeah, let's see. I might pull this bad boy up here with like maybe a little scout QNME.
It's failing.
Let's see, Quantum Technologies. Yeah, it's failing, but it might get a little bit of a rebound here. You never know, right? So we don't want to count this bad boy. Why is my chart acting like this? That's not very fun now, is it? That's not very nice of you, is it? No, QNME. 78 cents. Here, it's pulled up over here. QNME. It might go without us again. We're gonna keep our eye on the tape and see if there's that form of momentum. We like this curl over style of play. Now, how many participants are gonna start to step in and potentially move this thing? Let's head over to there it goes. See, look at the tape. Look at the tape. Watch it. Shreve's watching it. Keep your eyes on it, guys, just in case we get that next wave. Here, I'll go small. Like, what am I even doing here? If we're not looking to put on a little bit of share at least. I mean, nothing crazy. We don't want to, once again, I mentioned we don't want to put too much of a dent in our W on today. Back-to-back red days, which I'm like, ew. And then sure enough, here it is. There it is, Shreve. Now are we going to step in? All right, we're involved in it. Can we break this? I did like what I see, but it wasn't the momentum style that I was particularly looking for, and it's a slight rejection so far. Now what I need is where is the next wave going to come in, below or above the ask? If it's above the ask, we're ready to rock and roll, but if it's not, we have to be prepared to get out at the break of 78 cents. That's strong. I like that one, Shreve.
His feet are strong.
There it goes. There it is.
His feet are strong.
Super strong. Another wave.
Get it, Tyrone
There it
Biggums.
is. And another little scalp for your boy into the high of the day. As it cracks, watch out for it, guys. Keep your eyes on the time and sales. Boom, just pulled like that. Wow, that was crazy. Nothing crazy from a share standpoint, but we'll take it for what it is. Let's see if we get any form of momentum. Someone telling me about iBit. Oh, okay. Hey, we'll take it for what it is. On that one, we'll figure out what's going on with Bitcoin. I know my boy Nimrud has some MSTR. Smart play. It's not doing anything really right now. I mean, this thing is still in my account, and it's just not doing anything. It's just selling. This isn't strong whatsoever. Now, we can have a serious breakdown back into 32 bucks and then maybe even potentially head lower. And then by that point, Michael Saylor is going to probably sell some more because he's going to have to pay dividends and do all that. Look at that clean flush on the tape, guys. Still couldn't break it. You see this? Look at this. This is what we want to try to identify, but continuous flows. Let's see if that steps right back in here.
You know what, man? It's just stair-stepping.
It is.
So that's what we're seeing now. So it's 82 resistance now.
Oh, 83, there it goes. There it goes.
83, 80, come on, 84, boom, 85, 86 is taking out my orders, Joey.
Wow.
Boom, again, more freaking booms.
Yeah,
and here we go. Here comes 90. My man, I like when Joey trades small caps, man. 89 showing up. I'm looking for north. Man. I want 91s. Let's see what we get here. 88 seller, 89, 75 high. Anything below my entry ends the trade. Continuing to watch. We don't need to do anything right now. We just need to spot where the selling comes in and where the buying comes in, and then just wait to get triggered either long or short. 89,
There it goes.
Again, watching. High a day, 89.78. 90, Joey, 91.
cow.
Boom.
There it goes. man.
Again, it goes. Yes, QNME on the way to the freaking dollar. Traded carefully. 92 showing up options, man.
Yeah,
that is the high of the
sure.
day right now. We've got that top wick. Very pleased with this. Looking for a little bit more. Pardon me. YJ, oh, it halted down. We didn't even say anything about that. 94, Joey.
Holy, it's gonna hit $1.
Yeah, bro.
The thing's
Well, you don't
probably
get
gonna
that
go
close to the dollar or not.
All right,
you know?
let's get a little bit more deep. Yeah, yeah, I know. Without it going there, you just have that psychological number. Let's do this right now. QNME.
Get it,
QNME. It's a little bit of a tongue twister, I feel, on that one. How many share? What's the float on this bad boy, Sharif? A comedy profile. Yeah. Okay. So this is 10 times bigger than this YJ. All right. So this one has 25 million shares. So, yeah, let's keep an eye out on that big
Look
time.
for 90, 89 support, by the way.
80,
Yeah,
hey, man,
that's what I would say.
Listen, I'm just a market observer right now, as you would typically say, Sharif. Poor YJ, I want to say Y2K. No.
No, and this is exactly what Neil was saying.
Yes.
This is exactly what Neil
There it
was
goes.
saying. Bro, once it breaks down like this, forget about it.
It's done.
Forget
Move on
about
to
it.
the next one.
It's not, you're not in a relationship with this
Oh.
thing. You know what I mean? Like, just end it. And then move on to the next, man. I really do mean that, though, because I'm just saying my own experience. My biggest L's is when I just obsess over a certain name and I'm like, I can read this like a book. This is a key technical level. I'm going to get in here. Bro, the trend's broken down, all right? Stop viewing it through, these optimistic goggles, right? It's not the way to do it. Here we go, Joey. 95.5 coming in. It's going to be $1 sooner rather than later. We're not involved at the moment. I want a bit of a pullback. I was looking for a 90 pullback. We didn't quite get it. So it's flying without us here. TT Mass, NRGV news. Say less, TT. We're going to have to look here. NRGV. Oh, my days. This is ramping up. There it goes. NRGV, great call. It does have news. Big move up. Energy Vault Holdings, 1.25 gigawatt hyperscaler customer that just came in. 12.16. It is now 12.18. This is fresh news. NRGV just ripped up 20.25% off 310. It's a 360 high. Watch for continuation, but also watch for that Christmas tree retracement. It could be a little bit of trouble. Great call out, brother. TT Mass, always doing it live, but so is QNME. It's coming into the high again, Joey. There's a 95 seller. And I think TIFF, pretty much QNME wants the dollar here.
Holy
so we're
cow.
going to have to pack the patience on that one while we pack the patience. C is going to tell you about this.
The IWM is up 1%. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers picked for you today. TWLO. Twilio Incorporated is up over 30% on the day. They reported earnings as of yesterday, but there's also multiple analyst commentaries over here. So bear with me. Maintained at outperformed by Oppenheimer, maintained at market outperformed by Citizens. Also, another thing to note is that Wells Fargo was one of the only ones that gave the company an overweight rating. So we're also going to take a look at CRSR here. That's Corsair Gaming. That's also up over 31.5% on the day. According to estimates from 9 analysts, CRSR's average price target has been risen from $10.22 to $11.33, with forecasts that are ranging from $7 to $15 per share. Finally, Road is climbing as well, up 20.6% on the day. Construction Partners Group, Q3 has seen a 28% revenue growth for the company, also a record backlog that is driven by strong organic and acquisitive gains. Fiscal 2026 guidance has also been raised for the company. Robust demand is also seen in both public as well as commercial sectors, but also key thing to note is that, especially in data centers, this company has seen a growth, continued margin improvement, also that is expected to go into the year 2027.
Thank you very much. See a good call out there. NRGV. Yeah, it's all right. Okay, wow, she said something.
What happened?
Surprised.
Who said something?
NRGV ripping up 363. Great call out, TT Mass. I was looking for this one to pull back. I'm not gonna lie. We usually when we get a big move up like that, it's a Christmas tree retracement. Anyway, it's having a little bit of trouble here continuing. Let's see if it can hold the $0.50. But continuing to watch
Holy,
this one. What's
wow.
up?
Yeah, no, QNME. Look at this thing go. Look at this thing sell off just like that, man.
But Joey, can I point out something?
Of course.
Okay, look at this, Joey.
Master beef.
Look at this.
What?
I want to point this to your attention. Flat top break through 65. Look what it did. Right into 74, all the way back down, bled its own blood into 60. See that?
Yeah, sorry.
And then it's okay. I'm used to it. Right? It's this guy, bro. 74 down into 60. It's gonna do it again.
It's gonna do it again.
Yeah, that's what I think.
All right,
right.
YJ.
So let's see if it holds support, brother.
Yeah, if you ask me, YJ is again, it's that thing. It's you miss the bus, you have to wait for the next one to come, and it may not be specifically YJ. All right, so just be prepared. What was that one that you just sent me? Yeah, I know. Hit the wow. We haven't heard that one in a while. NRGB. Oh no, we don't got the wow. Okay, maybe we gotta find something here. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, Steph.
Wow. But here it is.
On the ones and twos, my boy.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So she was pretty quick with it, too. But anyways, aside from that, guys, Energy Vault Tree brought us this one. I like the look of this one. We're heading in towards the volume-weighted average price. With that being said, let's see if we can find price start to turn around. And what are we going to do? Keep our eyes on the tape just in case there's any form of momentum play. And what is my style and what is the specific trade setup going to be? The break of the high of the day. So if we get that nice steady curl over, the volume starts to increase, that's when we start licking our chops, getting prepared, put our orders out there for what if and when NRGV does decide that it wants to break through this HOD. Now, yeah, Gorb, this is what I'm talking about. I understand that it's Tesla.
Limit down.
Limit down.
QNME.
QNME, limit down.
Limit down.
This is what I was talking about, Gorb, right? We're just slightly too extended, and that's why I don't like for that move. You did get a little bit of a pop, but now you're starting to come back in. But who's heading back towards the volume-weighted average price?
Who, Joey?
Someone called him the God King earlier this morning. I'm like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. Because we already know Xerxes is the God King. But anyways, aside from that, I wouldn't mind if NVDA became that south of the volume-weighted average price, and then maybe we can get a little bit of a move back north. I'm going to be looking at it once again. But just due to the fact that the float is so large, it takes so much liquidity and capital in order to move this name. Hopefully someone's absorbing it because, listen, whatever, I wonder how many, that's my guy, man.
He's got great fashion sense, man.
Listen, I'd be wearing all that if I could back in the day.
Bro, the way he draws in his eyebrows like that, my boy, I mean, like, what, bro? Look at that.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about.
I wonder if he's trying to make his neck a little bit longer.
Yeah, but that's what they do. That's like an African thing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I know that's what I'm saying.
That's an African thing. So
look at those, bro. He's all blinged out. Tiff, how much gold do you think he has on there, Joey?
I don't know, man.
He's got a lot of gold.
I know the Egyptians like gold for sure.
Yes, they do. The Egyptians do like gold. Yeah.
Same with India. India big, but I think these are the largest consumers of gold.
For him to just do this
and then be like the gold.
It's Indians' time now.
Yeah. Whoa, that's crazy. But this is Egypt. He's actually the, I believe it was Persia.
Yeah, he was Persian. Yeah. So the Egyptian Empire and the Persian Empire never really had any beef.
No clashes.
No, they were. See, the Egyptians never had expansionary ambitions because the Nile gave everything that they needed.
They didn't need anything.
The Delta was.
Well, I mean, I'm sure King Alexander himself had everything he needed, but he just decided to continuously expand, which ultimately became his downfall. Anyways, this is not a history lesson, but what we will.
Hey, man. Why not?
Don't get me started with that stuff, Shree. That's what I'm all about.
About that life.
Yeah, exactly. Odyssey. I'm on attempt number 4 to try to get this movie complete. But anyways, aside from that, we're getting into levels that I want to see here in this name specifically. So let's just be patient. Keep our eyes on some of these small cap names, just in case there's another momentum style. Okay. All right, guys, we got to focus on NRGV at this point. We'll send it over to Shreve, see what he's got going on. But YJ halted down once again. So see you later. AC Slater, $13.78 all the way to $6.82.
Well said, Joey. Guys, I'm watching NRGV here, man. NRGV. Look, Joey, this is not on the NQ. NY. NY, guys. Sorry about that. It's holding. It's holding prior bar low. It's above VWAP. Now, it's a bit of a consolidation here, so it's not like ripping up. VSA is still halted case, so yeah, it looks like we're 25 minutes deep. It's open case, it's open. VSA, like right when I looked at it, it ripped up. VSA, let's pull this up for case. Here we go. Wow, this thing's zigging, it's zagging. Where the hell is this one gonna land, man? We're at the high there, I can't even see. because it's not updating on my side. There we go. Now we're good. So case 528 high a day, current bar low is 440. So you have 440 support right now. About 5 resistance. The tape is really picking up here, man. 343,000 shares. Into 5 we go. Can this hold 5? A little bit below, a little bit above. What's up, Joey?
No, that's crazy. That's a crazy comment there.
528 limit up. 528 limit up here on VSA. Let's see where it finds support. I just got to flip to the 5-second chart because I can't spot. Oh, wow. It's going to limit up here, man. It takes forever for me to change. 528 limit up. Yeah, I couldn't get in. I had to see the 5-second chart to spot resistance and support, and here it is. Into the high. What a move up here on VSA. 528. We need to halt here. We'll tell you the exact time, the exact price. 12:27:01 halt time. 528 halt price. Tap showing 529, up 73%, and now it has about a little bit less than 1 million shares under its belt.
Yeah, what's up? You try, man. That's great. You're comical, man. Yeah, it's
Good
true.
job, Bubba.
True story, Sia. For sure.
Wait,
And
what's her ethnicity? Where is she from?
yeah, you got me beat there. I can't go that far. Yeah, you definitely got me beat over there. NRGV with that breakdown. Casey, 526. You're crazy, Trap, man.
Love it, Casey.
Send 5 Trader TV Live memberships. Once again, the givers keep on giving. Matt from Tinder. Oh yeah, Matt from Tinder. Why do I feel
Bubin.
it's open? Yeah, QNME is open. Yeah. Matt from Tinder. I'm going to give these shout outs and you can get back over to there. Sharif,
yeah, Joey.
Scott, Socrates, the Stoic. Okay, Steven,
Crazy.
Civic. Lots of going on here. We got NRGB on our mind. Sharif's got QNME, and then also YJ is over.
Over. So's QNME. It's losing trend. It's below VWAP. I'm not touching this. It's losing trend here into 70 unless it can get above 85 again. Not for me. I can't see what limited down is right now on QNME, but we'll update you guys as we can. VSA still halted up. It's 529 now, tap case. I think, is YJ open? It is open over here. Yeah, it is. And it's moving back above 7. It's still a lower high trend. So my personal opinion is you stay away from this until it's above 11. That's just my opinion. You can trade it as you like, though. Let's send it over to Sia.
Keep an eye here on NRGV. This name here, this is going back a couple minutes ago or so now. This came out. They signed their largest contract to date, this Energy Vault. This is apparently 1.25 gigawatt power infrastructure deal. In case you're wondering why this is moving or was moving, that is why. This is a smaller stock. You're currently trading around 330. For people asking, what's the news? What's the news in the overall market? I do not have anything. President Trump has not posted in 45 minutes, and that post was about endorsements. It would have nothing to do with the market. If I have anything, though, I will keep you guys aware, but there's just really no news on this move in the SPY that I'm seeing some people ask about. Back to you.
Cover NRGV and the 1.25 gigawatts that they're going to add there. 363 high. I lost VWAP here into 330. It's trying to work back above into 340. Current bar high on NRGV 350. Current bar low 329. High at day 363. It's on a bit of a downtrend here. Obviously, you got lower lows, lower highs. Both these last 2 candles are red. We'll watch. If it can clear 350 decisively, I think it could be a good opportunity. Let's send it back to Sia.
The SPY is currently up 0.41% to be precise. Let's take a look at the sectors and what's going on here. Electric tech is up, Nvidia is up 1.5%, Apple flat at the moment, Broadcom is up 0.5% as well, but MU and AMD continuing to slide. We do have news on AMD that happened yesterday. They did take over a Toronto-based company. We will discuss that further in the news segment, so don't go anywhere. GE down 1.5%, Dell up 1%, TXN up 2%. You have STX that's up, down 6.7%, and names like Marvell is up 3%, WDC down 4.5%, SNDK is also down over 2.5% here. Tech services, you're seeing a bit of bearishness in Google right now, that's down close to 8%. Meta is trading a bit towards the upside, 0.5%. Microsoft as well, a bit above the 0.5% mark. Oracle is up 1.5%. Palantir soaring up above 8.5%. Netflix is flat along with FTNT. However, now, NOW up over almost close to 6.5% on the day. Finance, you have a bit of bearishness in names like Visa and MasterCard that are down over 1.5%. MasterCard very close to 2% mark right now. JPM, BAC, MS, and GS currently trading flat, whereas you have Hood up 2.8% on the day. Retail trade, you have Amazon that's up 1.3%, Walmart, Costco, TJX flat at the moment, with CVS a bit towards the downside, 0.77%. Home Depot is up close to the 1% mark. Health tech, you're seeing a lot of mixed sentiment in the rest of the sector, but Lilly currently down 1.3%. Producer manufacturing, AMET, LRCX up a little bit, not greatly. CAT is down 1.5%, over 1.5%. GEV is down 1%. Other names, a bit of bearishness, bullishness mix in the sector. APTV, however, up 4.5%. Consumer durables, you have Tesla that's up close to the 3% mark today. Energy minerals, Exxon and CVX lagging a little bit here, with CVX leading the duo down 1%. Utilities, a bit of a mixed sentiment as well here. However, one name, PCG, is up 3% on the day. Consumer non-durables, you have MNST that is down over 4.5% and STZ that is up over 2.5%. Rest of the sector is a bit of a mix, included with industrial services, process industries, transportation, where Uber is up 6% on the day. And just want to check what Lyft is doing in this. Sorry, I apologize, not Lyft. What Dash is doing on this, that's up close to 3% on the day. And finally, we have non-energy minerals, NEM, that's up close to 7% on the day. FCX up 1.5%. However, STLD is the one lagging in this sector. Let's send it over to Adara.
Couple stories to keep an eye on here, guys. Keep an eye on MSFT. Axios reporting that OpenAI, which of course MSFT has been heavily invested in, apparently they're slowing the release of their Astra model due to cyber capability concerns here. So MSFT in focus. The other name on focus, which is tangentially related here to OpenAI, is OKLO. This name did, spike up about 50 cents, already back down here, but it's on watch here as Sam Altman, who is the former chair of their board, congratulated the company, which reported earnings this morning, on achieving criticality. So OKLO and watch getting the nod from Sam Altman himself. Back to you.
All right, Gaurav, long TQs. I see what you got going on there, brother. We have our eyes here on NRGV. It looks like the momentum in the tape is starting to pick up. We have to keep our eyes on the volume by time profile. So what I'm going to do here is post up at 40, Sharif. Let's hope we're not too late for this dance. It's a nicey boy, that's for sure. So we have to be cautious on this one. Without any question, because there's a little bit of tomfoolery over there. Now, as for the high of the day, it's around $3.60. Gaurav, you're long the TQs. We're starting to get a couple of prints across the board here, and I'm starting to like the look of the NASDAQ and NVDA in these levels as well, too. It's going, man. Oh, no. Okay, we're going to post up NRGV. Okay. NRGV. Let's
watch
get involved.
Watch out for 350. It's a lower high. Prior bars 350 on that. Watch out for that.
I'm posting up at 40s. Right. I'm gonna post up at 40s because at 35s, at 30s, 10 cents worth of risk, we're out of it. All right. So let's keep our eye out on this one. We also got a couple of the large cap names that we can get involved here. TikTok, writing in TikTok in the chat there, guys. If you have any questions, how we doing today? TikTok, make sure you guys respond.
Bro, can you pop out that chat? Or
no, that's the only thing. I don't think you can. I looked to. I don't see if there's anywhere you can do that. But anyways, TikTok, how's everyone doing over there? Glad all of you guys can join us today. Let's see if we can get a couple more momentum style plays for us today.
All right. I don't have anything at the moment. NRGV, I'm definitely watching that for a free 350 break and take. Obviously, I'm still watching VSA, but that one is still halted. 564 now tap case on this one. 528 halt price, halt time. 12:27:01 current time. 12:35:11. So we got another, give or take 2 minutes until this one possibly can resume. So we'll see what we get on this one. It did quite a bit of volume before it halted. It had been having some trouble with that. Now, I want to mention that it was halted for about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes last time around. So it halted at 12 and it opened up at 12:25. So I'm not, entirely sure if this is going to be at 10 minutes or what. 564 now, top 570. Goes 569, Ozan. So keep your eye on this one. Very happy with the trading today, but definitely looking for some more to do some more damage here, especially on VSA and NRGV. If they give me the opportunity. I'm not liking YJ. I'm not liking VATE. I'm not liking QNME. They're all breaking down. So I'll have nothing to do with them. As always, though, guys, if there are any small cap gappers that are breaking out, not pulling back specifically, that I haven't mentioned, please tag me. Let me know what they are. And, of course, we'll cover them in a jiff. But right now, I'm not liking anything that I see. So just tag me in the chat, guys. LOFF. It's slow. It's a bit more expensive, right? But the structure is there. It held prior area resistance as support. Take a look at that 13, very clear area of resistance. It goes to 13.49, drops, pops into 13.25. So, LOFF could be one for those who don't like, the fast movers and want something more steady state. This is definitely one of those ones, but I want to mention that. Yeah, there you go. Bartoli got the right idea. Bovin is saying, VSA's open case. It's ripping. 660 limit up. Watching. Let's see if 6 defends. 660 limit up. Here, Joey, 610. It gave you an opportunity at 6.25. Let's see what this one does. Limit up. Here we go. We're in the halt parameter options, man. We got 46s. Limit up into 62. Looking for a little bit more here. We're not going to get it this time, as it probably will limit up here. Small size here. I just got to tell you guys. We took small size. So in the VSA, 646. Top is 759. Okay, here we go again.
What happened?
It's just the strength. Dude,
what's up?
Cyclicality. You're not going to convince me any different, man. The market is just so cyclical. We could go weeks, dog, without, a triple-digit winner.
Yeah.
And then,
and then next thing
you can't get enough of them, right? It's just everything's Rip City. Rip City. I know, Adam, brother, I lamented not getting in on the pullbacks because we had a couple of 6 low digits come in, and I didn't pull the trigger. I was trying to get 6 single digits. What can you do? And the spread was what it was, right? Given the move here. 760, top 761. I just saw 8 there moments ago. So Jules, still in CRSR and SENS, although neither moving much. Okay, well, we've got some time now, brother. So let's go ahead and look at that. Well, I don't know if brother Jules could be something else. So I do apologize.
When you say Jules, I think of Superbad.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. God. Yeah.
Probably one of the greatest.
Tiffany, that home ec class was so good.
Tiffany
They're making tiramisu.
Yeah, tiramisu, and then look how much fun he's having.
Yeah. It's like because his buddy had. Man, great call out there. So this is CRSR. So good luck there. It's putting in a bit of a downtrend, but it could be a bounce off VWAP. So there's that. Let me see what the other one you called out there, Jules, was SENS. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, this one's a little bit less volume. They both look the same, though. They both got both legs, but they're both pulling lower highs. And quite frankly, this one's got about 6.5, 6 mid-40s area support. So it could be a flat bottom break. I personally wouldn't be getting into these, but you are free, of course, to do as you like. But just going to ride these momentum names and see what we get. 758 tap right now, Joey.
Good stuff. All right, guys, we're in a couple of names here. Here it is. If it breaks this 335, so we had these 2 orders. It was just a small one. I figured we'd get some form of a pullback, but I also didn't want to miss out just in case. That was a nice little strong uptick. We're going to need to see some more flow in this name in order for us to really get this move. Worst case scenario is that we just fail to establish a new high, put in a lower high, and there's going to be no forward momentum in this one. Crack of 335, we're at a dodge. So we have our eye on this bad boy. But what's slowly starting to work for us right now is NVDL as we creep back towards the volume weighted average price off a good print off those lows. So not too bad of a look there. Gora, we're getting this one to slowly move for us. Again, smaller size just due to the fact we want to hold on for the majority of the day. Farm Trader, what are you in there, Farm Trader? You're in NRGV, right? Yeah, there it goes. Starting to pick up. Let's head over to this one. This is more of a slow grind. Who sings that? Anyways, NRGV, let's pull this one up. Nicey, be careful. Clear resistance zone at this 45 cent marker. Now the defense on the tape, we can identify that just through the bid. There it is, some strong upticks, but immediately met by some form of defense. So seller stepping in, pushing price a little bit lower. Not something that we necessarily want to see, but that doesn't mean they can't be lifted. Guys, you see we pop into that level? This was the strength that had us into $3.44 and then immediately met by some form of defense at $3.45. So clearly a distinct seller at this $3.44. Let's see if they can punch through, if there's someone there to absorb that liquidity. Doesn't seem to be the case right now as we reject for the fourth time. This is what you were saying earlier, yeah, on NVDL. What specifically, my brother, like the slow grind compared to the momentum in the small caps and some of these larger caps? If that's the case, then yeah, it's a completely different game. And with the tape, don't forget there's key times when you want to be focusing on the tape. A lot of it is noise because there's so many shares being transacted that you want to identify it in key areas, especially when you're looking to enter the trade. So this is what you're saying. Yeah, so that's exactly if that was the case of what I was getting at not too long ago. Let's head over to our watch list and see how some of these memory names are performing. Oh, Sharif, guess what? All red today. SanDisk down 2%, Micron down 1.6%, Western Digital down 4.6%. STI Seagate here down 6.25%, ladies and gentlemen. Never mind all of this. Let's head over to the daily and see how they're looking. DRAM down another 2% today. SK Hynix down once again, man. Tough look. Again, when the majority of our participants get liquidated, it makes it a lot more difficult for these names to recover. And I think that's the nature of the beast that we're experiencing right now in the memory names.
Yeah, you're right, Joey. Micron, yeah. Down, all the memory names.
Oh, they're all down.
Well, I mean, they had their moment in the sun. Like, how many times are they going to be up?
Well, yeah, but then, I don't disagree. But now their moment in the sun may take a little bit. They might be hiding in the shade a little bit longer now, Sharif, considering all the retail individuals in South Korea who had these leveraged products are no longer trading and participating.
Did you see Palantir?
Yeah, bigly.
What the hell is Palantir doing? It's up 9%. 9%, yeah. It's on the verge of clearing 170. In fact, it's been above 170, 170, 143. Great recovery, man, from the haired one. Good for him. All right. What else do we got here, Joe? I'm just going down my watch list on the side there, trying to find any outliers, anything that's surprising me. Nothing great. EXFI, I do see that, guys. Shout out to crypto banks. New high a day, 276 high. I've been watching EXFI all day. It's a slower mover. You got to pack your patience with that one. You see Reddit as well. Reddit and forget it, my boy, up 6. Today for the whatever it's called there. So what would you call? Would you call it a social media platform? I mean, what the hell?
I barely use Reddit, man.
You don't use Reddit, eh?
Barely.
Man, they great information.
It is. It is. I used to a lot back in the day.
Yeah, eh?
Yeah.
Bovin CGTL. Bovin says I look. CGTL, Bovin? CGTL, yeah. It's got CG in it. Bovin. You stop doing this, Bovin. Giving me these ones with no volume. I love this guy, bro. Now, this ain't for me, Bovin, but I do see the pop-up there. It is a nice pop-up bull flag, but yeah. Let's see what Drew, HUIZ. HUIZ, let's type in that in. HUIZ, what do we got on that? Oh, okay. Some resistance here into 156, but look. It's got a lot of topping tail candles, but what's funny about this is it's putting in higher lows. So yeah, I could definitely keep an eye here on HUIZ, especially since that garbage ATGL dropped. So HUIZ, let's put that one on there. Thank you for that one. Have I seen LIDAR, says FXJ. No, I haven't. LIDR, let's see what that one is up to. Light volume on there for me, brother. $1.27 high. It's not my favorite. Big down day today. Barely even gets back above that resistance area from yesterday. I'd have to pass on that. Bubban's laughing. Get it, Bubbin. All right, man. We're having a good time over here.
We're at a key point in this bad boy, NRGV, Sharif. We're testing in multiple times. And
You're
we're not
absolutely
breaking.
right.
Yeah.
You are
so, I mean, I think
right.
it's going to go one way or the other. This is a battle between the Bears and the Bulls right now. And who is going to come out on top? Let's see where that next wave comes in. Because if it doesn't break relatively soon, I wouldn't be surprised if we get this liquidity grab down here. And then once it's south of the volume-weighted average price, I don't like it anymore, right? So, I mean, I can take a couple attempts at it, but just due to the fact fact that, hey, this should be the time where we're heading back towards this key pivot if we're going to, and if we don't do it, then it's AC to that, right? And then here's NVDL. We're still holding on to this bad boy. But yeah, Hangry Wife, I'm happy for you when it comes to that specific thing. So here it is. Come on, do it. See, who's this 344 seller? You can clearly identify who these individuals are just through the tape. And it seems like he's going to dominate this race for sure without... Now listen, let's see if we get this breakup. Now what I want to look at, we went over the banks, we went over some of the memory names. USO, how are you performing today? You're up about 0.75%. You did have a little bit of a drawdown, but I'm looking for this to break down. Once again, it'll take a lot longer than what we're anticipating. Gold putting up another day here, breaking that trend. This is a thing of beauty, Sharif. Gold really starting to perform. I mean, even though we were down substantially off of those highs and that run that we went on was all fun, 30%, now you get a nice little pop off of the lows heading into $400 on the GLD ETF. That's not too bad. Silver, I don't know if it's going to recover at the pace. I highly doubt that it will until the street. Listen, the market cycle, Sharif was talking about it not too long ago. These things come in waves and you have to be prepared to jump or Mike Peter Ryder and wait for that next wave to come in. He's gone, man. He's on the boat. He's on the boat, he said. Here it is on NRGV. It's going to break down at this point. 335, we're out of Dodge.
All right, Joey. I think we have another possibly 20 seconds. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt on VSA, the top hasn't moved. It's been 758 this entire time, which kind of makes me feel like we're not going to open here. Here we go, 5, 6, 7. We're looking for 33s. Let's see what we get on this one. Looking for a resumption soon. 758, boom. All right, watch out for a drop. 646 is my entry. Looking for more. 7, 8, 9, boom. Oh, man. Yes, bro. Into 8, boom. Into the high. 682 limit down. Watch out. 682 limit down. We just took out 777s there. We didn't quite get 8. 682 limit down. It is going to halt down now. Here we go. It's done a 1 1/3 million shares. Guys, even though this is going to hold down, I really want to say this, that it's still holding trend. So there's that, right? I mean, it's still above the prior halt level. It's not even close to VWAP nor the 10 EMA. So let's get into that one. Here we go. Let's talk about HUIZ. Because look, you know, we're just going to go with the flow here. HUIZ halted to the upside, $1.96 halt time, 12:47.35 current time. 12:48.37, so we're a minute deep. So we're looking for a resumption here, 12:52.35, top 215, halt price 196. This is looking good. So we're going to keep an eye now on the one that's actually moving. It's HUIZ. And you know, if it ends up clearing 2, then we're going to start thinking 5. Oh. So yeah, I am actually.
All right, my guy. See,
it's a day, Joey. It's been a week, but yeah, I'm not like sit there, toot the own horn, but it's been a good.
You don't want to, why, man? Toot it up, man.
Nah, man, it's not my style.
Toot it and boot it. Isn't that a
toot it and boot it?
Look at this NRGB. This one might take a couple of attempts for us to get rolling here. Tisha Perkins is rolling, apparently. Pigs get fatter, hogs get slaughtered, says Ching.
Tarek.
Yeah, Tarek there. You got that one nailed. Happy Friday, y'all, says Adam. Adam, don't send
anything. That's my man, bro. That's my man.
Listen, I couldn't be more thankful. I think I can express how thankful I am for you for sending us pizza.
Yeah,
I'm not going to stop you from doing that, but maybe we could get like a healthy wrap or something. I don't know, beggars can't be choosers, right? But,
this guy, bro.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But hey, man, this is a little healthier alternative here. Well, I got the carb police to me every time I'm eating.
Hold on, Joey. We didn't update everybody.
Well, on what?
On the carb situation.
I
was telling Brendo this the other day. I was telling Neil as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's breaking news. Let's go to Adara.
Interesting. ABC reporting that even though the Supreme Court thwarted his attempts, President Trump is continuing to fire or attempt to fire Fed's Lisa Cook. So Fed Governor Lisa Cook is still apparently facing an attempt to be fired here by President Trump, even though the Supreme Court sided with her, at least for the time being, staying on the Fed while investigations into alleged mortgage fraud continued. So we'll have to wait and see if he announces this formally, but this is being reported currently by ABC News. Back to you.
It's very interesting. We'll see how the whole Cook thing ends up unfolding, but it's, yeah, continuing drama here.
Yeah.
So the carb situation. So what I've done, I want to show you this. So
Show me.
I use Claude, obviously you know that. That's not a surprise, but I want to show you something over here. So I have a list of experts, a diet specialist, a travel agent, a wellness specialist, real estate specialist, foot specialist, all these different.
Foot specialist.
Yeah, bro, because you
got feet problems?
started. Yeah, man, bad at the moment now.
I'm getting out of NRGV. Why? What's wrong with the?
Well, we'll go to that the other time. But the point is, I had my diet specialist. I put in my entire diet and my entire training regimen. I gave it all the information. It's like, number one, you're front loading too much of your protein early on and not late enough at night when you're sleeping and when you're recovering and when you're growing. You don't have enough.
Oh, that's
you gotta you got to take it off from the earlier part of the day and put it in the later part of the day. And then I was having too many carbs later in the day when I didn't need them. So it's like you're backloading your carbohydrates. You got to front load it. And on top of that, you're not having enough.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's when I said, I remember you telling me about your feet. I'm like, you got gout?
No, man, I don't have gout. It's called Morton's neuroma or something like that. It's like a nerve issue in my foot. It's so annoying.
Too much red meat is when you get gout, right?
It's not gout, dog. Stop.
No, I'm not saying that it is.
I love it.
Yeah.
And anyway,
oh man.
Here we go. We'll get to more in a second. Let's send it to you.
Take a look at the dollar right now, down 0.45% on the day, fallen after the jobs report that we saw earlier in the day that has come in negative, which has now reduced the expectations of the Federal Reserve for the rate hike that is next month. Let's also take a look at the levels of the USD JPY right now. So I'm just going to pull up the chart here for you. So the dollar has fallen against major currencies like the Japanese yen as well as the euro as of today, all linked to this jobs report that we've been seeing today. USD JPY is currently down 0.66%. I'm just going to check USD EUR, that is down 0.37% on the day.
Great call out, Bovin. CGTL. Good look, Bovin. It's not halted yet, but it looks pretty good, Assassino. Into 577, showing the $0.50 now. CGTL, hey, it's got my initials in it, man. So, it must be a good ticker. I'm kidding, of course, I jest. But let's keep an eye out on it. Look, Bovin, if the volume picks up, I know you called it out, but it's interesting here. I'm going to definitely keep my eye on CGTL as VSA is going to limit down again, and now it's actually losing trend. It's lost 6, which was a key area of technical support, and it's marginally below VWAP. It is still above the 10 EMA, which is at 550, but VSA is a bit of a problem right now. Keep your eye out on that. I'm still waiting for resumption on HUYZ. Looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt here, and the tap now a little bit higher, 234, 236, 244. So it looks like we'll get resumption at about 12:57:35. It is 54, so we have another 3 minutes or so here. Bubba's killing me. Bubba, man, it's so good. All right, we're going to have to put CGTL on the side over here because I think Bubba's got something on CGTL, as this one is up now 46%. Volume picking up, Bubba. We still haven't done a million. We haven't even barely passed 250,000. Now we're at 329,000. So the volume finally catching up here with the price action on CGTL. Trade it carefully, guys. I don't know what the spread is on this quite yet because I haven't loaded it up on a trading screen, but something tells me just based on the chart action, it's moving crazy here. So let's load up CGTL on the side chart, and I'll get to that super in a second. The spread is about 25 pennies now, so it's a little wide. You're going to have to be careful with this one because the cost of doing business could be some trouble. Now, what I can see is 504 limit down. I can't quite see what limit up is here. One must assume it's well north of 6 because we were just at 6, and I couldn't see it as well. So packing the patience. I see MP Benton. I just, it's not my way to sort of pound the table on this, but it's up 10%. Had a great earnings report yesterday. The market's, in my opinion, been unfair to MP, but what the hell do I know? I'm just going to continue to add into names that I like. But it does have a lot going for it. It is vertically integrated in a way where no other mineral and refining North American company is. So do that what you will. Just some dude, Sharif, same. Looks like it was from the Sloppy Joe. I had to look it up yesterday. Dude, I love that, man. It's just because This Is 40 is the movie we're talking about there, him and I, right? And so he was talking about the case of gout. And I forget the name of the rock singer that he was trying to hire there to kind of reignite his brand, and he was doing that or whatever. And then he's like, yeah, you all right, man? Come to the show. He's like, I got a case of gout, man. And it was funny. OG Darth Trader, also studies on how carbs later in the day can help your sleep and allow your body to recover by replenishing your glycogen. No right answers in the health game. You're absolutely right, OG Darth Trader. Man, 628 limit up, Bovin. Here we go. We're going to have to get involved now here, especially with 6 focusing in as support. 628 limit up, Bovin. We're going to limit up here. Halt parameter initiated. 628. False halt. Moving back into the limit up area. Now, watch out. This number here, the red rectangle, it can change, and it did. 638 limit up now. Now we're seeing the halt parameter reinitiate again and again, a false halt. So watch out here for CGTL. It's looking awfully good. Shout out to you, Bovin. Good call out there, man. I was joking about the lack of volume, but you clearly knew what you were doing there. Adam James abroad. 2 in the super. Always, man. Magnanimous Adam. Pizza Monday next week. And Joey is not allowed any.
Yeah, it was my, but I apologized and I said, man, but who's going to do the review?
Who's going to
How
do
are
the
you going to
review?
send it in and not have it reviewed?
I don't know.
So
maybe Sia can do the review.
It's not the same.
No, that's okay.
No, it's not. It can be. No.
Said you can do the pizza review when we get it on Monday. Yeah. We'll get another pineapple for Neil. Yeah.
Well, pineapple is great.
I know, but
Now
your
that
friend Neil
isn't
doesn't
here,
like it.
Pineapple is great.
Your friend Neil doesn't like it. So, nice work, Bovin, says KC526. It's not the same, a guy from work.
Yeah, that's my guy. That is my guy.
Shout out to Jeffrey Jurassic 5630, brother. You rock, man. Appreciate you, Jeffrey. The fork is tomorrow. What does that mean?
Everyone's talking about the Bitcoin being forked.
What does that mean, Joe?
It means it's going to be split, so the blockchain be split, and someone can.
What the hell does that mean?
It's not good. Hard forking. Hard forking is when.
Can we get an explanation?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. It's been a while since I talked about hard forking, and a lot of people correct me if I'm wrong. Hard forking is when you have a mass amount, an insane amount. So in order to fork something, so this is how you would make kind of like a derivative of Bitcoin.
Okay.
You can just make more of it, right?
Okay.
I think I could be wrong. So what would happen is that you need to have enough compute and enough capital to essentially take over everything in Bitcoin, the blockchain. And then you can derive it. So you know how there's Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin, right? And you remember how there's Ethereum Classic and Ethereum? Well,
I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay, so that's when the cryptocurrencies were hard forked, right, in their earlier stages.
So like literally like a fork in the road kind of thing?
Yeah, it splits in a way. And sure enough, what can happen is that now you have main Bitcoin and then another piece of the cryptocurrency.
Is that where Bitcoin Cash came from?
Yeah, it's
what is this nonsense, bro? I didn't even know about this. Can't get into Hughes. Keeps rejecting my order. Case, it's halted. Why how are you expected to set an order, Case? You got to use a market or limit on open order. It's not going to allow you to send an order, Case. 248 is the top right now. We're halted at 196. It's not going to be a 10-minute halt, Case. It looks like it's going to be at least 15, in which case it'll be 102.35. So yeah, that's what I want to say about that.
Nick
so I'm going to
Garcia.
have to look into this forking thing clearly because
Nick Garcia had a really good
regard. Sorry. I know, brah. You can use market on open too.
Here, Nick Garcia said it good. Miners and networkers need at least 50%. They flag the fork on the miner side, then creates branches. Network needs to full consensus or it dies. Yeah, exactly. There it is. Well said. And here goes this name now. starting to break, heading right back in towards that resistance zone, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we're going to get a rejection. NRGV right back to where we entered before. It curled around. Now we want to get involved one more time, but what we want to keep an eye out on is the tape to see if we're going to get an additional push through this clear seller at $3.45. All right, so let's keep an eye out on this one. I'm going to hit above the ask above just in case. Let's go. This is our time. We've seen what we wanted to on the tape. Now, if there's no follow through, it might not go how we're expecting it. And once again, nothing crazy from a size standpoint. We're sitting in, okay, this is absolutely disastrous in NVDL as NVDA is curling back over. We have to be prepared. It's not disastrous, but we have to be prepared to get out on this one as it broke through my entry signal. Now, if there's going to be any form of a rebound, let's see if it's going to happen on this bad boy and on NVDL. Yeah, rejection. This guy is strong, so Nicey boys living up to their name. The New York Stock Exchange, $3.45, continuously pushing price down, so they're not seeing any more value in this stock north of $3.45. No demand for it, too much supply, and we're not breaching those zones. Talking a bit which doesn't have enough support. Yeah, very well said. Nick, I don't know if they're gonna be able to do that with Bitcoin, to be honest with you. So I don't know why that person keeps saying. I seen him say it earlier in the day as well too. Oh, what? Wow, it broke down again. Whee! See you later. Yeah, wow. $3.45. It's like a reverse wow on this one. Wow.
Joey, look at this. Halt. Look at my screen. Halt.
Yeah.
Halt. It's so good.
Wow, they're all
are halted. Oh my days. All right, guys, I'll just update you guys on the halt prices here since it's a halt fest. HUIZ 244 top, 196 halt price. VSA 499 on top, 593 halt price. That one's in trouble. CGTL is open, it's dropping. Oh my days, 563 limit down. The halt price or the top was 630. What is this one doing? Limit down, CGTL 561, halt time 13:02:34. And HUIZ is open and it is ripping, brother. I can't with this, man. There's just too many going here. Oh my God.
That's
one
crazy.
Limit down, one limit up. I can't. Oh, you can't even look at the other one, man. It's just like you. Oh my days, bro.
Yeah,
oh,
days.
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 Yeah, so HUIZ, limit up 288, 13:02:56, top 299, 3, continuing to move up here. So great day today. I got my red day cut in half, and that's a huge change. Shout out to you, Case. Love to hear it.
Bang.
2 limit down and 1 limit up for me. Bovin, you're going to be fine, buddy. Kill it. Bovin in all 3 of them. Yeah, well, Bovin did send me a screenshot of his P&L on YJ. Now, I'm not going to say what the P&L was because it's not for me to say that's his money. But he's up big. So your boy Bovin, he's doing it live.
Yeah.
And he's doing it well. You know that song by LL Cool J? Doing it and doing it and doing it well.
Yeah. You know what's not doing well right now is NRDV. We took a couple attempts on this one. It's breaking down again. That's it. You run into the supply zone. Again, we don't want to continuously try a stock that isn't going to continue do what we want it to. We took our second attempt, 2 at-bats, and then we pop fly out of this NRGV and find something else. We got this NVDL trade still cooking up. I don't know what it's going to necessarily do, to be honest with you. If I did, obviously, we'd go significantly heavier, but that's not necessarily the case. Focus on the NASDAQ. Glad you grabbed some of that. Gorvin, how has Palantir been performing on the intraday session? I know you had the short right at the highs, so hopefully that has played out for you. We'll take a look at what we have going on via PLTR, and we'll also look at some of the supply zones via options chain as well. So let's pull that up here. Gorb, man, strong day. Not breaking, but you were short all the way up here, man. So you did get a little bit of a move. Didn't get quite towards the volume-weighted average price, which is totally fine. Again, if it breaks, then I just don't know if today's going to be that session, man. A lot of green across the board, but with that being said, let's pull up PLTR, see if there's any massive supply zones. And if there isn't, then watch out for this name to continue to move. $70.37. So these are slightly in the money right now, worth $1.08 if you're a collector at this point. So let's see if we close below. And it also has the most amount of open interest, right? 18,900 with 165,000 contracts closed. So the at the money contract playing its part so far today. with Palantir. We'll have to close sooner. Yeah, let's see what happens, man. And also, here it is on our name, breaking down. Not too good of a look. This downtrend, fully intact. Oh, that's not very nice. Anyways, aside from this here, let's see what we got going on. Boom, to the downside, 35. Hasn't broken this one. So sure enough, we'll see what we got.
All right, man. Let's bring in the side charts here. Talk about these bad boys. We're looking for resumption here on HUIZ. VSA is halted down again, guys. It's halted at 455. So this one is done. It's going to be a Christmas tree retracement into the high and then into the low we go. So that's kind of the way that works. I hope nobody was dollar cost averaging on the way down. YJ is also done. It is now straddling the volume weighted average price from the south side. So nothing for me to do there. Bovin says Raya, R-A-Y-A. Let's take off VSA. We're going to put Raya. Shout out to David Raya. Oh, he's not here. Okay. Halted up, R-A-Y-A. Light volume, I think, though, Bovin. Let's see what R-A-Y-A is showing in terms of volume. We'll leave that up there. I'll put it up here. Okay, so 204,000 shares, up 30%. This is a $3.33 million market cap. Is it open? No, it's not halted. It just wasn't moving. Sorry. Yeah, not halted, he says. Yeah, you're right. I thought it was just because it was stagnant. I thought it was just, yeah, so let's put RAYA. Let's have a look at the spread. Yeah, it's a slow mover, Bovin. Look at the time in sales. Bovin, it's stagnant. Yeah, it's quite, this is RAY, bro. Here we go. This is a lot better. Let's see. So 16 penny spread, 20 penny spread right now, 70 on the bid, 90 on the ask. Dropping a little bit here into about 275. Watch for a trend resumption, but I'm going to steer clear of this one for now. Ben Zengal, no one is talking about QCOM's recovery. Well, I don't trade QCOM, brother. I don't trade anything other than small caps, in case you haven't noticed. And like exclusively that, and I am not interested in trading anything else, but we'll absolutely have a look at it for you, man. Let's go ahead, talk about the daily on this one. Yeah, okay. I just want to see here on Qualcomm, did it find support at a previous area of technical support? Yeah, this 145 is a repeat offender area. That is the what's it called? The yen carry trade unwind low, and then we also had a low there in, looks like August of last year. So this 745 area is a repeat offense area. It doesn't always hold up there, and there's that 125 as well, which is also important. HUIZ is limit down. So yeah, not bad for Qualcomm. I'd say that 185 though area is going to present you some trouble. Look at that triple top in on Qualcomm into 185, and it ended up losing about a third of the company's value off that triple top. So be on the lookout for that. But hey, looks like you got something there from the area bottom, and I hope you print on it. Keep me updated, man.
All right, man.
Yep. What do you got, Joey?
Same thing, man. A nice little uptick. Now we're running into this trend line. Let's see if this can be broken. Hey, listen, we sit on top of this. I think it'll be a good ad opportunity for a next zone, which could be around 36.24. We'll keep an eye out on that one. As for the small caps, listen, we had the momentum style plays this morning. Yeah, I mean, one QNME wasn't anything crazy.
Getting
but definitely
killed now.
YJ was him today for the Blair, best performing name off of these two scalp cities. But it did climb all the way to $14 flat, now down to $6. Keep an eye out on this one. And then we also had the NVDL trade. Second best performer on the day for us. Add like a madman into this, but then we Devin Haney it all the way in the congestion zone, in the supply zone, as it put in a new high. I mean, man, 224. Is this going to be my opportunity to buy a little bit more? I don't want to. It's funny. I was kind of laughing at myself the other day. I'm like, man, I'm the Michael Saylor of NVDA, just buying this stuff at any given point. You need to be a little bit more strategic in when we're getting involved. But I do believe we're on pace in order to break this 236 high, and then that next level, if we don't reject aggressively, most definitely 250 in my opinion. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on it. A pullback into this gap is where I want to add some more, because then we can hold some more structure at this 212 marker. That's fine if my average moves up a little bit as I increase in size. Then we just continuously rock and roll. Right now, my average is around like 206 or something like that. So not too bad here in this specific account, I should say. Anyway, so we're going to continuously grab some more with the objective of this being one of the companies that hits the trend, or the $10 trillion market capitalization. NVDA, I believe, has the opportunity to do so, especially if him and your boy Elon continuously exchange business deals, and I think we're going to be sitting in a pretty good
Exchanging
position.
like love letters, bro.
But hey, man, we'll keep on keeping on, as they would say, Sharif.
Did you see the comments and the video on TerraFab? Did you have a look at that?
I didn't see that. No, talk to me.
So he said it's going to be one of the world's largest buildings.
Yeah.
One of the most beautiful buildings. Not relevant for our purposes, though, but it's apparently, you know, they're going to be going full steam ahead with this thing.
Yeah, why not?
But the read-through here is the important part to me. Think about all the different chip or equipment makers, like your AMATs, your ASMLs, of course, as well as many others, Lam. The read-through for all those, because if it's going to be literally, not all at once, but literally the world's largest fab, if you want to do that, you need to have the most amount of equipment. So I am quite bullish on the semi space, even though the semis are still extremely strong. If we do get this kind of
TerraFab,
yeah, man, and not just it's not going to be only Elon doing it. You know, if Elon does it and he does it successfully, that sets a stencil for everybody else to kind of want to go down their own route, and kind of secure their own chip supply, right? Especially those who have the money, and there's plenty of companies who have the money at the moment, right?
I completely agree, and honestly, everything that you just mentioned is a big part of the reason why I'm going to remain bullish on this whole AI build out. We've never seen this type of money spent, especially like I've never seen anything like this when you have the hyperscalers just building this infrastructure. And I don't know if this is the best analogy, Sharif, but I'm gonna put it to you anyway.
Hear it, bro.
So these guys are spending a bunch of money, right? So the way that I was thinking about it, is a shower thought, is everyone was worried. Everyone's worried about the capital expenditures, right? But what happened with the auto manufacturing craze back in the day? You have to build the infrastructure in order to produce the vehicles.
Right, well said.
And I think that's the narrative that we're sitting in right now anyways, is that, listen, Meta I know we're kicking Meta when it's down and some of these names for spending all this money, but what happens 10 years down the road when these guys have built the roads, they built everything that they need in order for this AI thing to continue to grow, which I think is extremely important. And then that's why I'm remaining bullish.
I got 2 points to that.
But speaking of not being bullish, NVDA is starting to sell a little bit.
So the 2 points that I want to make is, you know, there were a lot of American car manufacturers. Have you heard of Morris? Or not Morris, what's that one called? Stuttgart, something like that, forget it. There's a lot that don't exist anymore, right?
Yes.
So I'm not saying everybody who kind of builds out the foundation is gonna succeed, but you know, that's the point of picking winners and losers. That's point number 1. The other point, I forgot what I was gonna say. I had a different point there, man. I forgot, whatever. We'll come back to it.
But no, again, like to your point, like, but there's really, if we think about it, it'll come to you momentarily. I'll ramble on.
Here, man?
No, it's perfect, man.
It is hot in here, man.
I'm really.
Why is it so hot in here?
Enjoying it.
It's like 100 degrees outside too.
So hot.
Not DeLorean, guys. I forget the name of.
Mercury.
Morris. Morris is a British car. It was called Studebaker. Studebaker. It got absorbed, right? So the point is, like, I don't expect everybody who's around now to succeed. I don't think that that's a reasonable expectation.
So, okay, so out of the 4 major companies right now spending all this money, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Meta, you don't think all 4 of them have the high probability of succeeding?
Not in the sense that they may be like the leaders in AI.
No, but right? So what if the leaders need more compute and these guys have the infrastructure?
Well, then you get a situation like we're seeing now, where you get like the leasing and you get the renting of compute and stuff like that.
So
a better point.
Sorry, man, it'll come to you. So my point being is, in the near future, or in the future, I'm not going to say the near future, but in the future, do you think we're going to need more or less compute, regardless if
no question about it. But unless quantum comes in and then
And
fundamentally
then
changes
changes
all that,
everything.
which it will, it's just like how quickly will we get to that, right?
Yeah.
But everybody, if you believe any of the major science guys, they're like quantum is being researched in almost every area of science.
Yeah.
Right. Like they're using these quantum state satellites to keep perfect timing and perfect coordination. Right. I'm not a science guy, but being in a quantum state allows like perfect synchronization of sorts. And then it's not just compute. Quantum is in almost everything, right?
Yeah.
And you know, so there's gonna be that. Anyway, interesting comment from the IonQ CEO yesterday. He's like, he's waiting for the crypto guys to knock on his door. That's another kind of
Who said that? Oh, the
IonQ
yeah.
CEO, yeah, because he's like, as we have been talking about, the potential disruption of quantum computers to the crypto encryption. And I've read some stuff that says, you know, some crypto is protected, but this guy is of the opinion that, you know, he's gonna
solve every key.
Well, or that, you know, they're gonna hire him as a possible, you know, solution to the encryption crypto problem. Anyway,
people, the chat's raving about a couple of these names.
Apparently, I'm honestly, I don't think I'm gonna trade for the rest of the day.
What's WFF doing?
WAFU.
But there's some people saying WFF.
It is ripping, yeah. It is. It's a beautiful look here. This is a new trade too, man. Up 57%. This is a $9.75 million market cap. I can't quite see what the high of the day is. It looks like it's 236, showing 2.25 now. Very well at holding structure. Look at the higher highs, the higher lows. It is a newer trade. I don't want to say the volume only started coming in about 15 minutes ago, right at 1 o'clock. The volume's still kind of low. We're about doing 500, 600,000 shares per 5-minute candle on a $2 name, but this looks quite good, better than anything else that's breaking out at the moment, to be quite honest with you. So WAFU, it's the new one. Traded carefully, look for technical areas of support and resistance. I'm going to throw it up on a trading screen, even though I really don't want to trade. WAFU, because I don't want to give anything back, guys. We had a good week, and I don't want to make any dumb decisions towards the end of the week when I'm kind of tired. I'm really hot. It's extremely hot in here, and that aggravates me. So I'm going to have to go get some water to cool down, Joey, if I can send it to you.
Yeah, man, obviously. I don't know why I pulled this up here. Anyways, aside from that, guys, we went on a nice little run here in a couple of the names. So let's just head over to our watch list and see what we got going on. We'll run through the mega caps, we'll run through some other names to see how the performance has been. Now, listen, Google selling off. If it sells, continues. Like, this was a nice run, trendline break. I did believe that we were going to head into closer to the 300. 300 might be a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, Google isn't shy, and I mean, it's not a rarity for this name to pull back 20% or so and then just go absolutely insane. And I think we're in the environment where it can do that and then just absolutely go parabolic. So keep an eye out on this. Anything deeper, key support level 344. We'll look to buy a little bit more. Apple, how have you been performing? Hey, we talked about it. It does not matter the size of your company. You go on a massive run like this, 28%, you pull back 14 or additional 20 of that move, and then you go on another one, but then you gap down. So don't feel FOMO. I've seen someone constructed a super chat here today talking about some cash secured puts. Beautiful stuff. Collect the premium while you wait for price to come to you. If not, you're still making bank. And I think that's the importance of understanding how to use the leverage derivative, all right? Apple, SpaceX putting in an absolute monster day. Now there's going to be some supply over there. Let's
Wafu's limit up, Joey.
All right.
HUIZ limit up as well. And your boy NRGV's ripping, Joe.
Oh, is it, man?
Yes.
Sleep that thing, man. Hold on. I got to pull up SpaceX. Is it actually ripping? Did it break 345?
It's at 344 exactly.
Oh, again, yeah, that's like the fifth time. It might go.
All right.
130 here, 20,900 contracts. And you can see that's the most amount of size traded here, 104,000 contracts. If NRGV breaks this level, oh man, it's going to be a Tilly, as the old hockey boys would like to say. NRGV, Sharif. I almost called you Katina, man. Yeah, it's there again. But it's there it goes, man. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's going to break 44 at this time. Took multiple attempts. You can see the base at 335. Hey, man, we do have at-bats. I don't want to get lured into another nicey nonsense, but it looks like it wants to go at this point. Yeah, there it goes.
All right. It is 20 after 1, so let's send it up to Sia. We'll start the news segment.
Let's start by talking about ABNB. That's up about 14% at the moment. EPS for the company as of yesterday's come in at $1.37 versus $1.25 that was expected. Revenue has climbed to $3.61 billion versus $3.58 billion that was expected, which has climbed 17% from a year ago period. Now, net income has increased to $816 million from $642 million in the year ago quarter. For the current quarter, also ABNB has said that it has expected revenue to come in between the range of $4.69 to $4.77 billion, while analysts had been expecting $4.61 billion. So at the midpoint range, year over year, the revenue growth will be somewhere close to 14%. The company has also said that the US and Canada region include the Middle East as well as Europe, has seen a high single-digit growth in bookings. In Asia Pacific, bookings have been in the high teens, and for Latin America, they have soared as high as 20%. But there has been a particular interest in Brazil and Mexico markets as well. Airbnb has said, and I quote, "Overall, we continue to observe market share gains broadly across Latin America, demonstrating the success of our expansion strategy within this region. Therefore, free cash flow as well for this company has jumped 30% to $1.25 billion from $962 million a year ago."
All right, so hotel listings outpacing home rentals by 3 times. And this is something new that Airbnb has been really kind of pushing, is the hotels, a higher margin business, of course. So nights booked at boutique hotels and, of course, traditional lodging grew 3 times the rate of home listings, acting sort of as an acquisition funnel, where 35%, believe it or not, of first-time hotel guests booked home rentals on their platform. So it looks like people are doing both. That's the best kind of case scenario that I can see for Airbnb. And listen to this, AI, featuring here as well. So CEO Brian Chesky, he said their internal AI coding teams were able to cut development times by about 60%, and their engineering AI teams were able to deploy 80% more product than they were at this time last year when they weren't vibe coding. That's the second point. And then looks like international market expansion way outpacing your traditional regular markets. And by traditional, I mean basically North America and Europe. So it looks like they had single to low double-digit growth for US and Western Europe, but their non-core expansion across Latin America and Asia Pacific grew at double that velocity. So something to think about there, Joe.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Listen, gross bookings up 16%. Nights and seats booked increased 10%. I mean, it's double-digit growth across the board here. Bookings by first-time guests grew to 11%, so you have more individuals stepping on this platform. Now, they're getting involved with the hotel space. I wonder why, Sharif, because Airbnb has been such a disruptive service to the traditional hotel services, all right? So for me personally, I love everything to do with Airbnb. You get the coolest places, and it makes the transition and the transactions are borderline seamless, in my opinion, making the experience that much better.
Can I say something? I don't want to disagree with you, but I want to give a different view here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't really want to change the linens. I don't really want to take out the garbage.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm on vacation, bro.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I do that stuff at my house.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why lately, anyway. So when I was going to go to Colombia, I was going to do Bogota and Medellin.
Yeah.
They were going to be Airbnbs. And Cartagena, I was going to stay at a hotel because I wanted an ocean view, right?
Yeah.
We're not doing that anymore. But when I went to Europe, I started looking at the Airbnbs. I'm like, all right, how much is this going to cost me relative to some of these hotels? Number one, it's the same price.
Okay.
Number two, I don't get the same kind of service, brother.
Yeah, that's
you know
fair.
What I mean? Like,
but again, you would probably have to do a region comparison, right?
That's fair.
Right? So Europe obviously might be behind, because like for me, when I do my trips to Mexico, it's a fraction of the cost.
True.
You stay somewhere nice, and it's just like kind of your own little oasis, right? You don't have to worry about
comparing it to all-inclusive, though?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Like Airbnb.
Yeah, exactly. Not even
kind of thing,
necessarily all-inclusive, like specific hotels in Tulum and stuff. They're really nice. You get that service, but again, you're paying out the wazoo. Why? Because you have to pay the employees and everything.
That's fair.
Yeah,
you got to tip this
you
guy,
gotta tip
that guy,
right?
Yeah.
Again, I can totally get behind the fact that you don't like taking out the garbage. That was an issue that we ran into as well, and making and doing the bed. But anyways, aside from, you have to look at the discount. Like, hey, it's like 40%, 30% cheaper. Are you willing to sacrifice this instead of a gain for that? But listen, growing though as well too. So
yeah, they are.
Four bedroom, so to say, family home styles are increasing 10% year over year as well too. So it's definitely, I'm not saying it's gaining ground because I think they captured quite a bit of market share, especially in North America.
Yeah.
Now they're starting to head over into India.
That
and
makes
some of
sense,
the Asian-
man. Yeah, South
the other
America as well.
countries, exactly.
Great comments from you guys. Sharif, you get the best service in MD, all right? I love this guy. Shout out to Big Scalp, man. Appreciate you. Airbnb's overpriced, says Meme. Airbnb ratings process. I know, go. Ozane, you have also a really good point. It's the owner's request, not Airbnb's. I totally agree with you. I'm not saying it's Airbnb's fault. I'm just saying the reality of what I was talking about there. Slick 006 says, agreed, I like hotels and resorts unless with many, many people, then VRBO. And then some other person says, I only rent Airbnbs when I'm getting the whole house. That's kind of like Verbo, right? I don't think you can rent a room per room basis on Verbo. It's like the entire property. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Dude, listen, last year when I was in Mexico, we had a loft. I got some pictures and videos of a loft, right?
Yeah, okay.
So extremely nice. You walk out, you're in the jungle and everything along those lines. For me to stay at the resort that only offered free breakfast, but it also a beautiful place to stay in Tulum, that is, it's triple the price.
Well, that's
right?
a no-brainer.
So I'm just like, you know what?
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, exactly. So.
The point that I was trying to say, they were similarly priced. That's
I can see it depends, right? It's regional. It depends where you're gonna go, where you can see the discrepancy. Now listen, I'm a sucker for I'm a sucker for an all-inclusive. I can tell you that. I was telling Sharif about breakfast and all of those other things. I have great times in both, to be honest with you. It depends what your objective is on your vacation, Adara.
NVIDIA. This is Jensen Huang's only 4th post ever on X, not including replies, just posts. And it is actually a quote tweet of Elon Musk. So Elon Musk on August 4th, earlier this week, posted, SpaceX is committed to using NVIDIA GPUs exclusively because they are the best. And then Jensen Huang quote tweets this 1 minute ago saying, good emoji. So it seems like he is, I guess, co-signing Elon Musk's support of these NVIDIA chip usage. Tesla, SpaceX, NVIDIA not really reacting, but I think kind of interesting here. Jensen Huang, definitely someone who I think is probably worth following on X with his new X account. And he's clearly not afraid or not shying away from posting comments from others as well. So interesting look. Back to you. Definitely agree there. Jensen is like a required follow if you're in the game over here. Tisha. Thank you very much, Tish, for the super. $4.99 from Tish. We thank her for that. Wafu, Tish. Halted up. It's been a minute here. 12:18:26 halt time. Current time 1:27. So we could be a minute and change away. Sorry. Everything's halted. 12:27:38. So this one, we got another minute or so. The tap. $2.95. Keep your eye out on WAFU. Great, Dave. Couldn't be happier for you, Tish. I hope everybody's printing up a storm on the other side. And while the money falls from the screen, Sia, tell us the next story.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at SKHY. That is down past the 4% mark as of today. So they've said that it will be investing 54 million Korean won. That is around $38.1 billion to build new memory chip manufacturing plants. Now, SKHY has announced a 35.2 trillion won investment in a fabrication plant in Yongin called Y2 and a 19.1 trillion won that has been put towards a facility in Cheongju called M17. This is coming amidst a surge in memory prices that we're seeing driven by shortage of supply. Also a huge demand that is surging across markets from companies building AI infrastructure, which require a large amount of the HBM. So we always take a look at. So according to Counterpoint Research, SK Hynix is facing increasing competition from Samsung, which has now reclaimed the #1 spot in market share in the DRAM market in the second quarter.
I like this. I like this a lot, Sia. It means two things to me. This company obviously is, they're doubling down on RAM, but, they wouldn't be spending this much money if they thought that the RAM business was going to be cyclical as it has in the past. They clearly see here some sort of longer secular tailwind or trend here. So I want to talk about the one that's expected to open in December of 28, That one, as Sia mentioned, is codenamed M17, and then you have another one expected in June of 2029. That one's codenamed Y2, but they're not going to be just completed during that time. Those are the initial stages. CapEx as well as construction will continue into 2031 for this. And let's talk about what each one is going to do. So Y2, this is the one called Yongin, all right? That one is going to actually have, that was actually supposed to be completed in 2045. They're moving it up by 12 years to 2033. And then the other one, the M17, that one isn't actually going to make HBM, it's going to make NAND. And a lot of people were like, well, why are they committing so much resources to NAND when it's not as high a margin product, nor is it in as much demand, because you're not really selling as much of it? Well, because all of a sudden, agentic AI has kind of brought a resurgence of the ultra high capacity enterprise SSDs, which is apparently very important storage required by AI inference engines. So they're alive to that, and they're looking to take advantage. So I do like this, but of course, as we have to say, the market is cyclical, and at some points, you're rewarded for spending, like we saw earlier in this year and last year, when you're spending CapEx, because people think you're going to take advantage of the big cycle. And now, all of a sudden, we've kind of turned a little bit on all the spending. So, you know, right now, if you show this to somebody like, oh, more CapEx spending, sell. But will they feel that way a year or two down the road? That's the other thing.
I think that's a major question that is obviously going to take some time to be answered. We talk about bottlenecks. I like what's stated here: strategic investment decision to seize the opportunity in line with the market's growth speed and to contributing to the stability of global AI semiconductor supply chain. Now, they state multiple timeframes, all the way through 2028 into June of 2029. All right, so if we talk about bottleneck, which we have been for quite some time, that would just display that, hey, the demand is still here. Will it eventually catch up? In my opinion, I do believe it will. And with that being said, you have a clearance and you don't have, you may have a little bit more production capability than necessary, but that's not the case that we're sitting in right now. Now, these fabrication, these build-outs are going to take years, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that being said, they're already hit capacity. I don't know how much longer that's going to hold off to, but just you better hope that the demand is still there when everything is completely established and completed.
This dude got married.
Who is it?
That Leopold dude.
Is that the guy who just?
Yeah, this guy is the one that tanked everybody's money. And then he just tied the knot. Well, you can't crap on him for that. Good for him, but you know. KC 520 freaking 6. We love you, woman. Have a fantastic weekend, Case.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but this week was a hell of a week. I know you did very well. I know Bovin did very well. You deserve your weekend, woman. Enjoy your time, and we'll see you hopefully, Case, on Monday.
Ben Affleck.
Spend it all in one place.
Ben Affleck also stated here. I want to find his comment. Say, I don't know how true this is. He said they're selling fake RAM now, so you can just put something into empty slots of a motherboard.
I believe
it's bad.
I believe that.
You think
so? Of course. Well, the scam artists come as soon as this. Of course, bro. The scam artists? Oh God,
so?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They see money. They have morals, right?
Morals.
Anyway, you got any more comments on this, or should we?
No, yeah, you can send it back for sure.
Let's see. What are we doing now?
Little net, that is Cloudflare, up 7% on the day. It's delivered a strong second quarter beat with adjusted EPS coming in at 29 cents versus 27 cents that was expected. Revenue also has come in at $696.1 million versus $665 million that was expected. Q3 guidance has also topped estimates, and consensus management has raised the first year 2026 guidance to $1.25 to $1.26 for EPS and $2.86 billion to $2.87 billion in revenue. That reinforces confidence that AI answers engines and agent-driven commerce are accelerating infrastructure demand as well. Shares had surged 16% after hours. However, they are up 7% at the moment.
I got a few points. CEO on the call revealing for the first time ever that non-human, specifically AI agent traffic on Cloudflare's network has officially surpassed 50%. So there are more non-human agentic AI kind of activity on at least Nets, Cloudflare's servers, right? Which is quite substantially large, right? Then there are humans. To me, that says, where the direction of the internet is going, something to think about. Also, their dollar-based net retention jumped up 120%. What am I talking about here? I'm talking about basically all the people that they had last year, they were able to keep them and then even have them spend more money. to the tune of 120%, which added about 600 basis points to the EPS. Good look. And then they're also going to obviously increase guidance when you have that kind of good of a quarter. So they raised their full year 2026 guide. They're looking for 2.84 to 2.87 billion. That's up from the 2.81, I should say. And their current remaining performance obligations, so CPRO, up 35%, Joe.
Yeah, good stuff. I like this. There's one metric here. A couple of things positive for this name. First things first. So, I mean, you're up 83% from last year. Shares were up 44% in 2026. Those are some good numbers, and those are good rates of return. Now, as for the quarter itself, this is what I really like. 4,600 customers with greater than $100,000 in annualized revenue as of June 30th. That's up 30%. Yeah, that's up 30% from the year before. The cybersecurity name doing some good things so far. It seems to be the case. Listen, we've seen it across the board, whether it's CrowdStrike and PanW putting up some big time numbers. We've got Cloudflare doing the same thing, gaining 30% of actual customers paying substantial amounts of cash.
All right, see ya.
One ticker that was mentioned in CNBC today as well that I picked up on was Doximity, that is DOCS, has more than doubled at one point in overnight trading after some bold comments had been made around the margin for its new AI search tool. So CEO of the company, Jeffrey Tangeny, had said that the product brings in 10 times what it costs to run. Quote, I mentioned, it's early days on our AI search product, but I can tell you we're earning more than 10 times per search in revenue than it costs, he said yesterday during the earnings call, the Q1 fiscal 2027 earnings call. So he also said that over time, you probably expect the overall AI cost, if anything, go down as models get more efficient. So we feel good about the unit economics there. He also said this during the earnings call. So Doximity shares have been trading more than 130% up before the bell. Right now, they're up 38%. So I would say there has been a bit of a loss, but it's still above not a bad percentage over there. Analysts have said that these spectacular returns are not yet baked into the company's already solid financials. So Doximity has reported first quarter revenues of $156.6 million and adjusted EBITDA of $74.8 million, both of which have come in above estimates and above consensus. Company has also raised its full year revenue guidance range more than $6 million or 5%. That is between $671 million and $681 million. Huge AI profitability here is another thing that you do want to consider as well, which is likely not a part of the boosted forecast. And this is coming from the analysts who have made these notes. DOCS, like I said, up 38.14% on the day right now.
Not going to pretend like this is a company I know too much about, but it is a space that I like now, having read this whole thing. I like what the CEO had to say on the call yesterday, saying he highlighted heavy investments in clinical AI and strong software margins. And that's kind of, I think, one of the next frontiers. We always talk about agentic AI being, the current, trend in AI, but I really do want to see AI being used to shorten the R&D times for drug development. Is one of the reasons why I chose Thermo Fisher as one of my earlier picks. I think maybe that requires a few more years for that kind of thing to develop, but it's something that I really do think may move the needle on drug discovery. So I'd like to see that a little bit more in that. He called it a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Apparently, their models outperformed rivals like Fable 5, really, in a Stanford-Hartford study. He says usage of its AI scribe tools increased tenfold year over year in the month of July. So that's interesting. Sia gave you the numbers with respect to the quarter. She gave you the guide, but they're also projecting 170 to 171 million. That is slightly below what Wall Street was looking for their Q2 revenue. But I think there's a good secular tailwind here, especially with the overlap of medicine and AI.
Yeah, again, I'm in the same camp as you, but again, as I look through some of the analyst actions here across the board, I mean, sometimes you get mixed reviews, but left, right, and center, it seems that a lot of the analysts are liking this name. BMO raising price target from $20 from $20 to $30. We have Canaccord Genuity from $30 to $36. We have Raymond James from $23 to $38. So across the board, things are looking pretty good for this name specifically. So yeah, not too bad of a look from an analyst action standpoint, that's for sure.
Take a look at AMD here. AMD currently down 1.6% on the day, but there was news. AMD is continuing on its graphics processing units to drive the bulk of its data center growth to cloud companies, not up from advanced AI chips that they can find. So AMD has said after the bell as of yesterday that it's entered into an agreement to acquire Thales, that is a Toronto-based startup that makes chips for inference. This is located in the financial district in Toronto. Their accelerators are customized or hardwired for a single AI model rather than being general purpose. So the company's technology promises a quote-unquote less expensive chip that it says can produce output for specific models thousands of times faster than a traditional GPU. So Thales has raised a total of $219 million in venture funding since its founding in 2023. From the news released by AMD, and I quote, Thales' technology will complement AMD's full-stack AI platform, including AMD Helios rack-scale solutions, AMD Instinct GPUs, AMD EPYC CPUs, AMD ROCm software, and the company's expanding AI ecosystem. AMD is planning to integrate the technology into its accelerator roadmap and develop system-level solutions with AMD Instinct GPUs.
So I do like this, and I think this is why Cerebus was kind of loved initially before, that big sell-up. By the way, CRBS up 7% today is because they were able to make the chips and the packaging with a different type of RAM. They didn't need to use HBM. And obviously that is very, very supportive in an environment like this where number one, there isn't enough, and number two, it's very expensive. However, if that's going to be the moat for Cerebus, it's not certainly the moat for AMD. It's a temporary problem, in my opinion, until either we have a technological change which allows us to do more with less, or we just have more supply come online with all these investments into the fabs that we're seeing. SK Hynix, we just spoke about them expanding their fabrications, right, for RAM. So it solves an immediate problem, which is, having to spend up a storm and not having enough of HBM. But is that problem temporary? Does it require, so much R&D going into it? I'm not smart enough to know. I can just kind of give you guys the information. You guys figure it out. What do you think?
Yeah, and I just find it interesting. It's like, okay, when you're at the top, everyone's clawing for you. And this is the narrative that we are. Like, what are we going to do? What is AMD going to do to close the gap with NVDA? And a lot of analysts here just suggesting, hey, that doesn't happen until a deal. I'm not going to say this is the change of the tide or anything along those lines, but what this allows AMD to do a little bit better is supply a longer-term owned option that could improve control, economics, and customer-specific design and flexibility. So, I mean, that's really positive for this name specifically. But again, when you acquire a name like this, you can see the stock going to get hit. I just don't know if it's going to completely close the gap, but a small win here and there can definitely start to narrow it. And I talk about this all the time. When you hold the majority of the market share, there's only one way you can really go. There's only so much a total addressable market that you can get. And we've seen that within Tesla in Europe as well. So.
Take a look at this over here. So Washington and Tehran offering conflict accounts of bilateral engagement that is aimed at ending their hostilities. And with that, Iran's chief negotiator has accused U.S. President Donald Trump of quote-unquote theater diplomacy. These remarks are coming after President Trump had called off these planned strikes and said that the outlines of a deal had already been settled with Tehran, and Iranian officials have rejected this claim, like we saw yesterday, saying no talks are underway. USO is currently up 0.36%. So the conflict is now broadening across the region. The Gulf infrastructure, energy infrastructure, as well as key shipping choke points are under constant threat. USO right now, like I said, up 0.36%. I just want to check levels for WTI and Brent here as well. WTI trading around $78 a barrel, down 0.34% at the moment. And Brent currently down 0.46%. It's trading around $86 a barrel.
So I don't really have much to add other than, the deal struck between the Omanis and the Iranians yesterday, to me, is just an absolute non-starter to insist that American ships can't pass through an international waterway. Is just an untenable position. I don't think anybody agrees to it. And I don't know where we go from here, because I don't think there's been updates to that.
No, again, it's going to be a tennis match. Once again, I think for the foreseeable future, until there's until deals are signed on both ends, then I'm just going to be continuously looking at it like that, back and forth. You're going to get a Donald Trump truth, and then you're going to come and have Iran say that, yeah, that's not true whatsoever. And then they're going to say the negotiations are going great. 15 minutes later, it's disastrous. We're going to strike them, and we're going to hit them as hard as we possibly can. Yep. Just from a data standpoint, traffic remained subdued on August 7th with 8 confirmed crossings, down 33% from the day prior. So most vessels using Iranian are using some form of scheme to get through, it seems to be at this point. But the narrative isn't going to change until I guess it changes and a deal is signed on both ends.
The only thing I want to add is what I said yesterday, which is I think, if Iran can't reach the U.S. military to be able to retaliate, and it's hard for them to do that, right? They tried in Jordanian airbase, where certainly somebody was killed, but the last time around, the missiles were intercepted. I think they take a page out of Ukraine's book and they start attacking commercial interests, vessels with drones, like they did in Damietta in Egypt, right? Where they hit that. It was a Marshall Islands flag ship, but the Marshall Islands, are they not American?
I believe they are,
yeah. So that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
I think if Iran can't reach the U.S. military, they're going to go after commercial interests.
Yeah,
and I don't want to see that because then that's just going to cause haywire in the market.
Of course. You know what I mean? But I feel like the market's priced so much of it in already. Once you start hitting that infrastructure, it can be a completely different story. But what do you expect when you back a dog into a corner? It's probably going to bite. And I mean,
it not belong to Oman and Iran. It's an international waterway. Okay, just because they're there, it doesn't mean that Egypt's on the Mediterranean, doesn't own the Mediterranean. You're only allowed 10 kilometers off your coast. That's just typical international law. So sorry, you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's just going to be an ongoing conflict, I think, for the foreseeable future. No end in sight at this moment.
Let's take a look at Meta here. Meta currently flat on the day, but I know Adara also, I want you to talk about this as well. So Meta's been ordered to pay, you know what, $567 million, if I'm not wrong, into an abatement fund in New Mexico that is as a part of a public nuisance case. That's just one of the many suits that the company has been facing, alleged harms that are caused by its app. So the fund has come on top of its $375 million in civil penalties that Meta had to pay earlier this year when it had been found guilty to have and responsible for having violated New Mexico's Unfair Practices Act. So Judge Brian Bedshiad had written in the ruling, quote, although Meta is not alone in this regard, its social media platforms are a significant contributing factor to the current mental health crisis among New Mexico's youth established by the substantial evidence in this case, close quote. Most of the money in this fund, that is $420 million, is dedicated for the treatment of people harmed by this platform. Now, the rest is for awareness and prevention, screening and assessment, and referrals and coordination, as well as implementation, quality improvement, and evaluation.
Yeah, nothing I have to say really has anything to do with like the price. I think Sharif had a lot of good points on that this morning, if you're interested in terms of like the amount that has to be paid. But what I found interesting here is New Mexico. If you look at this, and again, I apologize, I drew the state lines myself and I can't draw. So that's why they're really messy looking. But this information shows that I think this is well over 400 different actions that different attorneys general from each state have taken against public companies. I spent a disgusting amount of hours on this. So yeah, very proud of this. But I bring this up because if you see these little burgundy colored stars, they represent wins. Now, a lot of these states have only one star because of the Live Nation suit, but the other win was for Meta, for New Mexico. They're the only state with 2 stars. So they're actually the only state to win 2 lawsuits this whole year, or 2 cases rather, again, one of them here against Meta. So I think that's some interesting context here for New Mexico with Meta. And as Sharif and I discussed this morning, this might not be the only case against Meta that ends up getting won. So this could be more issues for Meta. Now, if you go here to this infographic, because again, the hours of research had to be, put in through more visuals, because that's what I do. 58 different cases against Meta so far. Now you're thinking, Adara, that's more cases than there are states. I included different state coalitions. Each state that was involved, it's a separate case just for, I think, to understand the magnitude of some of these cases and the different amount of states involved. So with that in mind here, Meta, 58 investigations again cumulatively, so that's an interesting look. I also have to mention Roblox. You're seeing 9 different actions here that actually might go up to 10 as of today, because our friends over in Georgia, specifically Georgia State Attorney General Chris Carr, he came out and he basically said that he's considering investigating, or actually will be opening investigations into, he specifically named Roblox, but suggested other media companies could get involved there as well. So state attorneys general talking about this stuff always wakes me up on a Friday afternoon. And yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how this Meta case progresses, because the legal elements here and the, whether or not this fine is going to be approved of, Meta wants to appeal. So we'll have to wait and see how that all transpires. But stay posted on X at TTV Research, because I will very likely be updating these visuals as we get more information on different state AG cases.
That's very interesting, Adair. Thank you for that. All right, let's get to the details here. $567 million is the fine. That's in addition to the $375 that they had to pay from the jury verdict back in March. That brings the running total into $942 million. All right, so Sia mentioned that this was a public nuisance case. I just wanted to explain that in the morning. So the public nuisance is essentially a tort. So it's like one wrong committed by a party against another, right? Could be a person, could be a corporation. And the public nuisance tort developed in the kind of the 19th century when we saw factories coming online, like industrial factories. There was pollution, and little side quest over here. Why is West London or West Hollywood, all the west parts of the city, the more pricier parts of the city? Because typically, given the rotation of the earth, the wind blows west to east. So what happened was all the smog would come from the factories and it would blow eastward. So usually, most of the time, the east of the city is cheaper, the west of the city is more expensive. That also happened during this public nuisance. So what they wanted was just to make sure that residents were being compensated if their quality of life was disrupted by smog and pollution and everything like that. That's how public nuisance came to be. And that's how they're actually trying to apply it here. The judge was kind of creative in how he kind of molded the current case into public nuisance law. He kind of used this analogy. He's like, all right, he ruled that Meta's platform, whether it's Facebook or Instagram or whatever, was the factory, the smog-producing factory, okay? And that its ad content, its advertising content, was the product that was being kind of issued. And then that the harm, or the sexual exploitation, was kind of the pollution that must be abated. So he kind of tried to draw parallels between physical sort of smog and pollution into this. So it's a stretch. Let's see if the appellate court agrees. That's one thing that I want to state there. There was also some things about, him slashing the New Mexico's request to have, a 15-year mental health overhaul. He dropped that to 5, fine there. He also refused to put in a monitor to monitor Meta's kind of actions there. He refused to do that. But I want to draw a very important point. There is something in law called stare decisis. Stare decisis is basically the obligation of one court to follow the order or the ruling of typically a higher court in the same jurisdiction. This doesn't apply state by state. So if a New Mexico court finds Meta liable in public nuisance, it doesn't mean the Nevada court has to find. They're not obligated to follow the New Mexico court. The only thing that they're obligated is to follow actually a court higher than them, not on equal footing. So it's persuasive when there's another case in Vegas, in Arizona, wherever they're going to do it. It's persuasive, but it isn't binding. So it doesn't mean that every state is going to see it this way, but it certainly opens the door.
Yeah, man, listen, with this stock, I think what's weighing on it is these cases specifically. Now, a lot of people are referring to this social media moment as to some of the big tobacco moments where you're really starting to see it regulated. Now, everyone's like, I can kind of get behind in the grand scheme of things, $942 million potential fine there that they'd have to pay up. But in a company that is depleting its free cash flow, that can add up, especially through state by state. So that's something that I would definitely be cautious about in regards to this. And it's like the Google and Apple antitrust that we experienced from before. It was weighing the stock down, And this is the exact same thing, in my opinion, and what's weighing Meta down, is that you have this antitrust aspect and the crackdown on social media as to where Australia is putting an age limit. You have the European countries doing the exact same thing. It can really hurt your monthly active users or how much time people are spending on the app. With that being said, you're spending money, and I think that's truly what is weighing this name down right now. Once these start to clear up, I think that's going to give a little bit of free roaming for the name.
Can I say something though, brother? You know what I feel? I feel like the social media craze that we got in the 2010s and even the end of the 2000s, like 8, 9, whatever, right? I feel like some of the politicians felt like they missed the boat by not regulating social media early enough and then allowing kind of some of the social harms that we've got with children and addiction and mental health and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like those same politicians who, in their opinion, missed the boat, they don't want to miss the boat on AI. And so I think we may have, in the next 3, 4 years, whatever, I don't know, some preemptive regulations in a way that we did see with social media initially. Yeah,
But
that's my spidey sense.
And I think that's a fair assessment, to be honest with you, but who would have guessed that social media would have got this big, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like people were, it's like, hey man, kids didn't need it. It's just like that new form of interacting with each other where my generation, your generation, we grew up with a large part of our lives where we didn't need it, but now it's like it's structured. It's fundamentally embedded. Embedded in the younger generation.
Some people are putting their foot down, like yourself. You don't have Facebook, you don't have Instagram, you don't have TikTok, and you insist on not having it.
I insist, it's just too much, man, and it can. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I was always like that. I just always was the individual I was okay with just being on my own. I didn't need the affirmations from other people, the consistent like, hey.
Hey, look what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. I was never that individual. And now look what it's doing to people. Right? Like people are really getting embedded in this stuff and rely on it and really take into consideration every single comment, and it can be definitely detrimental.
You know, one thing that I've started to do a lot more.
Was the word I was looking for. I don't need
great. Yeah. You know what? I noticed one thing that would always be a triggering factor for emotions on me, going through the comment section.
Yeah, man.
I don't go through the comment section anymore. At all.
And I think that's something that a lot of people are doing. It's like, hey, I don't read the comments. Listen, it's like there's 95% of our chat are great and nice people, but it's the 5% that weigh a little bit more on your shoulders than the nice comments.
Right.
And it's tough to say. You know what's funny? A quick story before. I mean, we're almost done here. So I was walking Milo yesterday in Liberty Village. And anyways, it's 2 younger kids. They're walking. They're probably going to go watch the Argo game or something like that. Okay. And they're pointing out, they're like, who would live in this building? Who lives in this building? Right? They're younger. And it's funny. They said, it's finance bros and stock traders. The one guy said. So I just put a smile on my face. No, he said it's millennials and stock traders. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. So I was like, but that's just. And again, it's kind of off topic, but that just shows you that the younger generation are like, hey, we're priced out so much of some of these living areas that it's like we don't even know who lives there anymore. What happened?
Your boy Neil's coming after me in the chat, man. I love it. I'm going to read this out. It's actually a good set. Yeah, comment sections and chat can be so mean and unhealthy. Side note, that guy Sharif, who does he think he is with that stat? Neil, it's 2.5 years old.
That's crazy.
2020, I think I did this like in early 24. No, that's not right. I don't think it's, I shaved my beard September 23. That I know, right? The beard's gone. The beard's almost 3 years now.
Are you would you ever grow it back?
No.
Why?
No, it's just way too much upkeep, man. Should we let you go, bro? You got to set up? We got another minute and a half here?
I could head over there.
Right?
By the way, that chicken was fire. It was actually
really good?
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best chicken we definitely
Kentucky Fried Sharif. What is happening? All right, man. Let's just get to the trade review. Nimit. We know each other for 4 years now, Nimit, and we've met in person, IRL, and we miss you, brother, and we're happy to actually see you back in the chat because, it's been a minute. I know you've been the last couple of weeks, but since before that, Nimit, it had been, 6 months since you were a regular in the chat. So it's great to see you again, brother. Got him. Okay. Hey, brother, me and Sharif go way back, son. Who's this guy? We're going to have to find out who he is, Joey. I'm going to have to open up his image over here. This guy. Me and this guy go way back. He's from Niagara Falls, or at least this picture is from Niagara Falls. So shout out to my man there. I'm always here, just not chatting. Focus on making money. That's what I want to hear, Nimit, my man. All right, let's go through some of the trades today, guys. YJ was good until it wasn't. I mean, we saw this one kind of stair step up. This is how these small caps are. You're going to see that on a lot of them, right? Even a lot of them are gone from my screen because we took them off. But there are others that continue to stair step up. RCEL. Believe it or not, man, the higher lows are still intact here on RCEL 780 highs showing 758. EXFY as well has been respectably, trading near the highs, 274, 278 area high. It's been putting in higher lows all throughout. And then Joey had a view on this one, NRGV. Look, it's still bull flagging. It's not rocketing up. It certainly has a lot of resistance at 350. This one has a midday catalyst they're going to throw on. I think they're involved here in a 1.25 gigawatt facility, so something to look out for there. We also had QNME. This one absolutely ripped up, and now it's negative on the day. The shorts got a hold of this one quite aggressively. Into 99 pennies we go. We couldn't clear the dollar, and now we've lost trend completely down into 41. So there was a lot of small cap gappers today. A lot of them were good. It's going to be a good week here on the show. I would say probably one of the better weeks we've had in, a year. So it was kind of that kind of week. Hopefully we'll keep the momentum going into next week, and we'll catch everybody the same time, the same channel. See everybody bright and early Monday morning. For now, going to send you to the big boys. Joe in for Sean as he's got the afternoon off, but Neil Roberts, as always. See everybody Monday. Take care, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm telling you, man, we got some. The chat is unbelievable. We got the best crew out there. I'm seeing so many people that we go way. First of all, you can't say something like, "Man, we go so way back."
And then be like,
"Me and you, who are you again?
Oh,
who's that?" Come on,
so crazy.
Sharif, bro. Sure, we go way back. Who are you? No, I mean that's it. That's old age. It gets to everybody. Look,
It's old age. Wow.
I don't remember what I had for lunch. The lunch was delicious.
Lunch was very good.
Chicken, and oh no, look what just happened to my chat.
Oh,
this just happened.
Oh no.
Not a memory to open this page.
You gotta sign
Right,
back
now
in,
I have to
boy.
jump back into the chat, refresh all this nonsense. The market's doing its Friday thing, so I do feel like if something doesn't wake it up, there's an opportunity. All these small cappers that were going. This one, VIVS, was rolling. I know this is what you guys were looking at,
Yeah, you're changing
but you've got to remember, the pass the baton is so real today, it's out of control. So you kind of hang with these ones for as long as you can, and then they die. Because there was one Sharif just pointed out to me. I'm like, the second he showed it to me, it was already giving it up. There were a couple of great ones that were reversals and shorts. I was thinking, what's it, VWAP, right? I wanted to go back to DRAM. This is a NASDAQ here, everybody. Talk about sideways. It's just holding, doing nothing off of VWAP, but above, right? So above and almost up a point. Then I see DRAM sideways and rejecting the volume weighted average price underneath. So I'm like, if the futures roll down, this could be a bit of a play for the short breaking down. So that's what I'm watching currently. But you know what? What everybody should be watching is for updates from Orogenics. That's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. You love that, Joe. The company has activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening their balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Show to Orogenics as ticker OGE2VN. Everybody. So yeah, that's a couple things I'm looking at. I don't know if there's a small capper that's halting but has a chance to give up the ghost. That's my jam today. I just saw WFF. Okay. How many of these are there today? I can't even keep track. WFF is about to halt to the upside, 729. So it's about to go into an uphalt. But I'll tell you what I'm looking for. There we go, went to an uphalt. I want something that can YJ. I want one of these. I did get stopped out on the VWAP short initially on YJ. This is actually still going down. Or I want it to QNME. QNME, this is what Luis is talking about. This is my first experience with now I understand why Luis does what he does. This halted down at 74 cents. So look at this. It started its move on volume at 11.48, made the fail of $1 30 minutes later, and then halted down instantly. It opened up, tried to break. Once it failed, there's your topping tail candle. I like topping tail reversions. Shorted it back through 70 cents. The sucker fell to 40 cents, man. And the worst part is, I was like, I'm doing the normal, like the way my brain works is, I'm shorting it from here to here. I'm not even thinking about the fact that it's a piece. These things are what they are. It can go even further. I'm just treating it like a normal trade, and it's stopping it at 56, thinking that's it. And then when it dropped, I literally, I went for my walk and put a stop in, thinking it's probably going to bounce here. I'll put a trailing stop wherever it goes. I sat back down and it was at 40 pennies. So I have a completely different view on these now if they do give it up, because that gives you the opportunity. And this is why we're saying in the lesson of the day, when they die, forget about it. They just completely die. What was the one just now? WF Holdings. Like if this loses VWAP at some point.
We can't even trade this VVIS.
If it's not even close yet, then I want to be all over it if it does. What can we trade?
VVIS.
VVI.
Yeah, the one VIVS. Sorry,
VIVS?
Yeah, the one that you just brought up. I tried to.
Oh, you say we can't?
Yeah.
Give me 10 minutes.
Oh, but it's gonna be done by then.
Well,
by that
depends
time,
on how
my
fast
guy.
they do it. If you're at real trading, what he means by that is, because like traders have equity buying power that can be like millions of dollars, if there are companies or stocks that do obscenely low normal volume, right? They will be blocked in the system, because what you don't want to have happen is someone like accidentally take a position that's like 10 times the normal volume of a stock when it's not doing anything, prevents fat fingers or what could be like manipulation, whatever it might be. You just don't want someone trading where their account size is absurd compared to what the volume is. So you might have something that does no volume, it picks up one day, and you just need to get it unblocked. So all I will do is, it's done 48 million shares, I put a request in, and it should get unblocked. It's just a matter of time. While I throw it to Joe, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can get that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Noodles, man, good to see that you're having a good day. Oodles and Noodles.
I like that.
Mr. Noodles, we should call him. Remember those things back in the day? Get the chicken ones and everything. No one liked the beef though, apparently. You like the beef one? All right, the chicken. Yeah, that's
What's
great.
wrong with the beef?
Wait. They don't want that beef, Neil. That's for sure. We like the chicken one. How to get the chicken?
I mean, I like the chicken.
You like? Yeah, you like the beef? All right.
There's nothing wrong with the beef. I'm not saying I prefer it or anything, but there's nothing. I wouldn't say I don't like it.
Okay. That's fair, man. That's fair.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think if anything, I'm wrong, because I have that selective palate. Remember, I'm very picky on what we eat. But no, Is Noodles, you're long from 30.45. Really nice look here off some of these signals. Now you see what you bounced off of and how you're seeing the inverse of that. Listen, if you want to trail out and you're willing to give back some of your unrealized, I think this would be a good structure to look up for something to hold there at that 30.80 marker. And then if it breaks through 30.21, then there can definitely be an additional zone. Think about it. You have that 32.30 level clearly acting as resistance on the daily, and the chances of you breaking out on this trajectory, I think, is pretty high. It's not looking too bad, but once again, take profits while you can, just in case. There goes a nice strong uptick. So Israels, keep doing your thing, man. Write out the game plan and see what you got going on. Other than that, Joe, they're eating the dogs, brother. I know, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Okay, for a second there, I'm like, what? Where are we going with this?
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
It's like there. He like categorizes a whole group of people, and it only happened once, or whatever it may be.
You know what? I don't even know that. I don't know that story to be.
I'm not sure that it was confirmed to have happened. I watched the whole thing on it, and again, I think because there's so much confusion, who knows if it's happened, but I even heard that apparently J.D. Vance more or less admitted that he wasn't sure it happened in his home state of Ohio.
But okay. So but I seen the swear. Did you see the videos of it, Adara?
I haven't. I don't care to.
Oh,
I
okay.
even understand that, like, if it did happen, there has already been admissions from people who were involved in pushing it that they probably exaggerated it. So that's what I'm trying to say.
All right. Yeah. I mean,
I don't
think
story.
it. Yeah. I don't. Again, it's just one
There's a
video.
comment I could make about takeout food that maybe I'll let that go.
All right.
I'm just saying, like.
Oh, of a certain kind of takeout.
You ever had
food?
takeout and just be like.
From a certain.
I'm not going there.
Okay.
But have you? I've definitely.
Well, I mean, I've definitely had takeout.
Definitely had takeout where, like afterwards, I don't know if I'm eating at that place again.
Yeah. I've been to plenty of places about that.
I don't know if that was chicken. Not sure about it, and so that's enough.
If it's questionable, then by
like you can only put so much sauce on it before, because you can't really trick me. I don't know. So anyway,
play the clip one more time for us.
We don't have to play the clip.
Yeah, we play.
We have to play the clip.
Yeah, one more time.
I don't have that button. I'm kind of glad.
I don't have it either. So
everybody, that one.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay. I want to throw a poll up here.
Yeah.
Because we didn't do one in the morning. I get all like antsy when we don't do a poll. I'm like, I also want you, what I want you guys to also do is start throwing some tickers in the chat.
Poll?
You know the drill, like $ this or that. But first off, okay, what do we want to see? I'm going to go with will space X close over 130. The high is 130. It's at 128.70 today. So yes or no. So it's going to be very simple. We're going to start the voting right now. So anybody, if you don't know what this is, it's a poll. And your answer, you put your tickers in there too, just so you can keep doing that. That's perfectly fine. But this is SpaceX. It's at 128.60. I don't know why I have a line on my chart at 131. Probably should have used it to short. But there's 130. It's just shy of that. If you think that it is going to close over $130, get a percent higher and close over that, then just type 1 in the chat for yes, type 2 in the chat for no if you think it's going to fall off of that high and close lower. So we'll keep that pretty simple. When we come up with something more interesting, then we can throw it up there. Maybe outlook on next week, what we think the futures might do, whatever it might be. But just, get the input in the chat. It's Friday afternoon in August, so I'm just looking for things that are actually moving. We can trade VI, whatever that stock did.
Saying yes.
What's that stock? VI.
VS. But it looks like it's going to break down here, Neil. It's heading south towards the volume-weighted average price. It broke up from 50 cents all the way up to 55 cents, rejected almost to the penny there, and then boom, heading towards. So if this holds up, so you can just draw your basic trend lines. If this holds up, then yeah, by all means, I think you'll be able to maybe take that additional leg higher, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case right now. We can most definitely head over to our small cap scan. I haven't voted yet. I'm going to actually just the path that we're on, and if it comes out with a hefty buy-in balance, anything can happen. So I'm going to vote 1 on this one. Neil says 2 on that. We'll see what everyone. Yeah. We'll see. We'll get a couple more votes.
Actually, you know why I'm doing it?
What's that?
Well, it's the darndest thing, but one thing I've learned is if you look at if you trade with Real Trading and P Pro 8, if I put a support or resistance or trend line on a chart, and while it's there, I save my layout, that line is there forever. So at some point, I threw a resistance line at 131 on SpaceX.
There you go.
And I was looking and was getting up there today. I'm like, I probably should have shorted it because it's like, what's the reason I liked it? So I'm just I put that. Those are the charts that I look at, the ones we show on the show. Sometimes I might have support and resistance and stuff on the ones that I look at, and we show you guys the white charts just so that it's easier for you guys to follow along. That's the entire
small cap scan doing here.
So I'm sort of thinking if it gets back up there, I want to go for a pop and fade. Or that DRAM short, or this VIVS, which I just paid for locates on because it seems like it wants to do. See, penny stock breaks up, lower high, goes underneath VWAP. I'm looking for a repeat action on what happened on whatever QNME is. Penny stock goes up, fails VWAP, short under VWAP on a rejection candle, and then it goes all the way back to the low.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for. It hasn't really failed the volume weighted average price yet, but once it shows that
it's getting pretty close.
it's under, but it needs to close under, and then the other one was more a continuation, like I shorted it a couple minutes after.
The Nasdaq and the SPY are starting to break down a little bit here as well too, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so you can see we have clear and definitive support levels right at the volume weighted average price, and then now we're starting to give way a little bit here. So let's see what we got going on. We can definitely find a couple more trades here, put on a little more risk, but once again, we're only willing to lose a little bit more of our realized on the intraday session. SanDisk heading towards the low of the day. We were actually talking about that $1,200 level via options. Within SanDisk this morning, it bounced right off of it, relatively close. I mean, momentum. You're not always going to fall towards the penny, but you get pretty close at 1184 here. Sorry, $1,184. Sorry, $1,184. I don't know why I keep saying that wrong. But then it bounces, rejects the volume weighted average price from the high, and then now, sure enough, we're starting to curl over across the board in a couple of these larger names. A strong intraday, I should say, opening auction, and then we started to give way a little bit. SpaceX definitely holding up, but with NVDA, we popped up to 24s. And then now we came back a couple of points. Listen, I want to buy some more of this, brother. I don't know how you feel, but any pullback here, I'm going to be looking to grab a little bit more and start filling these gaps for this high, the all-time high. I just believe we're on pace to break this specific level, and I want to continuously size up. Why? Because I think we're going to head up to 250. Why 250? Because it's something that our good friend Brian Shannon brought to us the other day. VIVS actually broke down there, Neil, south of VWAP. So watch out for that one. Remember, it was actually on your show while I was listening. He said A plus B equals C, or equals C, I guess he said. So what I was thinking here is A plus B, just the length of this consolidation. You did get a little bit of a move, but it wasn't the complete move in my opinion. And what that led me to heading in towards that $250 marker. So the longer you consolidate, the bigger the breakout can potentially be. And that's why I want to continuously grab some more of this name for that move into $200 and $250 and then even potentially $300. Listen, this is a long time horizon I'm looking at here. Not till the end of this bottleneck cools up. And what I'm going to be looking for from specific indicators is through the fundamentals, and that's going to be the lowering of CapEx in some of these hyperscaler companies.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, if the market is going to punish CapEx, we now know it's the indicator that we're looking for.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter what your personal opinions are of it. Like you'll see the whole, you've got to spend to stay ahead, and maybe some people get it right. And they're absolutely dead on. They get the revenue from it. But at the end of the day, we know what the market wants. And sometimes when you're trading or looking for anything short term, your job is to listen to it. I think you can be a little bit more contrarian if you're going like the whole value sense and you want to try to do the Buffett thing, figure out where the market is completely getting it wrong. But in the shorter term, I'd rather just ride the wave instead of getting cute and respond to what the market likes. So I did get the locates on WFF and VIVS. DRAM did break down a little bit under VWAP, so I'm short 97s. I feel like if it gets above VWAP in the quarters, it can get the out. So I want to look for about like 25 cents worth of risk just to give it to that quarter if I can. Actually, I didn't get the full fill. I might take some more at 50 if I can get the fill. But the last time I was short this, I was long a couple times in the morning. There was only one good one. That was the third time through. I was short it, and it looked like we were breaking down. But see, that's a reversal candle, and I'm getting out. If I see that, and then it opens breaking that bar, I'm not trying to hold on. It was telling me it was reversing, so I want the same trade as before, but I'd love to see the breakdown. So when it gets into the 60s, this is around where, I don't have a bid out, but this is around where I want to get the first out, somewhere in that 60s where it stalled out before. So that's the risk to reward I am trying to play with on DRAM, and then again, just to recap. Oh yeah, WFF has halted to the upside. This has a long way to go before it even thinks about breaking down. So that's going to put that in the back burner. For those that are interested, I should probably tell you what the tap is. 840, oh, it's indicating down. So right now it's indicating an 840 open. Be in and around here. That doesn't look too good. And then VIVS is the other one, VivoSem. It is already breaking down. So I might have missed the boat.
Yeah, you missed the boat.
I'm gonna try to, if I can get this somewhere in the 45 to 46 range, that'd be the idea for the short. So I'm just gonna see if I can't get something out in front of VWAP, because you can get bounces on this. like you can think, oh, it's gone. You've missed the opportunity. I'm just getting my stop out above VWAP just in case it picks me up. You can think it's gone. You're not going to get it. But then, what was it, QNME? Like this one, like there's the topping tail candle. I was able to get in after the fact. And it was the same thing on YJ. YJ actually stopped me out before I even got.
Oh, really?
Yeah, YJ. I got like right away. So the first thing, it halted down after VWAP. That's the difference. It's easier if it halts first because then you just wait, you watch the reopen. And I saw the range on the reopen. And then when I saw it reject that high on the bounce and it came back down, so I shorted it back through 625 and then just threw a stop at the high and it kind of came back a little bit. This is a 3-minute candle. And then it broke the high. I'm like, oh, that sucks. And then I watched the next candle not break the top. So I'm like, oh, well, it's still a short. And if anything, I should never have taken the short on the green candle. And you short it there, go to the low. And then the next bottom was this halt level. That was at 398. It just threw the order in. And thankfully, the weird thing about it is if I wasn't taking the out at this halt level, exactly, because that's just where I put the bid, then I might have been in that halt and then thought I could hold it through and then gotten out a little bit worse. So you don't have to be in right away. That's why I think I could still get VS. But now you guys have put some names in the chat. So I want to go up and find the stock visualizer and see what it can come up with on the visualizer. You guys have shown us some names that you are interested in. So let's see what we got here. It's still SpaceX. You know the problem is it's all the ones from all day long. What I should have done is reset it. All right, put your symbols in now. I should have reset it in the first place. We're going to go to Adair and get some news.
You might like this story here. Seeing reports that AeroVironment is going to be winning a $400 million anti-drone U.S. Army award. So AVAV reportedly, on watch to win $400 million for this anti-drone U.S. Army award. I don't have any more details. If I get anything else, I'll keep you guys posted. But AVAV certainly trading in a higher AeroVironment than it was before this story came out.
So look, I love AVAV.
You love it.
I do love the company. And I was fortunate enough in the timing to have gotten some of it early before it squashed. But I still think it was like a failure, even if like the timing was good at the beginning of the year. 400 million, they got a market cap of like almost $9 billion. So it's good, and that's significant from the revenues because they're less than like, I think that they're like 600 or whatever in revenue. But then Adara, like that 400 is over how long a time period? Like that's the idea, like how long a time period? Because what is it putting to the annual revenue is the question I would want to know.
Okay, so I actually just pulled up, I knew I had an infographic on this and I'll put it on screen, but you are exactly correct, Neil. You got it in one, 641.6 million for last quarter's revenue. And their bookings, as you guys can see, bookings and backlog growing. You can find this infographic on X and TTV Research. I'm gonna repost it with this story in literally 2 seconds.
Yeah, so like before I got super excited, like I would just want to know more of the details of those deals. Because what'll happen is you get the headline numbers and someone will tell you, oh, well, it's over 10 years and the first 3 years are guaranteed and then revisit and blah, blah, blah. And you look into the nitty gritty and you start asking, okay, well, how much revenue is this actually adding annually that you can guarantee? And then of course you figure like the time value of money, when you're gonna get paid, and it changes the litmus. So yes, it is positive. It's absolutely positive. It's back above the 50 period. It's breaking out a little bit above the 50 period as well. So AVAV, fine. But remember what this did. Like this bullied you. Like it broke like this 250 break. Right? Like this is what got me interested in like, oh, this is a cool drone stock. And then when it bounced the 200 period, because that's what I like, bouncing the 200 period and the 50 period. It bounced the 200 period, and this was at the beginning of the year. And we did our picks, whatever. We did our picks on the 15th or whatever day, the 12th, whatever it was. But I had already made my pick because I had personally bought the stock I'd already bought it off the 200 period bounce. Like that bounce came on the 5th. So I was long the stock, and then we did our picks, and we didn't announce it till like 10 days later. I'm like, well, it's nice that we announced this. I've already taken off a third. Because it got to the high. Like it literally ran $260 to $400. That's 50%. I only took it off getting like 35% or something because that's how I roll.
Fair enough.
Don't get the actual high because I suck. And then it came back out and I ended up just getting out underneath break even.
Oh, I was looking for the
and it's still trending down. Still.
I was looking for the short here on this pop-up.
Oh, you want to short AVAV?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's nothing personal, my guy. But no, listen.
It feels personal.
Yeah, I know. Trust me,
but
I
it
feel that
feels
way out there. It feels personal. No, you know why I'm looking at the potential move is because there was a couple of names where there was some catalyst stepping in when you and I were both on the show. I was joining you, and there's a couple of names that got some strong pops and then were faded immediately after. So this is what I was looking at in particular here was this AVAV looking for the same style of trade, get an additional pop, and then maybe you get a little bit of a pullback here into 182. But as I was about to punch this 6, sure enough, off to the races it goes. What's Joe's favorite stock?
I'm just curious.
No, yeah, put it in the chat. I think it's
just out of curiosity. What
I
would
don't
you say
have
your
a
favorite-
favorite.
You don't think you have a favorite stock?
No.
No.
No,
Something you hold near
trust
and
me.
dear
Well,
to your heart?
No, listen, I hold no loyalty to any of these stocks.
Maybe just a random one that you could throw out that comes to mind that you.
I mean, Robinhood was really good to me for quite some time.
That's smart. I see what you did there.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
where I was going with that, I was going to pull up the chart
Yeah.
and come up with a short case for why I would want to short the stock.
Sure,
But then you
Robinhood.
pick a stock that I recently
yeah.
enjoyed.
So, yeah, I
partying.
mean, there we go. No, I don't love IBIT, man. I don't love. Listen, if they treat me good, that's good. But anyway,
smart.
aside from that, I'm not holding.
I will.
Like,
You're just joking.
as soon as my thesis is invalid, I'm out of there. Because this is a game of money, not a game of I love you. I can like what you're doing, but I'm not going to. That unfortunately in the stock market, that narrative can change.
Never marry a position.
Yeah, exactly. So
Absolutely never get married to a position. But okay, so I remember I was saying I don't think I've missed VIVS. I have. Yeah, I missed that short. I needed to. You should be in on this bar. Somewhere in this candle, you got to get in, and I didn't. And what are you gonna do? I don't have a good excuse, but I did have to process the shorts twice because sometimes what happens is when the stock is moving, they'll reprice it, like the price is moving, how much locates cost, and so it'll come up as unavailable, and you have to submit a new request because the price is changing. And so it took me a little bit longer to get the locates. And by the time I did, you missed the move. That's why you go get the locates when it's up here before, so that you're locked and loaded and ready to go. Let's go to Adara. We're gonna go from the desk to the wall.
Twitter TV Live is nothing if not a democracy. So for this edition of this segment, I actually let you guys choose between SpaceX and Boeing. I don't even know why I asked. It was probably always going to be SpaceX that won. But either way, here is this afternoon segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where we pull up an infographic and we talk about it on the wall. So, SpaceX, CapEx. You might be thinking, Adara, didn't you already show this visual during the midday on Wednesday? And the answer is yes, I did. But I want to talk about more detail on the wall because I haven't posted it yet. It's coming out along with the aforementioned Boeing infographic and a couple others over the weekend. So I believe this one's going to be coming out on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, so stay tuned for that. But what does this visual actually show? So this shows not just for Q2, but for the entire first half of fiscal 2026, how much money was SpaceX spending in CapEx? And the answer is a lot of money. 28.47, we'll just round up to 28.5 bill for CapEx here for SpaceX for the entire first half of the year. Now, as you guys know, 18 billion.37, that was their number for just Q2. So that means we really saw a sharp acceleration, almost doubling of CapEx sequentially in Q2 alone. Now, for this whole year, you've got a little bit of space spending, a little bit of connectivity spending, a whole glut of AI spending. And you really see that if you go over to this half of the infographic where you see AI CapEx in the first half of the year grew a whopping, and I am not joking, 610%. I have no words. But if you're thinking, oh, that's a lot, but that's just one segment. Yeah, no, total CapEx, which again, mostly driven by the AI CapEx, grew by 400% year over year for the first half of the year. Now, I'm really curious to see what H2 2026 brings us. And again, what I had only seen CapEx for Q2, I kind of downplayed it. I was like, well, it was a little bit lower than what analysts were expecting. I mean, sure, it's growing, but it's not that crazy. When you look at the first half of the year, just cumulatively, I think it puts a lot into perspective. So either way, you guys can put this into perspective yourselves when this infographic drops on X at TTV Research. And if you still want to see the Boeing visual, just tag me in the chat. I'm sure I can hang out and talk about it later this afternoon, but I'll be back at the desk. This was today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. But in the meantime, we're going to go back to Neil.
Yeah, that's a lot of growth. And that's, again, it's what people are concerned about. The good news for SpaceX is, I think clearly, in terms of momentum, the lockup ended up mattering more here. It was going to be the action off the lockup. And it was a unique situation where instead of let's say the lockup expiration happening when it was trading like, in the 200s, it had been dropping like an absolute rock. Instead, we get the first expiration when it's already been cut in half from its highs. And that just completely changes like psychologically or the mentality around, whether like how much selling is going to get done. Because you're going to have some dip buyers that are like, oh, it's bounced off $100. We didn't bother buying in here because we wanted to wait for it to fall. So you've got some buying to offset it. Then you have some sellers who are just like, well, what's the point? I'm not going to sell all the way down here because I missed out. I'm going to wait for a better opportunity. So there's not as many sellers as possible. Then you also compare that to dip buyers. Then you get some like the short sellers that are trying to take advantage of, they're positioning themselves short going into it, thinking it's going to flush, or they're just the day traders that are going to heavily short it as a sentiment thing. And then you get a bit of a blow up. And until it breaks, this is why I have 131. Remember I was saying I had a 131 in that other chart? Well, I'm reminded of why I had a 131 on that other chart. Should be pretty obvious. This is why I had a 131 on that other chart. Ooh. Well, I was looking at the small caps today. That's all I will say. During lunchtime today, when that was making the high, I was just looking for whatever small cap failure I could find, because I've never, like I said, having seen Luis come on here every single day, not every single day, but he comes on a lot. He'll be in the chat, and the one thing that he talks about is what happens when they fall. And I'll tell you, it's not something that I usually do, but like, you've got to be kidding me. Because I'm not sitting here getting 40% of a move on a trade. Like, it's just, you don't see that very often. And I used to trade penny stocks, and when I was a penny stock trader in 2003, the rebate system was on. Like, you were happy if you got something at 25, 30, and you got it to 40 to 45 cents. You were real happy with that. Was like, that's your day. Easy if you got like a 20% move. Right? And these are built different. They're maybe not as liquid, but like the fact that when it loses the bid, that's just VWAP, and they go underneath the low. Like, they retrace all the way. It's insane. Now, anyways, if I see one of them go, we're going to be on it. That said, I did just get into DRAM, and like I said, we're going to scalp into this range here, down around 49.6. Maybe if we get a couple more touches around VWAP, I can reload this, but nothing crazy is happening. The market's just sliding gently under VWAP as we speak. And medical meatball.
Ooh.
I'm not saying you have to have a really creative name in the chat, but it really doesn't hurt.
No.
It doesn't hurt.
LZM.
Rocket Lab take a look short. I can see why. I don't know if I see a setup for a short outside of 82, like around here, but if you're already in it, great. Because that's like a bit of a false break. There's your lower high. You'd be short when it does this lower high, or like here, or like there, or something. That's a setup, but that's a chase all the way down here. I don't see it at all. And you're short AVAV.
Yeah.
I like that stuff.
Hey, it's just to see if it's going to break down, right? Like, I mean, it's slowly working for us right now. Adara might like it too, because there's a 30 or 40 cent spread on this thing at times. Yeah, there's a pretty hefty spread on it.
Yeah, I've traded them before.
Yeah.
They're not my cup of soup necessarily. Cup of tea. They're a little bit too, under $200, $400, $1,000 for me. But yeah, I've been watching it. It looks kind of interesting here.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it looks like it might break down. LZMH is back open. Neil halts down at $1.60, opens back up at $1.70, and then now starting to climb a little bit higher here, folks. So things not looking too bad in this name specifically. But I don't like it. It's just one of those names that is continuously halting. Like, you can't even really get involved with it. If there's a strong uptick, it probably halts again. And I find those slightly frustrating. I want to see something with some more clean price action, to be honest with you. With that being said, let's head over to the scan itself and see what we got going on. This name, I had my eyes on this one in the morning. I shouted out KC526. I'm like, watch out for this bull flag breakout. But unfortunately, that didn't pan out how I was expecting it to, and then sure enough to the downside. And once it's south of the volume weighted average price, it's just like these things are almost no point in even trying to trade them at all. So there's Nami YJ. This was a banger for us this morning. Once again, failed the volume weighted average price, and then we get out. There goes AVAV. Once again, the spread not doing us any favors right now. Short 183.21. We're printing 182.63. So not too bad so far. Hey Neil, listen, we've seen this setup before. You get these pops, and then we look to fade them a little bit. Yeah, I know. I like them too.
Gold Crest Financial.
Ooh.
See, a good name. Thank you for the super chat, Gold Crest. All of those who punish a good company for spending on the future should not be trading. Look at what happened to Amazon. Now here's my thing. I would say should not be investing maybe, but part of it is, and I said this in the chat, it comes down to if you believe that the company is going to get it right and then that's an edge for you. Like, here's the way I would see it. If I was convicted that, the example, I'll just use Meta as an example because they've been beaten up recently. If I was completely convicted that Meta has this right and Zuckerberg's got it right and the market's got it wrong and their spend is going to be legit and everything's going to work out, and I see this as a great company in 5 to 10 years, why wouldn't I want it to be depressed? Like, if I'm truly convicted in that, right, that the market has got this wrong, then that's like a fundamental buying opportunity. It's like you're getting an opportunity to load up while it's underperforming and getting at a good PE. So I take the opposite view of that. I understand where you're getting at, and I'm not saying I am that convicted in Meta. I don't want anyone to get it twisted. That's not what I'm saying. But if you are, then these are huge opportunities. That could be you loading up on it underneath 600 instead of having to buy it in the 7s.
So don't give away your edges, pretty much.
Yeah, like that's the power. To me, that's part of what makes the markets great is that you have differing opinions on differing timelines that allow people to take advantage. And at the end of the day, price doesn't lie. And if you're right, you're gonna win. Yeah. And that's like it's and to the extent that the game isn't always fair, but that's the point of it. I understand that there's obviously other things that sort of go into it, and sometimes there can be manipulation.
Don't forget
nonsense. But this is what makes the market.
Yeah. Don't forget during at one point Google was trading at like 18 times when they were going through their issue with Apple.
Exactly.
Right. Once the antitrust cleared up, off to the races it goes. So if you see some of these companies trading at a value that you think is like, hey, what's even going on here? I 100% agree with you. Hey, these people, whoever wants, they can punish the company as much as they'd like. And if you believe in the fundamental and the structural change, hey, do exactly what Neil just said and continuously look to allocate some more. And that's the narrative in which I'm sitting in. These guys aren't spending. They didn't hit north of $1 trillion valuations for no reason. And if they believe that this is the future, I'm just going to try to go where the money's flowing now and then where the returns could potentially be. We're already seeing it in Amazon and Google. Like, these guys have a ridiculous user base. Google hit just under 1 billion monthly active users. That's crazy. That's almost OpenAI numbers, right? So that's why I'm going to stick with some of these names for the foreseeable future.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
I'm with you on that. And but this WEF, I'm calling it WEF, WFF, whatever. I just feel like small cappers need nicknames. WF Holdings, like we just call it WF. WFF is breaking down. There was a down halt, open back up. The issue with this is it was so far above VWAP. I like it's underneath and I'm convinced it's breaking down as opposed to trying to pick it here. I like the lower hanging fruit, but let's see. It might go into another down halt, and it looks like it's going to a down halt at 549. That's the halt band's right here at 49. It hasn't halted yet, but it looks like it wants to. I think a breakdown under that would be an opportunity. Random Oddities wants me to poke Palantir with a stick. I don't have that graphic. I don't know, Andre, if we have the one where you poke the stick, like do something. I think the problem is it's so bullish, up 9%, you probably want it to run higher. If anything, it's starting to look like it wants to be a short. Like, look at all the lower highs it's putting in. Like, if it fails again under 171, that's just another lower high. Unless you're into, like, look at that last candle. It looks really good, but you want to scalp this. That's a 50-cent candle. Maybe get 30, 35 pennies. That's what the market is doing. Like, I'm seeing the same thing, like, over here in DRAM. Like, we got short this. I mean, like, the range is like 15. It's crazy. The range is like 15 cents. It's not what I was expecting, but it is Friday afternoon. So we have to be prepared that the move can be late. It can be more related to the imbalances. Maybe it'll be a little bit more power hour. That's why the eyeballs are on some of these small cappers, because I want to see what's moving. Like this HUIZ, which is halted. HUIZ. So this is, again, fails under VWAP, goes right to the low of the day. Like, everything back. And that's in the first candle, but it's come back to life. So it might have even trapped some shorts. The tap is 219 on this. I want to get some details because I don't know this one. I haven't seen this one today. Probably Let me guess. Chinese company.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say 8.5 million float, and it
crazy.
is. Oh no, it is a Chinese company. The float is 24 million. I was way wrong on the float. So 24 million float. Another Chinese ADR.
Did you see the
This is
YJ
ridiculous.
name? Did you see the float on the YJ?
No, I didn't.
Ticker?
What is YJ?
Dude, it's like 2 million.
2 million. It's how can there be like this many Chinese ADRs
Yo,
in
how?
a single day doing 100% moves? There's no.
It doesn't
There's
make- it
literally
doesn't
no.
make sense.
There's literally no subtlety here. They're not even. It's not even remotely subtle.
How do these companies even get to like the Nasdaq? How I don't understand.
Well,
I don't know.
I have an idea how they get to the Nasdaq. I understand how they get to the Nasdaq. It's how do
Please
they-
explain.
how do
I
they-
have no
how do
idea
they
how.
stay?
But
How
how
do
do they
how do
even
they-
get
how do
on the
they
exchange?
stay is-
How do they get on the exchange? It could be a hole in the wall. How are you getting on the exchange?
Well, remember these aren't full like IPOs. Like these
No.
American depositories.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the same barrier as actually getting a listing directly here. It's
crazy.
We're gonna go back to the desk for the day.
Yeah, this is not news, but I did mention I really wanted to bring up the Boeing visuals, so I did. Here is BA. I've shown this before, but I did update it because, guys, I don't know if you know it, but tomorrow, August 8th, is the 2-year anniversary of Kelly Ortberg as CEO of Boeing. Not when he was appointed, but when he began in the role. So happy 2-year anniversary, Kelly Ortberg. As of Thursday's close, the stock is up nearly 40% under his tenure. So I will give him hats off for that, especially because it dropped 50% during the tenure of his predecessor, Dave Calhoun. So let's get into this. One of the things that I find the most interesting here about BA is that almost all of its CEOs over the last 30 years either resigned in disgrace, were fired, or only served in an interim capacity. So you've got Phil Condit. He basically resigned. It was a symbolic resignation. There were some concerns over military procurement. He wasn't accused of any wrongdoing, but it looked bad, so he had to leave. Harry Stonecipher, meanwhile, there were some issues with regards to 787 airliners and how those were being sourced, the materials for them, but then he actually had to leave because he had a relationship with a subordinate. Then you have James A. Bell. He and Gregory D. Smith, they're just interim CEOs. They didn't do anything wrong. They just were not, formal CEOs that were, handpicked by the company. Then you get James W. McInerney. So he is one of he and Kelly Ortberg right now, only two that are not either interim or had to resign in disgrace. But W. James McInerney was later called the worst CEO in the history of America because a lot of the decisions that were made under his tenure were later attributed to some of these crashes that we're going to get under the tenure of the next guy, Dennis Muhlenberg. He stepped down after those 2 fatal 737 MAX crashes. Now you get Dave Calhoun. We know what happened here. The dawn with the planes, bad look. So he resigns, and then Kelly Ortberg comes into play. So yeah, I know everyone jokes about how I love Kelly Ortberg. It's really, I just think that he's done a lot of good, I think, for the public perception of the company and certainly for the stock of a company that's had a lot of really poor leaders over the last 30 years. You guys can check out this infographic tomorrow, which again will be released in honor of his 2-year anniversary as CEO of the company. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I like Boeing, but you know what? I've started to like GE Aerospace a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
Just throwing that one out there.
That means you like Lockheed Martin too?
Lockheed Martin's nice. Lockheed Martin can play, that can work. I understand why some people don't like. Look, you can make the decision that you don't like to invest in defense stocks. I had a few. You know what? I'm being real. I had a phase like that. I'm pretty long. It was at least a decade that I was one of those people that'd be like, nah, man, no.
Not about supporting that?
Not about that. And the whole time, I literally, I owned GE for a very long time, and I was just like, yeah, but whatever. It's just one of their divisions. That was my logic. And I owned Boeing. I'm like, yeah, but it's not their primary. And then you begin to realize there's so many ifs and buts and but this, it just becomes utter nonsense, the rationalization. It's a stock, it's an investment. So I just decided to not care. I'm sure I could find a line somewhere that I would draw with the company, but just not in that space. WFF just halted down.
Yeah.
Really? At VWAP, it halted down. This will not break the volume weighted average price. It bounced exactly off VWAP. Now it's halted exactly at VWAP. If it closes, if it reopens and holds underneath, that would be the entry we're looking for. Here comes SpaceX to that 130. The actual top from the other day was 131. The high today is 131. So what I'd say from the other day, that's this, 131.30. 13 or 15 or whatever it is. So if it does another topping tail like it did here, I have to make sure, like I want to see an actual rejection. I don't want to just be messing around like, oh, let's just stand in front of it like the moving freight train. If it does a rejection that I can get a lower high, that's what I want to play with. Cheese in a chair.
This guy's hilarious.
CapEx equals long-term growth. Yeah, that's nothing crazy. SCDI spends a ton of money every year on ski masks, rope, and grappling hooks because that's what my employees need to successfully steal from bathrooms. It's a must. Okay, so a little context.
Yeah, there
Anybody
you go.
that's just tuning in, Cheese in a Chair, one of our regular viewers, love the input. There's just an inside joke. Cheese in a Chair has a business, obviously fictitious, of cheese dispensers, which I think will be all the rage in sporting establishments or whatever it might be. But it's a low-cost venture where all you have to do is take dispensers or you relieve certain bathrooms of their dispensers, right? So that lowers your costs, and then you retrofit them just so that they can dispense cheese, and then you sell them to SoFi Stadium,
High
or
margin.
the new Bill Stadium.
They also.
And so I'm a heavy investor in our imaginary cheese dispenser company.
I've been an early investor, man, before we even go public. SCDI. There's a big stint there with Gillette Stadium, I believe it was, where it was left unattended for quite some time.
Oh goodness.
That's going to increase. Obviously, they're right here, my friend. They're a little fly. I need to get new ones. These are they're getting old. So what's going on is that they're starting to get scratched up, and it's really starting to frustrate me. So here it is on this AV trade. Didn't work how we were thinking it was. It dropped down to 82.46. Good thing we just went small shares because then we get stopped out at 85. So didn't quite get the breakdown that we were looking for. I don't know if I'm going to re-engage. We give back some of our realized here. About a third of the day in the past couple of trades that didn't work for us, and that was NVDL, AVAV, and then another name, whatever it is, I can't remember the small cap trade. So other than that, NASDAQ is where I would aim most of my attention towards at this point, and I do believe that, hey, if we get a strong imbalance, there's could be an opportunity there. But Neil, we're heading right back up to $130 here in SpaceX. We're not too far. Yeah, I voted 1, which would say yes. I do believe that it's going to close above 130, especially if a strong buy comes out. I'm most definitely going to like that one up 12%, just a grinder of a day here in SpaceX. And I think it's hard to go against it at this point. This name with a high of around 224, we're down to 221. Let's see how that plays out. I do believe we're going to get somewhat of a pullback, considering we had some strong sessions off those lows, 190 all the way up to 230. Things happen that fast in the span of less than 12 trading sessions, Neil. Man, 20% just like that. Oh no, we're right back to our entry price on AVAV. Should have reloaded the boat way up here, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda, and unfortunately we missed that train. So yeah, NVDA, TQQQs, and AVAV on our mind right now.
Yeah, that's what it's got to be. That stock is so strong today, 12.5.
Yeah, I know. Did you buy more?
No. I wanted.
You're CDR too, right?
Yeah, CDR. So for anyone that doesn't know, almost every single major American company or stock you can buy. We're Canadian. We're in Canada. If you don't know that, you can buy the CDR. So it just allows you to, and they're great products. So where is it? You can look at SPCX on the Toronto Exchange. It doesn't trade at the exact same price, but the movement will be the same. I defy you to tell me that the chart's going to be any different. And then it's essentially currency hedged, and then it allows you to own it in your registered investment accounts, and you get paid. You make your money in Canadian dollars, so it just allows you to do that. So yes, I am in SpaceX via the CDR. I don't actually have these shares on the Nasdaq. Oh, it doesn't want that 130 yet. It's getting there, but not just yet. Yeah, I saw the same thing that you just saw, which probably got you back into AVAV.
Yeah,
now it's I
don't know why. It's a little bit of a chase.
Sometimes they have to run stops.
Yeah, they did.
That's one thing. It's one thing if you ever short things. Sometimes they need to run stops, and then it'll go. What's the stock I'm looking for to make that point? It was YJ did the exact same thing. It's before it falls apart. There's that one last effort, and sometimes all it is it could be getting the weak hands out, And when that happens, all of a sudden there's your burst, right? Like it's just, or the other thing that can happen is if there's an immediate support level, a small amount of buying, and this is actually true, a small amount of buying can scare those hands out. And then so someone does a small amount of buying with the intention of doing a large amount of selling. So they try to make it look like there's some support at an obvious support level that drives people out. So a small amount of buying, it drives up. A small amount of buying runs those stops, and then they're able to build a position in that range. Like think about it. Like if you do a small amount of buying to show that, and then they're just gobbling up everything up here, and let's say a whale wants 100,000 shares, and they buy a little bit, like show a 10,000 order that gets it up, and then it's starting to go. And then they're literally selling 100,000 shares in here, so like 90,000 short. They buy up another 10 to break a level. They still short 80,000 shares, let's say. And now it starts going down, then they can just build into more. Exactly. And they've artificially got themselves a big position. And if you don't think, I'm just trying to keep it real. Like I'm not saying I'm not trading at that level. But if you don't think that that's not what that doesn't happen, it happens all the time everywhere. Because for those that are trying to execute in massive position size, you see it all the time. And I learned that from in like 2003, 2004, trading penny stocks, because I would just see it in real time. And then you realize that that's just how the game is played. Yep. And oftentimes like that candle, they're looking to run people out so they can build a better position for themselves.
That's exactly what happened. And I mean, see, my issue here is that I didn't re-engage at the right time, was when it turned around once again, drastically improving my risk to reward. And it's like, it's no coincidence. I completely agree with you, Neil, is that, okay, yeah, you have this strong downwards momentum, and then all of a sudden you come to this abrupt halt right here. I mean, I'm not trading any size that would influence this, but I don't find it any form of a coincidence that it's like, okay, run individuals out here. I mean, it's not a hyper liquid with 1.1 million shares traded on the day. So it's just like, okay, can we identify this individual? This is where I should have got back in, drastically increasing the risk to reward. But there it goes. A nice little move to the downside. Let's see if we get some more. I mean, 179 would be the ideal target. There we go, Neil. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, brother. So that's sometimes why you got to re-enter these stocks, right? I mean, I wouldn't say it ripped our face off, but it wasn't good, in which we just lost some of our realized, but then we re-engage on the trade, and then sure enough, it's starting to work out for us a little bit more here. Let's see if we can catch this fill. There's a hefty spread, 20 cents, 25 cents on this bad boy. I'm going to be waiting because I am posted up on the bid to see if we can get involved. We'll get to our super chat momentarily.
And the green line is VWAP, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, looking for VWAP there. We're going to get to that super chat in a second. What do you have, Adair?
I'll be quick. President Trump's about to add some excitement to our Friday afternoon because at 3 p.m. Eastern, he will be hosting a roundtable on American mining. They're calling this the American Mining Roundtable. He is not live yet, though he will be at 3 p.m. Eastern. And he's actually been quite punctual lately, so we could get him right at 3. I'll keep you guys posted if there are any details. In the meantime, we'll send you back over to Neil and to Joe.
The $10 super chat, $11 we should call it here.
Get it up.
Bang, cheese in a chair, LOL, spot on. That's why after the market reacts to CapEx, after the sideways move, you should load up for the long term and leave the beginners behind. Oh, bold statement. Yeah, hey, listen. Everybody has their own theaters. Like, I mean, Michael Burry's a smart dude, and he's shorting essentially every name from top to bottom, from the picks and shovels to the designer of the chips right now. So
yeah.
He actually is. He's going from Caterpillar short to Applied Materials to NVDA short. There's a massive part of the chain right there.
I get the sense that with him, it's not the same as Nassim Taleb, the Black Swan, author Black Swan, but with the nature of like his shorts and the way he goes about things, I would get the sense that he's just looking to be right 20% of the time and just make bank when he
he's short NVDA 210.
And I think that's the thing that people might not realize with like people that are contrarian. Like if you're making a contrarian bet, like the idea is not likely to win 80% of the time and pile up those wins together. No, it's more likely to just absolutely hit these massive home runs when everybody else is wrong, and then it's fine. Like you can get stopped out here, you can get stopped out there, but when you get it, like you just absolutely crush it. I don't think that's vastly different from, just to put in a context that, I mean, any day trader could understand. It would be like people that go long these, like WFF just halted up. So I'm going to use this as an example because I'm staring at it right now. If you're just sitting there taking every one of these that looks like it's pretty good, gapping higher, and then it halts up on a breakout, and you're just going to go, every time I see one of these, I'm long it on the break at the halt level, and I'm just going to put a stop at the low. So you're 330, and you're risking 30%, let's just say. I'm just going to take all of the ones like this that I see that fit my parameter, but I'm looking to get 2, 3x. So that when it does this, like you're really holding it for when it breaks out in here, not just scalping it out there. The trader that's taking this long and scalping it out here is looking to be right 60, 70, 80% of the time as a strategy. The person that's taking it long here with the big stop that wants to get all of this, that's the trader that's like, I just need to hit 1 of 4. And I'm good. And it's just a totally different mentality. And that's why, like when people are like, oh yeah, this stock is up, down, like that actually doesn't really matter because your overall trading strategy isn't always apparent on a single individual trade. So you have to have that perspective and then stick to what works for you. Like you don't want to be that person holding for this and then start changing into the scalp trader for nonsensical reasons. It's just like do whatever works for you. We have Iran's president, if the pressure that's against Iran and threats against Iran are stopped, there will be no reason to continue the tension. I, for one, am shocked at that sentiment. What?
Oh.
And as usual, USO does. What on that?
Nothing.
Oh, you guessed it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guessed it. USO not exactly moving around. It's been gliding higher all day, though. We don't like that. It's to me, it's always like these. I don't like the signs when we're like 2 days in a row. Like we just had that nice pullback here in oil, and then for 2 days in a row, we've just been gliding higher, like no downward pressure. It's not scaring you, but it's just nobody selling for a bit of. And then we go into the weekend too, which kind of gives you some thoughts. Maybe there's more bad news over the weekend. When the markets are closed, it's kind of a good time to do it because there's no surprises. And next thing you know, we're gapping above this 120. That's a key level. So I don't like the way that we're closing here.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, there it is. We got our first fill to the south side there, Neil, on AVAV. After it did a little bit of a lick grab, but we got out, punched through the high of the day. And then now we're just going to wait for 81 to see if we're fortunate enough to catch that to the downside. If not, now our stop is at break even, so we get a little bit back on that bad boy. Other than that, LZMH, man. LZMH really breaking down here, going negative on the day after being up, I don't know how many percentage points at this point in the day. Now trading at $1.15. If there's anything specifically you guys want to go over in the chat, feel free to put it in there. But here's our boy Burry. Boy Blue here. A Caterpillar down 21% off of the highs there. Neil, Applied Material. I mean, it got a little bit of a bounce, but nothing crazy. From peak to local low, 40%. Wow, this name got cut in half. That's crazy. Almost anyways, that is 40%, 41% there for AMAT. And then we also got our boy NVDA, who he is short from 210. 210 is where he is apparently short at. So keep an eye out on that one. I wonder at what point he would cut the loss, maybe at the break of the all-time high. But I mean, this guy's making $160 million, I believe, off of his Substack. So I don't think he's cash. I don't think he's cash strapped. Someone's saying before we go over to Adara, TEM is flying. Let's pull that bad boy up. Tempest AI. Okay, yeah, up to $51. Yeah. No way.
Isn't it?
Is it?
Isn't Nancy? This is an.
Yeah, I'm sure Adara can confirm or deny. It was Kathy. Oh,
I thought it was Nancy Pelosi, not Kathy Wood.
If Auntie,
I think it might be both. I think it's let me look up here. Tempest.
Okay.
I think it sounds familiar as a Nancy play, but I don't want to for sure say it. So it is Nancy. I want to see if it's Kathy as well here.
How
Kathy
rich
Wood.
is she anyway?
Yeah, confirmed.
Really?
Both.
yeah, we need that Pelosi ETF, man. That is probably top 5 traders of all time right there. The GOAT herself. There it is. Tempest AI off the lows.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. What happened?
She's worth $260 million.
Yeah, bro. You didn't know that? It was like around 300 million.
Look, man, obviously I know I never looked it up before.
I'm pretty sure she gained a lot of her wealth from those NVDA calls, to be honest with you.
Damn.
Like, how does Nancy Pelosi know about NVDA calls?
Hedgy, wow, let's go. That's crazy. Let's go to Adara. That's crazy.
I thought we would have just stayed there when she chimed in, but that's all right.
Wow. Okay. We go. There we go.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, there's kind of a bounce here already on these, but there was a little bit of a mild drop here in PANW and CRWD, nothing massive. OpenAI has this new model, Astra. They're saying this is going to be upcoming, and they're treating this model as their first critical model for cybersecurity. So I guess some in the market viewing this potential cybersecurity competition here from OpenAI, they're just keep an eye on it, guys. If I get any other details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
For sure.
That's a great stock. And first of all, like people are pointing out in the chat, I have no idea how much that's her husband's wealth and how much is her wealth. I really don't know. And we're here in Canada, and it's not that gigantic of a concern to me as a Canadian. So really, it's just an interesting quirk. I don't care that PanW's not rallying that much today. This is what can happen. You have a reversal off the all-time high on a good stock and a good company, and maybe we just need to retest the 50. But we've already been bouncing off that. I hate the fact that we'd be retesting it so quick, but I still think it's pretty good. It's not the short term. I can see that as a little bit bearish, for sure. But is it still halted? Okay, so WFF is now going to be a 10-minute halt, because I'm like, why is that not open? And it's been 7 minutes. But I don't like that we're going to go above VWAP here. So I'm going to jump a couple more cents, and this actually gets stopped out there. So I was going to risk a quarter. It might end up being almost exactly a quarter on this. We're just going to there we go. I'm not even letting it go the extra cent. We just hit power hour. I'm just going to get out with the tight stop there on DRAM. I was looking for us to break down under VWAP, just reloaded at VWAP, and now we're headed higher. So again, not too big of a fan. I like trades off VWAP in the afternoon if we're quiet, because it gives me an area to have tight risk to and then try to get a run away. And I was favoring short. SpaceX is somehow still not moving. This is insane.
It's going back to 130.
Is it? If I zoom, here's the thing. I can zoom in far enough to make it look like it's moving, right? So if I do this, now see how good it looks?
Yeah.
Now it looks like it's going up. But if I zoom out and show you more reasonable, like this is what the chart looks like, then you get the sense of, okay, it's not really moving. And if you're looking to say fade it, you're waiting for it to press. You're waiting for it to press up, show this, try to get involved in that candle, not make something happen in here. If this is happening off of VWAP, then you go long. If I saw this kind of consolidation off the volume weighted average price, I'd be buying it. I'd be buying SpaceX. I just don't see it, so we're not doing it. So I wanted to go back to WEF because that's going to WFF. This should be open in a minute or two.
Oh yeah.
We're going back to Adara again, but this should be open by the time.
This is the face of pure. I'm joking. This is the face of one of the hottest traders of all time, right there. Nancy Pelosi.
Super hot fire.
230 million sheets, right there. Nancy Pelosi.
She's a super hot fire, but she's not an investor.
Yeah, she's not an investor. Yeah, but she's not an investor. That's crazy. Let's send it off to Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on WWR. This is Westwater Resources. This one looks halted, though it is actually a penny stock, so not quite sure how that works. Either way, seeing an announcement that they've received $25 million here, import-export bank loan for Alabama graphite facility. So again, a $25 million import-export bank loan for WWR. Also, looks like this American mining roundtable that President Trump is running could start at any moment. They're playing music. Everyone else is in their chairs. One more thing, we did get consumer credit as well coming out here, and that came out a little bit higher than we were expecting. And last but not least, I swear I'll send you guys back to the trading in just 2 seconds. A little bit of an uptick on the NASDAQ and presumably a bit of a downtick on oil. Oil dropping here. U.S. officials saying, quote, there is progress between Oman and Iran on the Strait of Hormuz, and we expect a deal soon. Back to you.
I don't think it will be, Neil. Yeah, a lot of people are saying we're only joking around, man. Like, I mean, I understand her husband. Let's see what he's got going on here. Paul Pelosi, yeah, it's a power couple for sure. No, in all seriousness, what are we looking at, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, you're crazy. You're crazy. We get obviously. Hey, aside from that, we took some out. Angry wife, you're funny. Anyways, aside from that, we took some out at 180, 163, got a rebound. So we get that break-even stop right there, ladies and gentlemen. LZMH continuing on the southeast movement, sliding a little bit here. What a wonderful Friday it is. What a wonderful day. If anyone knows where that's from, please, I mean, that one, When you learn to laugh and play and get along with each other, Arthur. But I was more or less referring to What a Wonderful Day. It's from the latest Planet of the Apes when the I forget the guy's name, the Ape King, the new Ape King, anyways, or one of the leaders was singing. Arthur is what Adair started going at over there. One of the Aardvark, one of my favorite shows of all time, as a child, anyways. $220 here. CrowdStrike running into all-time highs yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Pan W a couple of days ago, so not too far off of those levels. Here's the ETF. I mean, I remember, so when we go and look into our ETFs, CIBR, we want to see how much of it is actually equity and the rest is like bonds and all that other nonsense. See, yeah, this is quality stuff, right? This is what you want to see. So 99.5% equity. The other bit is cash, and then whatever this is, or a fraction of a basis point here is over there. So, I mean, that's small potatoes, small potatoes. Pan W, Fortinet, CrowdStrike, Cisco, Cloudflare, a name that we were talking about earlier, Broadcom on there as well, Okta, or OKTA, Fiverr in there, F5, Zscaler, Acom also doing well. But these are the names that you want to have as a majority holdings. And within the ETF, 99% equity, not 50% or 40%, and then you have the rest being in government T-bills and bonds. No, you don't want that stuff. Like DRAM, I believe, is a part of that. We'll pull up DRAM and we can take a look at that. DRAM, let's see some of the holdings on this bad boy. See, it is 57, yeah, there you go. So Neil got some more. 57.3% equity. The rest is in fixed income. Fixed income, we don't want that. SK Hynix and Samsung, 15% respectively. There's the fixed income, 21% of it. Like, what kind of garbage is that, Neil?
I don't know how much I would object to something that has so many parabolic high upside plays in it that happens to have some fixed income in it. That's not the
you would be okay. So you want the volatility skew, I guess.
Well, the reason that you would do that is because the ETF is too concentrated in too few names.
Yeah.
So it can't properly be diversified amongst like a large group. Like you can't have 25 companies in there. So like it's so incredibly top heavy.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying.
That you need to balance it. Like so to me,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
This is exactly the Cosby problem.
Yeah,
like,
it is the Cosby problem.
That's why that market is impossible.
Yeah, but look at the largest holding being the actual bonds in.
But if you took that out, right? Then all of a sudden, if you added, let's just say you added the top four, top three names,
like Mike,
what are they? A third of the entire index.
The top three here. Oh, in the
so right now they're we're talking. So we just pull that down so everyone can see what we're talking.
Okay, yeah.
It's so much easier if we actually. I want you guys to see what we're seeing, right? So if you look at the holdings here and the percentages, if you don't have the treasuries out of it, so you go the top three, so it's Hynix and Samsung. And then forget about the government obligation, so SanDisk, right?
Yeah.
Like that is 34. That's it's 1/3. If you take out those other two holdings, that's 35%.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, those would be half
of that. Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's a way because without having to own a bunch of other small ones that you don't want to.
So you would rather this than like some bottom barrel names that make up 21%.
I'm not saying I personally, I don't own the ETF.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that that's one of the reasons why you might do that. And then as the space matures, then you could potentially. And then you can just remove that and add. But we're getting a big move to the upside here. I just went and got some chicken, and oil futures made a move.
Ooh.
Yeah, U.S. officials saying that Iran-Oman Strait of Hormuz deal is near, and they're expecting a breakthrough soon with regards to shipping. And I guess basically they're saying once the deal has been sort of finalized, they're willing to, what's the word here? Close the blockade, end the blockade. So that's the deal here. President Trump is not yet at his dining round table. The music has stopped, and everyone's just awkwardly sitting here waiting for things to happen. A door opened. And it's not him, but it looks like Marco Rubio, so maybe he's here soon. I'll stop narrating this, and we'll send you back to the guide.
Yeah, here we go. A potential deal? Yeah, we haven't heard this before, yeah.
But momentum's momentum.
It is. Yeah, there goes, there goes the NASDAQ. Uh-oh, Neil, your poll, can we pull that poll back up? Because you're 8 cents away. I know we still have another 50 minutes or so, but how many, 70% of us? 63% of us stating that, hey, no, SpaceX will not close above 130. We are now trading at 129.95.98. We're going to hit 130 right now here momentarily on SPCX. Probably some more news coming in here momentarily as I hear Adara start typing away. But yeah, across the board, look, a nice uptick, guys. NVDA back up to 222.50, running into the volume weighted average price. Across the board, we're seeing some strong upticks, guys. We like seeing this. USO down, Neil. Is this time to buy some out of the money puts? Well, okay, yeah, let's do that right now because we have the power to do so. Not necessarily.
USO just broke a consolidation under VWAP, so I'm gonna jump in. Momentum is momentum.
You're going USO south?
Well, it's a VWAP trade.
Ooh.
So I mean, obviously the news just hit too, but in the absence of the news, I probably would like, if it did this setup because it was consolidating, I'd probably take the short, and there happens to be news going with it.
Okay.
Now, I only took half in because usually I like to get all in at once, but I'd be chasing the bottom, so I only went half in so that I can tighten up the risk. So if it bounces here and needs to retest VWAP, I can get the other half without having to chase it.
I like
but usually I am very much, you get in at one price. Whoops, that's the wrong.
I like this 90 put. This 90 put. I don't understand why when we're going down in increments here, the fluctuation between some of the bid and the ask. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand when I see that. Like, why is the $100 put more expensive than the 101 put? If someone can shed some light on that, again, I don't have the answers to everything, unfortunately, but that's something I find really, really curious. Like, why that doesn't make any sense to me. $1.88 there for the 101. And then this is like another $70. That makes zero sense. But what I'm looking at here, I think there's a good opportunity. The 90 put, you buy this far out of the money, 49 days out, you gain any form of appreciation in this bad boy, then you just get out of Dodge. It doesn't even have to trade south of that. You just collect some of that time value and then get out of Reno. Maybe.
That idea is delicious. About
Just
as
like the
delicious
chicken-
as
that
the
chicken.
3 pieces of chicken I just ate while you were saying
That's
that.
crazy.
It's not crazy.
It's no, it's very, no.
told you
Listen, I think that was some of the best.
good.
I like the rice noodles.
By the way, just back to the market for a second. I gotta show the cues for a second here. The rice noodles were okay. I actually think they were disappointing.
I like
but this is the cues, all of a sudden with one headline. Now, one thing you got to be concerned about is the president's still speaking. The right or wrong word could turn this all around in a heartbeat, Adara.
Well, I was going to say right now, the reason I was kind of giggling is he's really only concerned with seeing if he can take the columns from the Department of State building because he really likes these columns. They're Corinthian columns that look really cool. And he says as president, he can take whatever he wants from the building. So he's much more focused on the architecture right now. If things turn to mining or to Iran, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, well, that's good because just if he's just stay off topic so that the market can continue to go up and oil can continue to go down. That's perfectly fine by me. You can talk about the columns, go play around at golf, maybe talk about the Hall of Fame game last night, which apparently was very exciting. I didn't watch it. Preseason NFL is, I don't know, it's kind of meh, but as long as you get the market doing what it's doing, fine. Like we said, I know I showed the cues, but just for everyone out there, it's a bad habit that's difficult to get away from. I know the SPY is reflective of the S&P 500. It's an ETF for the S&P 500. And saying the market really does mean the S&P more than it means the Qs. And you'll note that I never talk about the Dow because I really think the Dow it's cool, but it's not that relevant. So we still are getting a bit of an upward push. As we start to pull back, things I'd look for is pull back prior high, pull back VWAP. And that goes with regards to like the market or even just USO. Like I'd still like to reload this underneath the volume weighted average price and then play from there. So yeah, let us know what you guys are watching. Gary says CoreWeave is making moves. It's driving everything higher. That's a stock that was already making power moves. It's going to be going again. CoreWeave at the highs, but driven by what looks like another potential deal.
WWR is going before we go over to do Adara. Oh, okay. Let's talk about this thing. Volume really ticking in here, guys. It's WWR Adara.
So I actually mentioned this a little bit after 3 p.m. If you guys might recall, at this point it was halted around 57 cents. But the deal here is that they announced via a document they're going to be receiving a $25 million import-export bank loan with regards to their Alabama graphite facility. Apparently, they're going to be loading $58 million to 3 critical mineral companies. So this actually seems like it's related to Trump's appearance at this roundtable. If they get more details, I'll keep you posted. But WWR, apparently one of the companies that is benefiting from these announcements. He started talking about mining now. So if he says anything related to WWR, I'll keep you posted. But it seems like this really was the announcement for this company at this event. Back to you.
Too much stop and
Thank you,
start.
Adara. Anyways, Joe just thinks the NFL sucks. I'm like, okay.
I do, man. If it was so great, why is it only really in one country?
Because it doesn't matter if it's only in one country, because it's so dominant there that it's difficult to get traction other places.
The term world champions drives me nuts.
Okay, fine. I actually don't like that either. Although the only sport where that's a real thing is the World
Soccer.
Series.
Yeah.
It was because the actual end of the year, like play the champions was sponsored. The first time they did it was sponsored by, I believe, a newspaper called like World something.
Okay.
They named it after something.
After that?
It had nothing to do with like the world champion. It was just named after the paper or whatever that sponsored it. And then once you had it, it was tradition and they stuck with it. That's why it's called the World Series.
The World Series.
Nothing to do with claiming to be the champion of the world.
the world?
MLB was never really claiming that. But anyway,
Well, maybe they should change
I
it.
know my pops used to pay me, when I was a kid, we got paid for every page that we would read as kids. And so I liked baseball. So I would take out every single baseball book in the library. I grew up in the city of Brampton, outside of Toronto. At one point, I had read every single book about baseball that existed in that library. Probably not true now, and I got paid, so I didn't care, and I had fun with it too. So I have like a lot of weird baseball facts that are in my head from a kid, and there's like literally nothing I can do about it. But you know what? When you go to Becker's, and I was eating them. I'm eating candies, and I got chocolate bar money. Yeah, that's right. That's why I have a sweet tooth as well. But, it was a good thing that my pops did. So this WWR, let's go back a second. WWR, this is catching a legitimate bid here. One thing to be concerned about, it just got a headline, and obviously the president's talking about it. So you got to be wary of, pull. It's a pretty decent level here. Where the top is now is under 75 cents. And that's a pretty decent level. You go out to the daily support, last resistance since it broke down. I'll zoom that in so you can see this better. Last resistance since it broke down is right here at the high currently. So this 74 is pretty legit. If it rejects this and then loses VWAP, that's a pretty convincing short. But it plays both ways. If you start breaking 76, there's some serious upside on WWR. And then remember, any penny stock, $1 is automatically a level. That's just how it is. Psychological level. Doesn't matter. Slinger knows about Becker's.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, full disclosure. Listen, I loved everything. I owned every Madden game up to a certain year. I played high school football. I was nasty. I was the captain of the defensive side.
And then you don't wow.
And yeah, I just fell out of love with football, man. I just I can't watch this anymore. So many flags, and the injury rate is so high, and I'm just yeah. Even though that doesn't even really matter, it's just the consistent stop and start kind of just swayed me away from it. Listen, dude, Sundays I was all about a fantasy. You go make your pools and everything. You hit the pro line and everything. Trust me, I lived that life, and I'm like, you know what? For some reason, it was nothing like hockey to me.
You follow less sports. I used to follow all the major sports when I was younger. Then
as you get older.
My daughter was born, now it's I watch baseball, I watch NFL, I watch track and field. We're going to Adara. We just hit the NASDAQ just hit another high. Oil's flushing again.
Whoa! Oh, you got that one. Let's go. Oh, I was just gonna reload there at 118.73. You got that one. Adara, talk to us.
Trump is at the naming public companies portion of the event. He is praising the U.S. government's investment in MP, saying it's now worth, I think he said $1.3 billion since they've invested in it. So MP making new highs as President Trump praises the U.S. government's investment in the company. Back to you.
I thought that last push actually had something to do with oil. The fact that it doesn't, I don't know. I might just take the scalp and then reload if we can. But I'm happy about that MP news. Let's go MP.
Oh,
finally.
Wow.
Finally, the bid has come back to MP Materials. It has been a tough road to hoe with this piece of this stock. It's incredibly frustrating. It's never that bad. It's never that good for the last year on MP Materials. There's a lot of sideways action, and it's not even doing anything that crazy. Let's be real. It's not doing anything that crazy. The 12% is great, but when things are off the lows, remember that your gains will look outsized because it's cut in half from the highs. So I'm happy with this. I'd love to see it, retake the $50 was the goal today, so that you can have that nice little V shape, close above 50 or close above the 50 period, and then consolidate it next week. You don't have to go higher, but if you can consolidate those gains, that'd be key. It's been a really tough one for this name, and there have been some better rare earth plays than NP. Have to be able to admit that. Like, it hasn't been the best, and I'm never happy when you don't have the best. What you think is, so I'd love it to get up to 70, and then I could either trim or maybe get it all out, because like I'm long. If you can't, I'm long at 50 in my personal account, and the best you've been able to do is trim some in the 70 range, and that's about it. We got Birdman in the chat. Oh, you can do the call? That's legit. I can't do that.
You can't do that one? I can do the loon call because I used to always be out on the Canadian lakes.
Okay, well, after the super chat, you're doing.
No, I'm not doing.
Thank you, Birdman.
Yeah.
AXTI from $1 to 88 in less than 2 years. AXT Inc. Is a material science company that manufactures high-performance compound and single-element semiconductor wafer substrates.
Nice.
So all you wanted to do was bring our attention to AXTI.
I thought he was saying that he went from $1 to $88 in less than.
Well, hey, you know what? That's fine.
That's a fantastic
We're a show for
return
the
if you
viewers.
think about it.
I just took the bid on USO because that volume spike on the MP thing. Here's my take. There was just a volume spike, like this one, that got me excited, and then the president said something, and then apparently it was about rare earths. I'm like, oh, give me a break. If that was it, I'm just gonna get out the next time it revisits the low and look for the next opportunity. Also, the NASDAQ hit a top. But that is a runner. That is the definition of a runner. So anybody that we talk about these stocks where you're just taking a shot, like maybe you own SMR, maybe you own like Rigetti or something like that. You're hoping for this, understanding they could go to zero. So know the stocks that are holding for the dream and the ones that have more realistic expectations. But that's a good one there. Shout out to you, Birdman. Let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, ABAT pushing higher. Wall Street Journal just reported this, but President Trump just mentioned it as well. Trump administration going to be awarding $2 billion to battery and metals companies. This is a smaller cap stock here, reaching the $2.70 mark, but good move here for ABAT. Another piece of news here, this one on SPCX. SpaceX trading near intraday highs on earnings day 3. The information reporting that the company could be completing its $60 billion acquisition of Cursor, the coding startup, as soon as the end of next week. So this acquisition could be done by the end of next week. So that would be August 14th is when that week would end. Back to you.
So we're just running stocks this afternoon, apparently. That's where we're at. ABAT, it's a good move. I would hesitate to chase that given the context and the catalyst, for sure.
You got out of USO? Do you hit your targets?
Yeah, it hit that bottom that I wanted after.
Oh, okay.
No, I just saw WF.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to chase it. Yeah, exactly, Hangry Wife. I'm not going to chase it either. I mean, on this suit, I was like, okay, maybe we pull back a little bit deeper into 118.87. That will give me an opportunity for the short. But no, it was just flush city from that point. So, I mean, yeah, good look here. I'll take it. SpaceX, as you mentioned, 130 there, Neil. 130, almost going to head to 131. NVDA back to 223. We like that one. Meta putting in a day as well too, with a high of around almost 600, 598. Who is this? WFF?
WFF, the halt in the VWAP, the reopen, the VWAP fail, the continue. Like, this is the candle. You get this one back through like 520. Give it to the wick or give it to VWAP, and now it's just going to dump it. This was what I was talking about, but you can't be distracted in the moment, right? So like I saw a scalp trade. I could probably cancel these offers. I did try to catch a reload in USO that didn't actually fill, so that kind of sucks. But whatever. Like it kind of went to the next level, and maybe I got tricked by the Trump press conference.
Oh.
But that WFF, like that's exactly the setup that you're looking for. Oh, wow. And it's the same. Everything that I'm saying about like the short, like you could flip it and look for longs in that same regard too. Like a stock that's under VWAP gets a second wind and breaks out the volume weighted average price. I'm just saying the context of the other direction because there's so many of these 100% up ones that'll give it up in the second half of the day. But then you'd have this, that's like $1 move there. It's a 520 entry with either a 75 or an even dollar stop. So you're risking 60 cents or maybe 85 cents. But you're looking for the full retracement. Like you're probably saying, like I would treat this as you want to make sure that you're holding half to 4 because that's the first leg, but you want it all the way to 250, and you're looking for the whole shebang, something like that.
Who's on the beat? Who's on the beat? Then Adair. Yeah, I've been hearing you. I've been hearing Adair. I've been hearing Adair sing a couple of Drake songs lately.
Okay, I
heard you.
The Drake version, I'm not going to deny I did it,
Yeah.
Joe. That's not my goal. I've downloaded some Drake songs too. I downloaded 2 off that album. I've never been ashamed of that.
Okay.
I just think that the Drake versus Kendrick beef is a joke because Kendrick obviously won and it shouldn't have even been a competition. And Drake literally dedicates at least half of this album to continuing to diss Drake or to diss Kendrick, including on the song I just sang.
Mid, skip.
Yeah,
Ooh, all right. No, guys, I was just looking at this this specific USO contract. I mean, there's no what is going on here? Am I the only individual thinking like this? Because there's not very much volume in regards to some of this. Maybe we just go to the end of the month, August 28th, and see if those hundreds have changed ever since USO has dropped a little bit here. But I don't think it's been enough to really see any drastic increase in the options contract pricing itself. And look at these liquidity issues we're running into. I can't even see anything. How come no one's really buying puts on this stuff? I'm really curious as to what's going on. This at one point, at the peak of July 13th, the Monday the 13th, down 80%. Might be an opportunity here. That's why I'm looking at some of these names. We're only worth about 41 cents at this point. So I mean, that's the max you can lose is 41 bucks.
It is kind of hefty, but it's seemingly realistic. When you really look at, when you zoom out the chart, it's definitely possible. Yeah.
The 90, I don't even need it to go south of 90. I don't even need it to go to that level.
You just need to get the continued momentum.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
In a chair. Another super chat, 14.5% on SpaceX, 131.5 right now, by the way. This is one thing to keep in mind. Remember, $135 on SpaceX. That's important. Because remember the IPO, where it opens on day one is not the IPO issue price, right? Remember, we have to keep those things apart. It opened at 149. The issue was that's not real wick. 135 was the IPO issue price. That's a big level. There's more to that WWR thing. It's about Tantrum and IOBM. If you remember, Adair broke the news last week about legislation requiring defense contractors to source from U.S. companies. That is absolutely correct. Which will make it sometimes a little bit costlier, but it's not about cost in that particular circumstance. Is that if this is critical, then you want to be sure that if the what hits the fan, you can still have production. That's the important thing. Like that's when it comes to the defense or certain industries, the reason it is about jobs too. I don't want to get the wrong idea. It is about jobs too, but there is a certain importance to keeping that supply chain critical supplies, so that no matter what happens, so to speak, you're able to produce what you need to produce. Like there's a strength to that. We learned that in COVID, I think. At least I'd like to hope that we learned that in COVID, but my goodness, USO. Oops.
USO.
Yeah, well, it's still going down.
Yeah, it's still going down, man.
It's flushing.
It is flush.
But SpaceX might have SpaceX just did a bit of a right turn. For 2 seconds, you look away. Pull over. Of course, I pull over to USO. And SpaceX is re-challenging that 131. I'm not about the let's get short here. This is kind of where I like it. Like,
you're gonna short this thing today?
Well, if it puts a setup in. If it gets to a level and puts in a short setup, like break of the high, there is a rejection, and then if I can short that candle, ideally here, you'd want that entry, like 130.30, and you would have stopped out at 131. That's 70 cents worth of risk. If it does something where I can find a little bit of confirmation of sell, and not just standing in front of it, and I can give it to the high. That's the plan of action.
Fair.
There was I forget who it was. I want to be able to give credit. I think it was an old trader that used to say, if you can't, without even having to think deeply about it, explain your trading plan like that, like verbatim, then you probably don't have a plan.
You don't have a quality plan.
Like you don't have to be verbose or anything, but if you can't be like, oh, this is, like, this does this, and I'm looking to buy or sell this price, put my stop there. If I'm looking for that candle or that hold it should be that easy. If you have time to think about it, you should have an idea of what you're looking for in the trade. That's why you'll hear Sean go over what he's talking about before we go in. We all do the same thing. That's what you want to do as a trader. So it doesn't mean I'm just going to auto short SpaceX because it happens to be at 131. I have an idea of what I'm looking for. Like there's our first rejection of the high. If it simply blows out the top again, I don't really like it.
Punch and pray, yeah.
Punch and pray?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Most people listen. This 118.21.
Man, what a move. And then if you head over to the higher time frames as well, this is a clean ABCD pattern with a break. As soon as it cracks through that 118.51 marker, you're down to 117.75. So yeah, the missed opportunity there. I actually want to take a look at USO on a daily. And how has gold been performing? Another 2% day in GLD. Oh man, I wish I could just hold it. I could actually technically just buy this and be fun. But anyways, here it is. USO. Where are we? 117.75. Momentum picks up, deal done. We might see a clean flush down to this marker right here, 102. I can see that happening. The quicker the better, especially when you're buying these put contracts. If not, there could be a potential spread play as well. Why? You collect premium on the backside of the theta decay, which can help mitigate the losses within the specific spread itself. So keep an eye. Or keep that in the back of your mind just in case. I was watching a video a while ago just on the fact that some traders are more profitable when they create call credit or call debit spreads and put debit spreads, just due to the fact that when you're in a grinding name, like maybe USO put spread, bear put spread, or an NVDA bull call spread, where to the tune it's like, okay, yeah, you're bullish on the long-term thesis, but it takes a long time for the underlying to move substantial percentage points. Then what you do is you want to write a little bit higher, collect that premium while the slow appreciation within your contract activates. So that's something that I used to write so many call credit spreads and bear put spreads and then construct so many spreads. But I slowed down on my options activity this year. I have every intention to ramp things back up probably at the start of the year 2027 once again. So for me, it's just like scalp in it for a couple of days in and out when it comes to certain contracts. But other than that, how is this NASA ETF performing, Neil?
Obviously good the last
down
couple of days.
41%.
I haven't looked at it in a while. It's been getting absolutely crushed.
Yeah, down 41% off of the highs.
You know what'll crush us?
Ooh.
If we miss out
on
the segment from one.
Oh, I thought it was Orogenics.
Yeah, we have here, the Asian markets are actually not going to be open tonight. We're not going to be easy until Sunday. But what better way to prepare than by getting this look at what they did last night ahead of the close? And with all that confusing verbiage aside, let's take a look at what we did in the Asian market session heading into today with one.
Thank you, Adara. So Asian markets ending the week off mixed. A lot of good data coming out of China, especially on AI-driven exports. So Shanghai Composite up by about 1.02%. China's July trade data, they remained robust, especially of global AI tech demand. Now, exports increased by about 24% year over year, and even imports rose by about 27.5%. Trade surplus also beat market expectations, widening to $112.5 billion US dollars from $97.7 billion US dollars last year. Now, if we move over to Japan, the Nikkei 225, a little bit marginally down. Chip makers basically dragging the index lower. We heard of Kioxia Holdings down by more than 2.1%. Advantest around 2.3% to the downside. And also, despite their earnings beat, as well as beating their expectations, SoftBank Group fell by about 2.5%. Investors, of course, remaining cautious over the company's aggressive AI investments. Over in South Korean Kospi, another down day for them, 0.6 to the downside. They extended their weekly losses. SK Hynix down by 5.2%, even after Morgan Stanley upgraded valuation for SK Hynix and Samsung. But there is a little bit to some good news. AI optimism, especially on upcoming LG and NVIDIA partnership talks. So that helped limit the wider losses in the South Korean Kospi. But as we head to the open on Sunday, when the Asian markets open back, just keep an eye out on how Asian markets will digest that of the payrolls report earlier this morning from the United States. Watch the 10-year Treasury yield, whether it breaks out or consolidates. That can dictate some capital flows coming into emerging market equities. And also monitor that 6,200 support level for the South Korean Kospi. We had that Morgan Stanley upgrade on memory, especially for companies like Samsung and SK Hynix. So maybe that can drive some foreign buying into South Korea and, determine whether or not they can have a short-term floor. But other than that, hope everyone has a wonderful weekend.
Thank you very much for that segment and for that message one. Indeed, we will see you all next week at this desk at this time and also at 11:30 a.m. to cover the European and Asian market sessions. We're going to send you back over to Neil and Joe for the remaining 27 minutes of #Power Hour.
Power Hour.
The best news desk in all
the
of
lanes,
the trading,
all the
community, in
lanes.
all of the market community.
There's a good question here that I wanted to go over. How do you define your risk when you sell call and put spreads? You make sure you have the cash in the account. Isn't it just better to buy the stock? Well, you have to think, right? So if you're in a call credit spread, you're bearish on the stock, but the margin requirements when you're writing options is more, okay? So you need to have more cash in there, whatever the margin requirements may be. It'll display that within your risk profile. Now, with a bull put spread, think about it. You're saying that the stock is going to stay above X price. It's not necessarily the same thing as owning, and you have to understand the difference between writing spreads. You don't need the stock to appreciate or depreciate. You just need it to stay above or below a certain level, and that's what gives traders some form of an edge.
There you go. That's why we call them Joey options. We don't just make up the nickname.
Don't make the nickname up.
Like that, the nickname made itself. All right, that's how it is. It is 334. So one thing, there is a different level of rejection on SpaceX. All right, pick me up. Pick me up. Stop will be 131.66. I can tell you exactly where it is if I get filled. So I'm trying to grab evens, or at least close enough to the evens on the way back up, because I don't want to be too far from 50 cents worth of risk, for the reason that where the last move started, like this little acceleration, was at the even dollar. So like that's where it could check up. The other thing is keep stops tight closer to the end of the day. Why? Because there's less time for it to go. There's less time for it to do what you want it to do, which does bring me to the imbalances, which I'm going to put SpaceX on my individual one. I always have an imbalance locator that's just a few stocks that I'm watching, so that when a million show up there, I know what my stock did. GDX, early buy of a million, you can all see that, but very quiet otherwise. SGov is like a treasury thing, so that's pretty unimportant for the imbalances. AMPX. Yeah, this is very quiet for a Friday on the early look imbalance locator. I'm used to seeing, like yesterday we had AIXI, right? ATXI, whatever it was. There was like a 3 million sell imbalance that was a stock getting deleted, and it went ham. It was a great trade at the end of the day, but I don't see anything like that here.
Nothing crazy. So there's a question in here, Neil. I feel you can answer it significantly better than I can. What's an imbalance locator? Says Lumpy Currency.
Oh, so
don't get him started.
I hate to say it this way, but right now at 340, we're still doing the show. Like I could give you the entire explanation, but the truth of the matter is, we actually have an in-depth video on YouTube. That in my opinion is just better. Like you could literally, when you get a chance, you can just go to our YouTube page. Here, I can probably do this live.
Oh, is it still in a trade night?
No, I can probably just go YouTube. Watch.
Is it how long?
I'm gonna go to YouTube. What is with this happening?
I mean, you probably could have explained it by now, I think, at this point.
No, I don't think it would be as good.
No? All right.
What's the first thing that comes up? Because I've done this before.
All right, let's see what we got.
Imbalance locator.
Pull it up.
You've got trading imbalance successfly, what you need to know. We might.
Who's that? Go back up. Who's it? Oh, I was going to say.
So we had this video, which is 5 minutes long. It's in-depth. It's fantastic. I can give you the short for it. Effectively, all markets, any stock market I'm aware of, the open and closing prices, right? So that when you hear the closing price at 4 o'clock or the open at 9:30 is done via an auction. So the auction is where at, say, 4 o'clock on a NASDAQ stock, they're going to have the closing print. At a certain point of time, they allow you to enter orders into said closing print, right? So I can now say that I want to buy GDX shares at the close of 4 o'clock, and I buy 100,000 shares, let's say. I could put a limit buy order in, or for $100 or like 91 or whatever, because it's probably around 90. Or I could say I want a market buy. And so people are putting these orders into the closing or the opening auctions. And so what the imbalance locator is a look at the current book not the actual depth of the book for those auctions, but if they had to pair it right now, because we're 22 minutes from the close, if they had to do it now, there's 1.5 million shares of interest in the GDX close that are paired off between buys and sells. They can match them at a theoretical price of 90.30. But at that price, there's an excess of 1 million shares to buy. And the reason why they published this, this is an early look, but at 350 it goes publicly to anyone that has level 1 feed. You should be getting it, at least access to it. They publish it publicly so that at the close, if there are big buyers and sellers in the auction, they can be offset. They don't want there to be too big of a buy imbalance. They want someone that wants to sell to know that there's a big buyer, and they can say, oh, great, I want to sell 1 million shares. Now that I see there's a buyer in the auction, I can throw mine into the auction, and I won't move the price too much. I'll be able to get a better price than if I tried to dump them in the open market. So it's that signal that people want.
Oh,
WWR. And again, I just did that in like 1 minute. We have a 5-minute video on it that I promise you, certainly when Sean and Arun made that video, I promise you they were speaking probably more slowly, more concisely, which is why I point you to it. But it's a fantastic question. There's no bad questions. And there are trades around the imbalances, which we often discuss. Look at the acceleration in tapes.
Dude, WWR, I was looking to get involved in this at 75. But we don't have access to it.
Why am I not? See, I'm telling you, man, these
What
stocks.
happened?
No,
The WWRs? Yeah, man.
Like, look at it, hold the volume
I
weighted
know,
average
man,
price.
to the T. And I'm like, okay, beautiful. Volume kicks in. Look at the volume kick in at 38, Neil.
That's 20% move.
Just like that. I'm like, what the heck? And I tried getting in, but then it's just like rejected, so we don't have access to it right now. So yeah, I mean that's.
You mean it's?
Yeah, it's blocked.
It's blocked?
Yeah, it's blocked.
Oh, that's the problem is when it's this. If no one's no, it's not. I just put an order out.
I just got rejected order. Frex buy it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can't use. You probably can't use Frex on a sub-dollar stock.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. So this is. We're gonna go to Adair in a second, but this is for anyone at Real Trading.
Oh, it's on the Amex too.
So you might have.
I thought it was
Yeah.
the
So
NASDAQ.
if you get rejected on an order, it could be the market you're using it on. Maybe it's the price. It's not eligible, but I think it's the market or the price. It doesn't really matter. Let's go back to Adara. That would have explained the other one.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hey guys, MP Materials in focus. This name has dropped a little bit here from these highs. Now I went to look at it because I heard President Trump, like I don't have the video up, but I have the audio in my ear, and I hear he's holding something. So I'm like, I want to know what it is. He's holding a branded MP Materials piece of metal. I was like, this has to be a good look for the stock. I look and it drops. So this seems like a buy the announcement, sell the actual Trump holding your company's product here for MP, a version of buy the rumor, sell the news. Also, guys, keep an eye on X and TTV research for this. This visual is going to come out within the next 5 minutes. Monday.com, as it always does, will be reporting earnings on Monday morning. Here's a look at what to expect from the report. You can find this visual again in just 5 minutes on X and TTV research. And the colors here, as I like to do with these earnings preview, they're actually the company's brand colors. So fancy that. Check it out soon. Back to you. Happy Power Hour.
That is, I mean, nobody knows it, but that's like those colors are very much the flavor around here. And anyone that's visited the office would know exactly what I'm talking about.
Flavor.
Darren, do you still have that up?
Go back up.
Yes. Those colors. You could find like couches and chairs and stuff.
You see the? Did you see
those colors?
Did you see the?
Which is like.
Did you see the new setup?
Alive.
Did you see the new setup?
I did. Not a good enough look, but I did. Get
man, it's
all kinds of. You might have heard it.
Man, the back office got it made over there.
But
man.
the back office is legit.
These guys got like multiple
desks,
chilling
chairs,
areas,
like new rugs. It's kind of pimp.
Crazy. Remember when we used to have Remember we used to have a couch in here? We need to bring that. Yeah, we need to bring that back.
Don't get me started about the couch.
The couch? Why, you didn't like it?
I mean, of course I like the couch. You could just chill out in the corner and relax when you want to.
Those were good times.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. All right, USO, let's get involved in some of this. I like this for a potential
My
breakdown.
pouting's not going to change anything.
No.
My daughter does that. She gets what she wants. I do that, and Brendan would be like, get the hell out of here.
Leave you the guy to
sit down in your chair and trade.
Just do your job, man.
You know what? I'm not even waiting.
Oh.
No, I'm going to leave my stop in. Yeah, I have rules. I'm sticking to my rules.
Shady Vans stole it at night.
I have rules. I'm sticking to my rules. I'm not going to punch out 10 cents.
Okay, what are we at? What price are we at right now? How many minutes?
131.50.
Oh yeah, it's over.
The stop is at 131.66.
We close above 130 today.
Well, it's gonna. Yeah, the poll is long over. Like even. Like at this, well, it's just not long over. I thought we were a little closer to 350. It's only 343. There's 7 minutes to lean balances. I'm way early on this. Way early.
Shrimp and Pat. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like the imbalance on SpaceX.
Ooh.
Like I'm guessing it's gonna move again on the imbalances. And anytime a stock is at a low or at a high, I'm usually looking reversion on the imbalances, but. Yeah, like what did this do? Shoot, I can't. It's hard to zoom in on yesterday at 350. Like this is 350. Like it did a pullback from 114 to 112.50. So it was going up, and then on the imbalances, it pulled back $1.50. But that was right before 350. I'm in 8 minutes early.
I have a.
So that's kind of.
I got a poll.
Like 8 minutes for it to be able to stop me out before that.
I have a good poll that we can toss up here. Neil, I think there's a good one. Does NVDA hit all-time highs next week? By the end of next week.
What's the all-time high?
136.40.
236.40.
So, yeah, sorry, 236.40.
Ooh, I like the yes. I'm gonna. Well, we'll do that.
Throw it up there. What do we got?
What?
Joe.
I gotta show this. There it is.
What do you got?
I wanted to make sure. I was about to get stopped. It's trading, man. I'm gonna stop.
I told you, man.
I am a
setup guy.
I am very much a setup guy. I'm going to see the setup. I'm going to take the trade, get in at the price I want, put the stop where I want, put the target in, and if it wins, it wins. If it loses, it loses. And I don't get crazy about the highs or crazy about the lows because I'm just playing a process, man. I'm doing it. That's the thing. You play the process.
It's smart.
Suppose
Does
NVIDIA?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Make a new.
How are you guys already
just
hitting
make an all-time high?
Yeah, make it. How are you guys putting ones and twos in already? We're not even.
I haven't even finished writing the poll yet.
Corp 2.
By
Corp, how
Friday,
are you putting it at 2?
by end of next week. There we go. Okay, so and then it's gonna be yes or no.
Yeah.
Simple. I'm gonna do all caps.
Yeah, no.
Yes or no. So now you can vote.
Yeah.
Will NVIDIA make an all-time high? It took a while because it's anticlimactic. Usually, while Joe's talking about it, I could have been making it, but in this particular case, we did both at the same time. So yes, you think NVIDIA is gonna make an all-time high by the end of next week. Type 1. Pretty easy. Type of 2 if you think NVIDIA is going to fizzle. If you don't like people making money, if you're a Grinch that doesn't want to see NVIDIA shareholders celebrate all-time highs. I like NVIDIA. I own NVIDIA. Then you can vote by typing a 2. And I think it's pretty obvious what we should all type in our hearts. We should all want stocks to go up.
Did you vote?
Yeah, I voted.
I voted one. Oh, okay. Next week. All right. Yeah, I like that one there. Adara. I don't know if Adara voted or anything. You don't do polls. Easy peasy. 369. Joe tried selling opt below mark. Submit price drops. I don't know. Do you understand any of that? I don't. Tried selling options below market. Submit price drops.
Is there like punctual?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's maybe we can. You don't have to super chat again. You can just maybe clear some things up. Again, I don't really know what to say if I don't understand the question. I don't want to just ramble on like Led Zeppelin would. Led Zeppelin sings that, right?
Yes.
Christ. All right. Cool.
No, I was chuckling about something else.
What did they say? Have all the polls coming in?
You're right, alien. We'll go. Nah, it's not a big deal. We're gonna go back to. We have 2 minutes to leave balances come out here, so we'll see. If I got wicked out, it'll be frustrating. It's 62% think that NVIDIA is gonna make the all-time high by the end of next week, and then obviously that means 38% in the other direction. But we have like 12 minutes to go till the imbalances. Sorry, until the end of the day, and a couple of minutes to go till the imbalances come out. GDX's buy imbalance has actually grown. Shout out to the viewers that were calling out gold this morning. They were all over gold. You loved some gold. Stronger than silver, and the miners did just fine for most of the morning, and then, the middle of the day happened. Here's easy peasy. They're explaining it for you. So thank you, easy.
Okay. Sandis put sell. Okay, option below mark price 3 times. I submit the price drops $2 on mark, not stock. Cancel. Price goes up. Oh yeah, I hear you, man. Been there, done that plenty of times, brother, for sure. But I mean, hey, you're selling put options. Listen, we talked about that $1,200 before we sent it. We're sending it over, right? Or are we not? Oh, no, imbalances. Sorry, yeah, imbalances coming up momentarily. So let me ramble on for a second. Easy peasy. I see what you said. Going. Do you mean after put if you output in your bid and you ask, you see the spread move in options market XYZ $100, then it's just the market maker algo moving the spread? Yeah, potentially. I think that's kind of what he's getting at. Let's pull up SanDisk here and see what we got going on. SNDK, we talked about this $1,200 marker here earlier today, but these are going to close in the money, so you will be collecting all of that premium, which we were referring to earlier today. This base holding up relatively well. Dips below 1190, rolls up in towards the volume weighted average price, but then eventually cooled off. But you would collect the most of your premium here. Why? Because it's consolidating and it's not doing anything. It's just moving. And at that point, it's just worth getting out instead of being in the options contract for the remainder of the couple of hours of the session. Joey has some good taste in music. Wow, Zeb. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, hey man, listen, I'm all about the rock and roll these days. So.
About that.
No, he didn't, Chodo. Yeah, and the alternative rock. I'm on to the folk these days. A lot of folk music. Hosier.
I saw Hosier on your screen.
Yeah, Hosier's.
I love that.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you went to like a Hosier on.
No.
Concert.
What song were you listening to though? Because I know that. Album, but I don't know.
Like Real People Do is actually
Nice.
probably one of my favorite songs of all time.
From Eden is a classic too.
From Eden, that whole album is fantastic. Yeah, and Strike is a good one, or Shrike to your Shire. Yeah, I mean, listen, I love what he's got.
I'm
going.
gonna let you guys just go.
Yeah, it may not be down your alleyway, but
I have no. It might.
Yeah,
be.
it's very folky.
I've never
very
heard.
folky.
I will
Yeah.
never say I'm not feeling
Yeah.
something or I don't like it. If it's food and I haven't tried it, I can't say jack.
You can't
If
say
it's
it.
music and I haven't listened to it, then I'm not saying crap about it.
Yeah.
I'll never say it's bad. I think that's nonsense when people do it. So the imbalances just hit. iBit 1.3 million buy side. Snapchat 1.2 million buy side. SpaceX is 1 million buy. See, it's a good thing we didn't reload that one. Intel's $900,000 buy, 900,000 share buy, not dollars. That'd be incredibly tiny. The SPY is a sell. Sorry, buy is 770. Stock sell is a sell of 750. The overall market is only 508 million to said buy side. Nasdaq 3. It's not very much. Really not that large. Pretty small imbalances for a Friday. That GDX, slight move up. Here, these are the two biggest ones were GDX and SpaceX. So SpaceX moved about another 20 cents on that imbalance. Not a big jump. That makes it a potential flip play. The fact that it's not, like it's one of the biggest imbalances and it didn't go that far. GDX, on the other hand, we've seen when we show like the profits at real trading, oftentimes it's Amex. So anytime there's like an Amex stock with an imbalance, I want to watch it to see what it's doing, see if I can figure something out as to what might be making that money. But nothing crazy at all on the imbalances.
No,
like, nothing
crazy.
stands out. Like there was that stock yesterday. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's gonna bug me. But it was a 4 million sell imbalance, and then just you literally could have risked 2 or 3 cents to make 20. Eventually at the close, it was brilliant. It was like the EA Sports. Remember when EA Sports was 20 million last Friday?
Yes.
It was like the easiest trade in like 10 minutes. It just flushed. But there was one like that yesterday, but nothing like that today.
Yeah, someone's asking here about Master Beef. Listen, I think this is just a one-off event. We can see if there's any news on Master Beef. It was hot earlier in the day.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that's the name of this.
The company's name
is Master Beef.
Master Beef.
Yeah, MB. Did you see this?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
you know what? The funny thing is we were talking. Actually, Sean and I were. We both tried to go long the stock. I had no idea the company was called Master Beef. We were just calling it MB.
Yeah, all right. There it is.
I'm not saying I wouldn't have tried to go long it on that halt just because it has a stupid name, but it doesn't make you like it that much better. Yeah. And look at what happens when one of these big time crazy gappers loses the volume weighted average price after parabolic move up, because this is the pre-market, right? It's not the open market. The market open is here at 9:30. It halts down, holds the low, parabolic move up, loses VWAP, continuation is effectively all the way. It is halted to the upside off the lows now at 892. That's the good news. It's halted up. The bad news is the tap is 839. It's indicating a lower open despite the fact that it halted up, and this won't open until 4 o'clock. That's one of the rules. We say it every single time. Volatility halts. If it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it doesn't matter. If it's still closed as of 3:50, regardless of when it halted, it will not open until 4 o'clock. That's the rules. David Z. Zimes, Happy International Beer Day and National Sea Serpent Day. One of those is probably Fugaze, and I hope it's the second one. So good day to have a Mythos Greek lager if you get that props. Overnight swing made 465%. Congratulations. I'm not getting that one.
Well.
You get that one?
No, but I
went over my
about
head.
to pull this up
Just
because
fine.
there's a Greek restaurant.
Is it really International Beer Day?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, brother.
How are we? It's Friday, and International Beer Day. We didn't have a brew.
I've had a Mythos before at a restaurant called like Elios or something along those lines. It's actually pretty good, but I mean,
it is International Beer Day.
Is it International Beer Day? Wow.
And this is it. David says, I'm sorry, Neil, meant to put a $
in front of
for team.
Right.
Yes. It always does help if you put the $.
Good stuff.
It's a small request. It's a small request from us for multiple reasons. It just makes it very obvious that A, you're talking about a symbol because context matters, and then B, it ends up on our locator, which is a great way to crowdsource in our community what the hottest or most in-play stocks, or at least most interest. Now, we wouldn't have to have the visualizer, if you throw it back up there for a second, we wouldn't have to have the visualizer to let you know that SpaceX is in play today, or Palantir, or even that YJ, which is one of the biggest movers. But maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't find that WWR at the end of the day. Maybe you don't realize that Tesla had a very good recovery day. It's the little things, and it's a small ask, and it helps everybody out. So appreciate you. And man, Atlassian, what an unbelievable, like this breakaway. Bottom picking is one thing. When a stock makes the low, puts in higher lows, there's your test. There's another pullback of the higher low, and then it holds a 50, breaks the 200. That's a run. And if this stock goes, I don't own the stocks. Like it's easy. If it goes to $200, it's nicer if you bottom picked it at 58. But if you're in off the 50 period hold and breakout, and you're in at 106, you're probably plenty happy. And sometimes the only way to be in at 58 is, but then if you're playing that game, then maybe you were in here too. And you were also in here at 157, and you were in here at 142, and then you were in here at 118, and then you were in here at 70, and then you were in here more at 62. And maybe all of that because you were buying more shares each time, right? You were DCAing so that you're actually buying more, and you have a decent average price, you could be in the money. I just think that's a really crazy way to go about things. Easier to just buy it on the way up. On the Rail says, everything's funny when you were making big money.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that phrase.
I can most definitely get behind that phrase. People saying PLTR is, wow, what a 10%
It's on a
day.
beast.
Yeah, man, it's on a big time run, 172. Who's talking smack now about Alex Karp as this name from this bottom 105? Yeah, exactly, 61%, just like that, Neil. And now, I mean, listen, we've seen this in Amazon, we've seen this in Microsoft. Is that like after that earnings report, maybe some of these names just get beaten up a little bit too much, and I think that was the narrative here with Palantir and Microsoft as well too. Microsoft Copilot gaining 10 million paid subscribers over the quarter. The street seemed to like that. So Microsoft now at one point was down almost 40%, only down 9.25% off of its all-time high.
Shorts are sleeping with the fishes on that?
Yeah, apparently.
They're getting buried.
Yeah, exactly. So what were we down from?
Dig them up like Goodfellas.
36%.
The other thing to keep in mind for Palantir is sometimes accumulation is a fun thing too. It lost the accumulation at the 130, so it did look really bad. Obviously, the 132. But if you like it, and you're thinking it's a good long-term, or you think it's a retrace to the high, then that was still a good accumulation level there. Thoughts on Alphabet from CX. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Alphabet the next few days. Remember the whole. So it wasn't earnings for Alphabet, but you did have the dump off with the C-suite shakeup. So what I don't love about that is in any news event, you make the low, you hold the low, you were thinking the 3-day rule, you want it to hold the bottom as a reaction, and you want to make some higher lows, it's okay, now we're back to normal. The problem with Alphabet, it broke that low today. Now it's almost like a reset. Okay, now I'm just give it another couple of days, see where it's going to make the low. Because clearly that 357 isn't it yet. Could be a rounded bottom. Maybe we're breaking back out and you do a rounded bottom and it breaks back to 365. I just know that if it bounces 350, that's close enough that we could have the 365 break and gap fill next week. I like them. It's the 50 periods getting tested now, but the trend hasn't shown any signs of stopping. So until proven otherwise, it's more like the 200 period or support. I have this trend line drawn. That's the ultimate level for me on Alphabet. This channel that it was in before it broke out. That channel broke and was huge. Comes back into that channel. I think that's a great buy zone. With 1 minute to go, we got another super chat. Thank you for the super chats, everybody.
Ooh.
Is that I 80 too much? I ate too much.
Yeah, it's a good one, man.
Neil, you're an idiot. Hold August 14 SpaceX option at 132 call.
What do you think?
What are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts? I mean, listen.
It just hit 133 on SpaceX.
Ooh, so we cleared that one. Yeah,
Just
hey,
cleared
man.
it. It just broke out now, like 2 seconds ago. I'm not making it up here.
I say the same thing when it comes to options, though. Just understand your intrinsic and extrinsic value. And then once you have good insights on that, then you will really understand like what's going on in the options pricing. So, I mean, listen, 132 is fantastic. The real question is, when did you buy it? Where did you buy it? And from a percentage standpoint, how are you looking from an appreciation? I mean, that expires next Friday.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
well said.
So, I mean, again, listen, it's great, but owning the underlying asset itself is completely different from owning the options contract. It's two completely different worlds. And I say this all the time, understand your objective. What is your objective? To gain time value or to gain intrinsic and time value?
Well, our objective right now is to thank Origenics and shout them out, ticker OGN, for sponsoring the closing bell to end the week right about now. There it is. It used to be so much fun when we actually got to ring that closing bell.
Yeah, that was cool.
Right over, kind of like, looks like it's over Joe's head, but big shout out to Origenics there. We're gonna go up to Adair. We got one more headline here, it seems.
I'll be speedy, but I feel like this is worth mentioning given the size of this move. Literally seconds before the close, seeing reports that this company called Ashland ASH is exploring a sale after getting takeover interest. This move roughly $6 up on that initial announcement. Right now pulling back a little bit, but yeah, ASH in focus. And I wanted to mention that to you guys. Happy weekend all.
Thank you as always, Adair. So a couple of things to remember. We did end the day. And I know we've heard headlines like the deal is coming, but we ended the day with the USO retracing the move, the president hinting there was a deal. We ended the day with the NASDAQ absolutely blasting higher, got the Qs up 1.1%. The SPY also very strong. SpaceX up 15% today, Palantir up 10% today. Maybe not the best day for some of the memory chip name, but still a pretty good blast off.
Yeah, I'll take it for sure, man.
End the week pretty well. We got lots of more action next week. You know the drill, everybody. But before we get ourselves out of here, always have to give a big shout. I'm going to start with the team that makes us look and sound good. I didn't see Ramin here today, but we got always congratulations to him.
And Fabian.
Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Tiffany. Fantastic job on the news desk, as always by Adair, but one absolutely crushing and getting lots of love from the chat. You know Sharif, our main man, on the midday crushing. There were so many of those stocks. And Joey, all day Joe.
No, I wasn't all day. I wasn't all day. Yeah,
most of the day. Yeah. Most of the day, Joe filling in for Sean the afternoon.
Man.
He's got to take care of some family. I think it was a football clinic that his middle son was going to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's gonna try for the football team.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess school's starting soon too,
yeah, he's
right?
a big boy. So
a month
I don't know
away.
what position he's gonna play, but I've known him. It's crazy because, like, I literally remember this kid when he was like running around at my wedding.
Yeah.
And like now he's like
huge.
He's
he's a big dude, man.
Like he's like it's wild to see. It's like because you always remember, like when you were around for an entire kid's life, you remember them when they were big. You remember them when they were a toddler, and then you see them growing up.
They grow big. They grow fast.
But I want to thank you, Joe. I want to thank all the super chats we got. We appreciate you guys.
And no respect.
What?
Yeah, no respect in the chat. The individual in the chat. Yeah. So our condolences going.
What?
For me, their dog passed away, unfortunately. So I mean, they're part of the family.
It's all about the memories, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Celebrate the good.
Celebrate the life. for
Celebrate the life. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Before we sign it off, speaking of football, I remember one year. It's funny. So our football coach was actually one of the coach of my hockey team at the same time. So one year I was injured, and he tried not giving me my pads. Cause right. So I was like grade 11, going into grade 11. He tried not giving me my pads in the summer. So he was saying I wasn't starting. The assistant coach is like, "What? Are you kidding me? You're not going to start our best DB?" Yeah, because I was injured and I couldn't practice to my full potential. So he was just being a little bit of a bleep word and a meanie head, I should say. And he didn't want to give me my pads. But then all the other coaches came together and it's like, "Yeah, there's zero chance that this kid's not getting his pads. Yeah, there's zero chance."
I don't like when coaches do that.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I'm not. You know what?
They are eating the
only because I had a similar story. I had a coach in I didn't play baseball in high school because I used to run track. And then I got convinced by some of the other guys, we have a good team, I've seen you got to come out. So I came out, made the team, and the coach didn't like me because I would always, I would never commit to play baseball because I always focused on track and field. And so the coach just didn't like me. He's like, "You should be coming out, you play with all these kids all your life."
Yeah.
And so the first game, he hit me dead last. I hit 9th. And our 8-hitter was a grade 9 pitcher. Like our ace pitcher was in grade 9. So I'm a senior. This guy's a freshman in high school. And he's our pitcher and he's hitting 8th. And he hit me 9th.
That's
I was
mad.
like, why? And he was
mad disrespectful.
all just be like, because you wouldn't come out for the team like the last few years.
Crazy,
it was
man.
so, and I'm just like, it's just high school, bro. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. We're just having some fun. You guys have some fun. Have a great weekend. It's National Beer Day, so maybe you want to go have a brew. We should have had one on the show. I really don't know why we didn't. We'll see you guys 8 a.m. Monday morning. This is Trader TV Live.
Yes, sir.
Deuces.